This land is calling. This land is calling.
Lately I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going. In my time I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Picture impossible. Lenovo Legion.
This land is calling.
Break points. Break points.
Red race car roars really rapidly. Red race car roars really rapidly.
Break points.
Tobias Pfeffer.
Jakub Majewski. Joshua Rogers.
We're live.
Rogers.
3, 2,
Rogers.
1.
Welcome, everyone, to Day 3 of the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. Today is a big day. 5 teams enter, only 3 will leave to tomorrow's competition. 2 teams will have their keys crushed. Heartbreaking, I know, but that's just the way tournaments go. After all, this is the biggest stage sim racing has to offer. And we're going to be bringing the action all day long for our bracket play. Boys, today's going to be big. Of course, Mac Backham, James Baldwin. Today is huge. 2 teams get eliminated.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. I think the pressure is higher than ever. The stakes are higher than ever. And yeah, it's going to be exciting. I'm really excited to see who can actually continue tomorrow and yeah, potentially win the whole thing.
Without a doubt, James, always great to see you get your insights. I've got to ask you, what did we think about the vocal warm-ups from Mac?
I enjoyed it a lot. It was
right?
good fun. Yeah, and Steve as well. That was good. Did it help?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah, I'll try it tomorrow. Maybe.
Yeah. Let's see how the broadcast goes today. See if they help. Yeah.
Well, it helped us get loose after all, right? And that's what it's all about. It's going to be a good day, boys. Let's take a look at our Kitty top plays because we have plenty of them from yesterday. And well, I got to tell you, we had wipeouts, we had heroic moments, James. We had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and this was, I believe, race 1 with the hectic start between Redline and Coanda, which set the tone for the day. I think Coanda feel like they need to bounce back, really, because both times they went to Fuji against Redline beat them. And yeah, this was very chaotic in T1. And I believe this is where Seb got the lead going into turn 2. So a really nice move coming up here where he drives around the outside of the Porsche and holds the inside against the other Porsche.
Yeah, it was really phenomenal move, and it really set him up for the win. Right here with Spa, and you can just see how strong the draft is and how well you can play as a team, right? They're both just going to flow past the mouse car here and just take the position.
Yeah, and that's that negative slipstream effect in play. 2 cars go quicker in a straight line than 1 mouse car, and that's one example of team tactics.
Tom giving a little thumbs up. Had a great day yesterday, of course. Is going to start with a Q-band today. I guess we'll get to that later, but good day yesterday. Finished the Daytona, always exciting. A lot of slipstreaming here. Here you can also see they're kind of boxing in the car. Again, team play really at work here. So you can really see already how important it is to have your teammates close and that this is really a team competition, not just solo drivers.
I thought this was going to be the moment that I think we watched, what was Redline or somebody wreck in corner 1 or in that corner. They take it a bit too sharp, but obviously that wasn't it. But Daytona yesterday was quite bloody.
It was, and we'll see that very early on today in the upper bracket. And Hockenheim, which we can see here, will be in the lower bracket later on. Between Vitality and Williams and one of the top teams, but obviously Mouse got eliminated yesterday. Surprising for me, I thought, as they were so strong at Hockenheim, I thought it was the perfect track for them to get through, but they just missed out.
Yeah, exactly. I guess nothing is certain here. Everyone's a good competitor. Everyone, you know, when they step it up, they have a good chance to win everywhere. And yeah, I think Mouse very unlucky to go home yesterday, but they fought valiantly.
Yeah, it was tough. And I think even on social media, was it you, James, who was showing me there was some tweets going around, right, talking trash even after the elimination?
Yeah, Erhan from Vitality, he quote tweeted Mouse's we've been eliminated post and just went something like Vitality never lose to Mouse or something, and it got quite a lot of engagement. So I quite like that, actually. I was like, fair play.
Yeah, a little bit of banter is always good. I assume there's a little bit of history there, maybe that I'm not quite aware of, but yeah, it got some good engagement, so I'm sure they're happy.
Without a doubt, you have to be, and they were smiling while crushing the key, mind you. Kind of an evil smile, but hey, it's their moment. They spend it how they want. Let's take a look at our Sony top reactions, because man, the competitors were fierce yesterday, and there was a lot of raging, but there was also quite a bit of celebration as well in our Sony top reactions.
Yeah, and I think yesterday was definitely more emotional than the day before, and I think that's going to be the trend, is every day as the pressure ramps up, everyone's going to get more angry, more happy, more upset when things go wrong. Albeit these shots, everyone looks very subdued for the most part, but on finals day, everyone's going to be going pretty nuts, especially if they win.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could really see it in the final race yesterday, where the tension was really high. It was a do or die moment for all 3 teams competing, and you could see it in their reactions, right? They were a lot more deflated, a lot more happy than in probably the previous races, because it all came down to that single race.
You know, one thing that I take note of this as we take a look at our Sony top reactions is just a pure emotion, and that is instant, raw emotion. Whether it's happiness, sadness, despair, you see everything on that very stage. And even for Loner and Co, and they're being super happy to win, you know, just the processing. And Kastorp, man, had a tough day, really tough day, and you know, it's got to feel bad for him. He tried so very hard, but again, when you see that, we talk about these storylines and teams struggling, and it's one thing to do it in here, and then it's another to get the visual of the actual players and what it means to them. And I got to say, man, sometimes it breaks my heart.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you could see it here, right? These players put their heart and soul into this. I know all too well, you practice for months leading up to this. You have the whole online season. It all builds to this moment, to this event.
Yeah.
And then if it slips out of your hand, of course, it's super frustrating. And if it doesn't, it's super rewarding.
Yeah, and I think one difference between real racing and sim racing is in real racing they're wearing all the kit, the helmet,
right, yeah.
so you can't really see what they're experiencing. Whereas the unique thing about sim racing is you can see every emotion, and I think that's arguably why it's very interesting, because you know, as upsetting as it is watching someone rage or like Yuri there, it's interesting and it's engaging to watch.
It is.
So yeah.
Well, again, it just shows how real sim racing truly is to the competitors. Let's take a look at our standings. Again, it's been intense from day 1 to day 2, now in day 3. We know our top 5 teams, but yesterday we knew our 6 teams, and well, it ended up unfolding for Mouse, unfortunately, as the bottom team, which means they were fully eliminated. It was a very close race. James, it came down to quite a few penalties, right? And Mouse, unfortunately, were the ones causing those penalties.
It did, and we didn't really know the result until 20 minutes after the race concluded, which is quite rare. But Virtus.pro, in the end, were in the dogfight to get eliminated, but ended up 3rd. So really good recovery from them at Hockenheim, and squeezed themselves into the upper bracket. So Williams will be slightly gutted about that. Virtus.pro get 2 bites of the cherry to get through to tomorrow.
That's right.
But yeah, super close.
Super close indeed. And well, Mac, let's take a look at our bracket today. We've got an upper bracket. We've got a lower bracket. For that upper bracket, well, 2 teams move automatically to grand finals. For one team, if they move down, which one team will to the lower bracket, there's only 1 spot available.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be really tight. Of course, 2 out of 3 only make it instantly. And then it might be quite difficult as well. If you get to the lower bracket, you have maybe a little bit of a defeated, attitude.
Sure.
You're mentally a little bit not quite there because you were kind of expected to win. It's going to be difficult if you get to the lower bracket. And of course, the teams there are also top tier. So
right.
Nothing's going to be easy today.
Yeah, nothing easy at all. Virtus.pro, you've got Redline, Porsche, Coanda. That's going to be your top 3 in upper bracket. Williams, Vitality will be awaiting their competitor, whoever drops down to battle against them. Whoever drops down, it's not going to be easy. Williams knows that. Williams have been on fire. In fact, my underdog to potentially move to tomorrow's competition. Big fan of Blyer, and I know he's becoming an even bigger fan here on the desk. I mean, his consistency is great. He was sick yesterday, but still performing at a top-tier level. In fact, I guess you could say, honestly, one of the best drivers Williams currently has. But there are some interesting storylines even going into his first qualification with that ban. We'll be talking about that when we move into the lower bracket. But upper bracket is 1, 2, and 3, James. That's just how it unfolded.
Yeah, and there's every chance that the upper bracket could be the final as well.
Absolutely.
So we'll get potentially seeing a lot of Coanda, Redline, and Virtus.pro racing each other. We got a glimpse of that yesterday in one of the races, and I'm not sure. It could be tight because the tracks that are in the upper bracket suit the Aston Martin. Jeddah, Daytona, Spa not so much, but so I think that could play in their hands.
Yeah,
but let's see.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think it's probably a good track selection overall for the Aston. But then again, I think Redline and Porsche Coanda as a team are stronger. So that maybe at a slight car disadvantage, but that kind of levels out with maybe just having the slight edge on drivers. So it will indeed be super close.
When I look at the competition yesterday, first time watching Redline, watching Virtus.pro, watching Porsche Coanda, you could truly get a grasp of how head and shoulders above the competition Redline is, specifically, right, winning 3 out of their 4 races from our round robin play yesterday. Porsche Coanda, though, also super consistent, but a little bit behind Redline, at least from the standings are concerned. So Porsche Coanda still needs to battle a bit harder to overtake Redline, especially for tomorrow's competition if they end up making it. The outlier, though, at least for the top 3, has to be Virtus.pro. At one point we were contemplating, would Virtus.pro be eliminated? Granted, they had a couple of races left. We knew that, but being down there in the bottom still is a bit sketchy. It's definitely risky. It puts a lot of pressure on you. But to Virtus.pro's credit, they still finished top 3. They surpassed Williams after their last race, and well, they did a wonderful job. The question is, can they truly challenge the titans of Redline and Porsche Coanda?
The key to that question is if Statsenko and Fiala can turn up if they can, they definitely can, because McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. are on that level. But if they can't, then it's going to be hard work, because half of your team is basically missing.
Yeah, I mean, they sounded pretty confident yesterday. If you guys recall with that interview with McCormack in the end, he pretty much gave a warning shot to Redline and Coanda, right? He was like, hey, the pace Marcel and I ran here was serious. Watch out for tomorrow.
Yeah. Which I'm loving that the personalities are starting to come out as we get deeper into the tournament. You know, the confidence is starting to flow. The jitters from day one, maybe day two, are now out of the way. Day three, everyone is feeling fully confident in their ability to go to the finals just tomorrow. $500,000, $200,000 for first place. Sony MVP also for $10,000 too. So there's quite a bit going on here. And to get you pumped up, let's take a look at our hype video, because day three is going to be hype.
Historically, Team Redline have been like the best team. Coanda have always been like very closely matched with them. Best teams attract the best drivers, and that's how they get stronger and stronger.
What makes our driver lineup so good is that, you know, everyone can win a race. We all have the potential to consistently execute, and I think we work together really well. The teams, they have individual drivers that are really strong, but I think together as a team, we work better than anyone else.
We try and take it race by race, so it's quite hard to judge where we're at. We can definitely take some confidence from beating Redline, but I think at Jeddah that was the goal.
The Aston at Jeddah is incredible, really fast, so we kind of weren't expecting to do so well there.
I think there is not much of game plan. I think we should take always like the present, what we have there, and if we can always compete good on the qualifying, good on the race, then that small parts are getting together, and at the end it works out as a great result.
The goal is to win at the end of the day. There's no other reason why we're here.
There it is, hearing from some of the racers going into today's competition. They're feeling confident. There are no doubts anymore. You know, day one, we had a lot of conversation about some teams, you know, some racers saying, well, we don't know if we're actually going to be able to win or continue to move forward. They're satisfied with their performance as they stood, just making it to this great stage. But for the teams that are now left, they have full confidence they can beat anyone out on any circuit. And you love to see that level of confidence, because it's going to give us the best races this esport has to offer, which is wonderful. And speaking of this esport, you know, we've been, you know, talking each and every day about Rennsport and esports and how it's impacted racers in general. When you think about Rennsports as a whole, though, a lovely esport, obviously, but what does it mean for the next generation? Because Mac, me and you were discussing, I believe, at breakfast this morning, you know, we kind of got into, you know, esports a little bit late, right? We're on the older side. We're UNC status a little bit now, right? But imagine if we got into it, like, let's say maybe a couple years ago. We're still young. I mean, what does the younger generation have to look forward to when it comes to sim racing?
I think the biggest thing is that it's only getting bigger. It's already big now, but yeah, like we were discussing earlier, let's say back in my day, as spoken like a true UNC, there was not too much money in it. There wasn't really a full-time profession, but when you see these guys now, these are all pros. They can do this full-time.
Right.
I think that's just an amazing prospect, and I think that's not about to change. If anything, it's only going to go up, so more and more possibilities, and I think you'll just have more and more talent.
Without a doubt. And James, I want to hear your perspective in just a little bit, because your story when it comes to sim racing, transitioning into traditional racing, is truly fantastic, and I think the world needs to hear it if they haven't already. But walking around the different venues and the Boulevard is Chris Tunn. Tunn, where you at?
Good morning, esports fans. We're in a bit of a louder arena today. Valorant kicking off directly behind me. The first day of their big competition is starting to get down, but we are very much into our competition. We are 3 days in with Rennsport. $500,000 still on the line. They're competing for a big chunk of the $70 million that's involved with as well. But yeah, you know what, guys? You can get on with the show. I might just jump in with these guys and keep an eye on what's going on over here, but there are so many other different games in all of these studios. I'm going to go and check them all out. You can all do your job. I'm fine.
Ton Ton on the Valorant stage. It is busy in there. The fans are pumped up. A wonderful esport that is being played out this week. And alongside that of Apex, of course, Rennsport. 7 weeks, 25 different tournaments taking place, 3 to 4 finals every week, and $70 million in collective prize pools. I mean, what is there not to love about the Esports World Cup? It's incredible. I hope you all get a chance to not only view it at home, but maybe even a potential chance to come over here eventually in the future. It truly is wonderful walking down the Boulevard, all the activities, seeing your favorite players, maybe talents. I don't know if you like us or not. I hope you do anyways. But it is a magical thing to come to the Esports World Cup. But thank you, Ton, for all of that. Looking stylish as always. But hey, boys, let's talk about it. We have our players arriving in via Jamil, our sponsor, and the Jamil player arrivals are always fun because you get to see the differences from day 1 to day 2. Yesterday was all smiles, James. Today, though, I'm seeing a couple of smiles, but more seriousness about the competitors.
Definitely. They look chill, though. I mean, Mac, do you want to take this one? Is it Porsche Commander, or shall I carry on talking?
I feel like they look good, right? They look good yesterday. They look good again today. I think the kit looks nice. You know, they look confident. Got good shades on. I mean, Josh is kind of squinting a little bit. Like James said, probably missed his, right?
I love your play-by-play of quite literally the players walking in. Oh, we got one squinting, one over here with the nice sunglasses. Yeah, but they're looking stylish. They know they're one of the best teams. But speaking of the best team looking to defend their title, James, we got Redline.
Yeah, and they look even more chill. And back to the Porsche thing, though. I remember 2 years ago when they rocked up and they had are they like toiletry bags that carry like their gloves and boots?
Yeah, it is a little bit like that. It's not quite, but you can fit like your racing boots in, your gloves.
Proper professional.
In ears, yeah. Just so you have your kit that you would personally use on the rig, you can fit it in there. It's really convenient. Yeah.
Well, maybe Redline and Red Bull need to get some of those, eh?
But what I've noticed is that they all walk in with 4 drivers, and there's always one guy without sunglasses.
Yeah, there's always one that
like
forgets. Yeah. That's a good point, actually.
Mac, why are you so focused on the sunglasses and the squinting?
I just like sunglasses. I wear them all the time, you know. I think it's just because I have blue eyes, you know, a little bit more affected by the light. I'm just a sunglasses guy.
You got those beautiful blue eyes, Mac. I'll be looking into them every single time you're on my desk. Here we go. We got another roster walking in, and I believe it's going to be Virtus.pro, seed number 3. They're going to be in the upper bracket. Not a lot of sunglasses here, Mac. It looks like we're missing, 2 or 3?
A few sunglasses less, but also not as many smiles. These guys look like they're all business today.
Definitely. And he's not there, actually, but one of the engineers for Virtus.pro, Kuba Brzezinski, was actually a driver who raced in this series last year and the year before for Williams.
Okay.
So they've got that experience. They can lean on him from the engineering side. But, he must be late, or maybe he's already here, I'm not sure, but yeah, they do look a bit more serious, actually, don't they?
They definitely do.
Reserved.
Well, I think they understand the task that's ahead of them. You know, they've been battling against Redline, Porsche Coenda, actually even just yesterday too, right, to one of their races, and they didn't do too hot. They didn't do bad necessarily, you know, in comparison to maybe other drivers, maybe other teams, but they've got a tall task ahead of them. To be one of the top 2 teams to move out of upper bracket with Redline and Porsche Coenda there, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, for sure. I think they were probably happy that they moved on to the upper bracket from yesterday, but I think if they're looking at it realistically, they would have realized that at least yesterday they were missing that little piece to at least compete fully with Porsche and with Redline. So I'm sure they've been trying to figure out what that is and try maybe make some changes overnight, see what they can do. Maybe it's mentality, just prepare in any way they can without being in the actual simulators. And
yeah. Well, and I want to go back to your story because, again, what does the future of sim racing hold for the younger generation? Now, talk to me about how sim racing has impacted your journey, because you were once the world's fastest gamer, a title that led to so many opportunities.
That's right. It was 6 years ago, and it was a competition that invited 10 current sim racing champions. And it was we all flew over to the States, California, underwent some real-life tests, racing real cars, sim racing tests, physical tests, media training and stuff like that. And at the end of it, they announced a winner, which fortunately was me. And the winner went on to do a season of GT racing in British GT. So, it gave me a platform to basically go and have a real racing career, which is still ongoing. It's a bit intermittent because of budgets and stuff like that. But Yeah, it's completely changed my career and life, 100%, and I think it has for many people now. I think that this is the esports side of sim racing that we're here watching, but there is the realism side, and these simulators are getting more realistic every week. So people can experience what is it like to drive a racing car, and they can get closer to that feeling every single day. So
yeah, and he wasn't just the world's fastest gamer, he still is. Because that competition has not been held since he won. He still holds the title, yeah.
It's going to be on my tombstone, yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough. It'd be easier to find you, but hopefully that tombstone is way out in the future.
Fingers crossed, yeah, God.
Okay, way out to the future. Porsche Coanda, again, returning to the stage. Such a good team. They truly are, and I really do hope that they make an impact because, Mac, one of the things that they mentioned in the interview we had yesterday was Porsche Coanda. They just weren't happy with their performance from last year. This year, they're looking to right the wrongs. They want to be champions.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're always here to win. So don't get that twisted. They're always here to win. They have a winner's mentality. If they're not winning, it's not good enough.
Without a doubt. And Redline, well, they seem quite unstoppable, winning 3 out of the 4 races yesterday, which is just not an easy feat, James.
Yeah, I would say they look so far the strongest, but I know tournaments can ebb and flow, especially a lot at LAN. But they did beat Coanda in both races yesterday, so you've got to say at the minute they are the favourites. I don't doubt that Coanda can come back, but it's going to be really tight. The upper bracket today is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I think from what we saw yesterday, Redline looked just a little bit stronger. I think that very first race was maybe couldn't really read too much into it. Everyone's going cold into that race, first opening race, but then also the second race at Fuji. Even if Josh would have gone past and would have won that race, I still don't think they would have been happy, purely because in qualifying they were just not up to par with what Redline was producing.
What amazes me is we talk about some races are dirty, some are clean. Redline is hugely aggressive, but they don't seem to get a lot of penalties.
I guess they know the rules, so they know how far they can push the
boundaries,
and they're very accurate in the way they drive, so they can place the car exactly where they want to. So there's those 2 elements to that. But as I said yesterday, usually the really, really, really fast drivers in this series are hyper aggressive, and I think you need that combination in Rennsport to be successful. If you're too passive, you'll just get eaten alive.
That's it, isn't it? Well, hey, we're about to head to our stage and get today started. It's day 3 after all. This is a 4-day competition. You don't want to be a competitor and make it this far without seeing the finish line. Day 4, 3 teams to play for $500,000. Who is it going to be? Well, today we're going to get that answer for us. 6 races, 2 brackets, upper and lower. From upper, 2 teams move forward, 1 goes down. From lower, where only 1 of the 3 teams will move out. 2 keys will be crushed today. I gotta say, it's going to be a high-pressure situation without question, but we need to get today started. We need to head over to the S&B Esports Arena to start setting the stage. The teams have arrived. The teams are getting out there, but the question is, are they truly ready to own the day? Own their destiny. Is it going to be Redline, Porsche Coanda, Virtus.pro, or maybe the underdogs of Vitality or Williams? They all have a chance, and any given day is a fresh start, a fresh opportunity to etch their names into history. But they need to grab it, and they need to own this moment and take it for themselves, or else they're going to fall short, just like many others have before. Let's head to the S&B Esports Arena to get day 3 started.
Keys have been crushed and added to the graveyard, and 2 more will be joining them by the end of today. This is the story of the Esports World Cup. This is the story of Rennsport here at the Saudi National Bank Esports Arena. And by today's end, we will have our final 3 competitors.
Underdogs Atlassian, Williams, as well as Vitality made it through to today in stunning fashion. But the champions Redline are still in the mix. So any teams hoping to grab that Champion Slayer achievement have their work cut out for them.
And the champion has been looking unfazed thus far. So, if you come for the king, you best not miss. So without further ado, it's time to introduce our competitors from the upper bracket, starting with Virtus.pro. The valiant virtuosos of the virtual racetrack, vying for a spot in the final to enact vicious vengeance against their veteran adversaries. BMW M-Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing! Relentlessly rampaging through the competition with a rival-crushing, rage-inducing run to reclaim their rightful throne!
And Porsche Coanda leading the pack in points. Porsche's preparation and performance put them in prime position to predominate the pinnacle of the podium. I don't know about you, Sandstorm, but it is getting close to the finish line for these teams, and the energy in here is electric.
That it is. 3 teams take to the stage. 2 will make it to the finals, but by the end of the competition, only 1 can be crowned champion.
All that said, the results will speak for themselves, so we're off to the races.
Thank you so much, Seltzer and Sandstorm, always bringing the energy at the S&B Esports Arena. The players are looking poised. They're taking their sim racing setups and they're getting prepared to potentially dominate or fall short. The question is, which one do they want it to be? We've got 3 total races, but we're starting on Jeddah, which is always a fun, explosive circuit to start the day with. Let's take a look at Jeddah.
It's all about tight walls and fast corners. This is Jeddah. Braking hard for turns 1 and 2, it's important to get into a rhythm for the upcoming section. Turns 4 through 12 are all about precision as the walls are only inches away. Turn 13, the hairpin, a long corner, so stay patient and wait for the right moment to put the pedal to the floor. A slight tap on the brakes and down to third for turn 16 before it's once again flat out. Another fast corner at turn 22, dabbing the brakes, dropping a couple of gears and flicking it through the left-hander, being careful not to use too much of the curb on the right. Finally, the 27th and last of the corners, a heavy braking zone into a tight left-hand hairpin, getting on the throttle as early as you dare for a clean run to complete a lap of the Jeddah Corniche circuit.
I'm so excited that we're starting with Jeddah because it's such a chaotic map, and we've seen so many teams start out strong into qualifying results only to go into lap 1 and fall short trying to recover. They simply can't. Jeddah is a great start with our top 3 seeds once again battling against each other. And Mac, this time around, Virtus.pro, they've got to be ecstatic. They're going into a circuit they've already won on.
Yeah, for sure. McCormack put in a mega lap yesterday. To be fair, the Redline guys were not far off, but as we discussed earlier, I do think this is kind of an Aston Martin track, which is good for them. I think it's always nicer to kind of get a decent result out of the way. Of course, nothing is guaranteed, right? But at least you have probably a better chance to doing it in the first round here.
I would, if I'm Virtus.pro, they know their back is against the wall, James. So I would be very, very happy going into a circuit that we've already won before. It's just an added boost in the overall confidence levels.
That's right, and I think Jamie Fluke was saying that, that especially McCormack, his personal best lap time and stuff is really fast. So they've definitely got the pace, both driver and car. The Aston Martin is not great in traction zones. Fortunately, Jeddah only has a couple of those. So there's lots of medium high-speed corners, and the Aston's got such a strong front end. It just goes through those fast corners really well. So on paper, it suits them, but because it's so close, Redline or Coanda could win this as well.
Well, without a doubt, that's been the conversation. I think everybody understands that. There's no dominant... Redline would be the favorite, obviously Porsche Coanda second, and then Virtus.pro, and it literally goes seed 1, 2, and 3, even based off the performances during this Esports World Cup in 2025. But it is a fresh day and a fresh opportunity. For Virtus.pro, though, Mac, yesterday again was very good. They finished top 3, but there were some moments where we were contemplating, would they be eliminated, would they not? Do you think that had an impact on their mentality? Because even watching the player walk-ins, they did look quite serious.
Yeah, they definitely look serious. Would it have an impact? I'm not sure. I think they would know from the online season where they raced in Group A twice against Porsche Coanda and Redline already that they know they're up against the best and that they have to bring their A game. There's no room for mistakes for them or they'll just lose out on points.
Look, McCormack, Ellis Jr., those are the 2 shining stars I'm looking at from Virtus.pro.
Yeah, no secret, is it? They are the 2... the main guys there, and I used to race with Statsenko in a different game, and he was rapid. So I know he can. I know he can deliver, and I'm pretty sure, talking to drivers, that them 2 are on pace with Dara and Kevin. For pure lap time, it's just the delivery and the consistency of their delivery is not quite there. But they are. It's also their first LAN event as well, so we should probably cut them a little bit of slack.
I see.
With the pressure, and it's a very weird environment to get used to. Whereas Dara and Kevin are more used to that.
Right.
Maybe that's an element of it as well.
Do you know Fiala? Is this the first land for Fiala potentially?
Haven't, at least for sure on Rennsport.
Yeah.
Of course, but before I wouldn't really know. He's quite young, right? So
yeah, maybe they've done other LAN events on other games, but it's definitely their first Rennsport LAN event, and Rennsport LAN events are a bit different. The scale of it's bigger.
Well, $500,000, the scale is massive. You're here in Saudi Arabia, you're in Riyadh, you're at the Esports World Cup, which is the biggest consecutive event or cumulative event that happens each and every year now. That's why I'm so happy it's entered into esports. It truly has revolutionized and changed the esports landscape as a whole, even outside of Rennsport. But if you're telling me this is their first time on that stage, their first time truly on land when it comes to Rennsport, then yeah, you cut them some slack, but that does add an added element of, pop-off material. There's a thing called the honeymoon phase. Typically, we discuss the honeymoon phases when it comes to, players or, in this case, racers entering teams for the first time. They want to perform well and truly cement their names within the legacy of the roster, or in this case, Virtus.pro. But, hey, first opportunity to get on that stage, I don't know, they just black out and pop off. I'm hoping that would be the case here in day 3.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, there's a lot of money here for grabs, as you said, 500,000, 200,000 for the winner. I'm sure that plays on their minds. But don't forget that VP is also in the running for the overall EWC Championship, right? So I'm sure as an organization, there might be a little bit of pressure coming from that side as well.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. In fact, they are one of 2 that is led, Virtus.pro and Vitality. You would hope one of those 2 organizations makes it to Grand Finals tomorrow, because we've lost the Falcons, we've lost Maus, we've lost wonderful orgs that were in contention for the Club Championship trophy last year. This year, in week 1 now, Vitality, Virtus.pro are looking potentially very strong to cement their names already early on for their orgs for the Club Championship trophy.
Yeah, and the massive ramifications with that, because the prize money in that sense is even bigger than the Rennsport prize pool. So that if they do reap those rewards. They can reinvest it for next year and just get even stronger and stronger. So, and back to the point on the Virtus.pro drivers, it's their first LAN event, yes, but unfortunately in top-level sim racing and racing, you don't really get that much time to perform. There's not really a lot of slack given to drivers. I think you see that in real-life Formula 1 as well. So it's a harsh business, but I know they're fast, so they can definitely deliver today.
Yeah, and the difficult thing about sim racing LAN events as well is that there's not that many. When you go to other games, for example, it's a little bit easier maybe to set up the game, but here you need all the simulators, of course. That's just not an easy setup. So they're a little bit more rare. So I think experience plays, probably a double part.
So it's not easy to necessarily get to a stage like this. Well, that's been apparent with the teams that have already been eliminated. For Team Redline, though, we've been talking about them consistently 3 out of the 4 races yesterday. But more importantly, the consistency is just incredible from them. They are the same exact 4-stack, the same roster from last year, the champions returning to defend their title. At this point, I have no reason to believe that they won't defend their title, but you never know, right? Kevin Siggy has been on fire. Sebastian Joe, we've been talking about him really from the beginning of yesterday when they were in race 1 to now. We got Bennett, Rietveld as well. You got 4 superstars. And the thing about them, what makes them so unique and so dominant is any of those racers have proven that they can win online, on LAN as well. So when you got 4 superstars who can all win and they're all racing at the same caliber, there's no weak link. How do you defeat Redline?
Well, it's been a couple of years since anyone has.
That's
to
right.
be honest. But I think Siggy and Rietveld didn't really. They weren't their normal selves yesterday, so I think they've got even more to come in that sense. Seb and Bennett were right there, though. They both got wins, I'm pretty sure.
That's right.
So, yeah, there's still more to come from them, and they were already so strong. So, yeah.
Mac, was it Bennett or Job who got 2 wins yesterday for?
Yeah, it was Sebastian Job. Yeah.
Did Bennett not get a win?
I think Bennett got 1 win.
I think
Bennett won the Daytona win, wasn't it?
No, Bennett won the second Fuji race.
Yes,
he kind of ran away a little bit. Yeah, so or it was the first one of them. He kind of ran away. So yeah, they're for sure looking strong. I think Siggy maybe a little bit off, but he's also had his moments. I think the only guy that wasn't quite performing that well was Rietveld. But then at the same time, you look at their points tally. Even without Rietveld performing his best, they're still up there.
Yeah, they started Fuji 1, 2, and 3, I think it was, or 1, 2, and 4. Either way, it was quite dominant. So let me double check. Does Fuji go? No, it doesn't. So it's going to be Jeddah, Daytona, and Spa for upper bracket. If they do drop down miraculously to the lower bracket, then race 6, the final race of the day, and race number 3 ultimately for lower bracket would be on Fuji. But either way, they've proven themselves, Jeddah, Daytona, Spa. They know these circuits inside and out. But let's also talk Porsche Coanda, because they are a strong favorite to be one of 2 teams to move to the upper bracket directly. And James, we look at it, Rogers, Warren, Collins, and Caruso. Hear a lot about Collins and Rogers specifically. Those 2 seem to do quite well out there. But what about Warren and Caruso?
Well, I know Dane's very, very fast. He just sometimes gets involved in a lot of accidents and, things go wrong. Maybe he's a little bit unlucky as well. So I think if he hooks it up, he'll be right there with Josh and Charlie. And then Caruso, to be honest, I don't know a great deal about Caruso, but you keep telling me he's top tier.
Yeah, for sure. He's very good, especially when you look at his results in other championships as well. He's been winning, second place, always competitive. Even in this game, he's really good, of course. He's won races here. He's only been here for, half a year since the start of the season, and he's already won races. That is alone, of course, an impressive feat. Coming back to Dane, I do agree he's a little bit inconsistent. It's a little bit hard to kind of point to what exactly the problem is, but he's mega fast. Like him and Josh, whenever I was always practicing with them, there wasn't really too much more frustrating for me than just having their lap times compared to mine every day.
Right. Well, hey, it's when you have people of that caliber and you're comparing yourself, it gets kind of brutal, especially mentally. But would you consider, if you had to pick a superstar out of the 4, would it be Rogers or Collins? Who do you think? No,
definitely Rogers. Charlie is also a phenomenal driver, but I think Josh has been in the game a little bit longer, has a little bit more of that aura, He has won so much, everyone knows him. Yeah, for me, he is the sim racing superstar, and I think Charlie is also proving this season that, at least from a performance perspective, he's just as good, right? So
right, without a doubt. So Virtus.pro, I think we've determined they might have an advantage here, not only because of their car, but also because of their performance yesterday. But Redline, Porsche Coanda are going to be hot on their heels. It comes down to the qualifying session, which is so very, very important, especially to break away from that first turn where we've seen so many teams lose out very, very early on. You know, despite Virtus.pro having such an advantage, James, with their vehicle, as you're saying, I mean, how realistic do you think it is that Redline and Porsche Coanda are going to be that much further behind Virtus.pro because of the car performance?
Oh, there's literally no guarantees. It's just a hunch, you know. It's a prediction. I can see this going anyway, and I'm pretty sure in most of the races so far at Jeddah in this tournament, we've seen carnage at turn 1, lap 1. So that's another factor. So this could go either way. But I mean, that's why I'm so interested in this race, is because it literally is up in the air as to what's going to happen.
Well, and it sets a tone, doesn't it? You know, this is upper bracket. You only get 3 races. So, I mean, this is quite literally the very start, the first opportunity to stamp your name and say, I'm going to the finals. 2 good races back-to-back for one of these rosters. Well, they potentially already submit their names into the grand finals tomorrow. Now, for those who struggle, well, then they only have 2 more races to go, and they've got to clean up the rack. They don't have that much time, right? Because we're not switching the stage up. We're not introducing new teams. They don't get to hop off the rig and go and relax, maybe go to the bathroom, whatever. But I mean, aside from that, they don't get as much time as they did yesterday, right? Where they could race 1, maybe have 2 or 3 races to talk strategy, relax a little bit, get their heads about them. No, today is just back-to-back-to-back races. We're heading into race 1 upper bracket. It's going to be on Jeddah, Redline, Porsche Coanda, Virtus.pro to call the action. Let's hand it over to Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney.
Absolutely, upper bracket time, and day 3 of the Esports World Cup gets underway before Championship weekend, which starts tomorrow, starting with us on Rennsport, crowning a World Cup champion in 2025. Who is going to be there? Well, it's going to be 2 of these 3 teams, we know that. It could be all 3 of them racing again tomorrow if the team that finishes last in this group finished top of the lower bracket coming up later this evening. Mikko Statsenko will be first, and what Taylor said there was, I think, sums it up perfectly. This race sets a tone. Virtus.pro can't go, well, no one can go through confirmed after 1 race, but they can certainly set a tone for these first 3 races.
You can really do yourself a lot of favours, right? And he's right in saying that you carry that momentum throughout the rest of the races. We only get 3 per bracket, which means you've not realistically got a lot of time. If you have a bad race, you've already accumulated a third of the total points that will be scored, and that really sets a sort of a poor tone for the final 2. That being said, we did see a big resurgence from Williams yesterday on the brink of elimination to then being able to comfortably work their way through into competition today. So having a poor first race isn't the be-all and end-all, but it definitely does help to start strong and end strong.
I think the key phrase probably is that you can't win this group in the first race, but you can lose it. Yep. And that is, of course, if you all finish down towards the bottom, whichever of these 3 teams, even Porsche Coanda and Team Redline are going to find it difficult to pull that sort of a margin back with only 2 races remaining after this one. It's not been a bad lap from Mikko Statsenko, but you get a feeling that in a field like this, it's not going to be pole. A 44.1 in the first sector, a 37.9 in the seconds. No slowdown at least. He will be in the mix, but I don't think this is going to be pole first time round.
No, I don't think so either. He's going to make his way across the line. He's never taken pole position in R1, has taken a front row before, I think during the dynamic group stage of 2025. Let's see what the lap time is, though, as he crosses the line.
What's the early time going to be? It's going to be 59.4. Yeah, that's going to be some way away from pole. You'd be looking really for a low 49 to be pole. If we see a 59. I was
going to say, that's rapid.
Yeah, that's cheating. A 58 would be extraordinary to see. Let's see if we get one.
Yeah, let's see. Luke Bennett up next. Of course, he's on pretty good form at LAN. Of course, historically not been the best. Always been a good support driver, but his performance at Fuji yesterday really cemented him towards the front end of BMW M Team Redline. Red Bull Sim Racing across the line. Is it going to get closer to the low 59s? It's a 58.9.
Wow.
Goodness me, Luke Bennett setting the pace.
And Josh Rogers has got to slow down as well. Team Redline have laid their marker down in the upper bracket straight away as Luke Bennett sets a 48.9. That's a very strong lap time, but don't forget the struggles that BMW had in this race at this circuit yesterday when they were up against Virtus.pro and Team Vitality in the group stage yesterday. They struggled a lot, so what can some of those other Aston Martins do, namely Darren McCormack, who's a very strong driver around this circuit. Josh Rogers getting a slowdown though is huge news for Porsche Coanda. He sets a 2:02.6.
Uncharacteristic mistake there from Josh Rogers. Let's see what Kevin Siggy can do. It seems to be quite decent thus far. 43.02 the first sector, 37.7 to the middle. This is right on the money. Team Redline are not messing around. The fastest pole time here yesterday was a 59.0. That's already been smashed. The level through each day of competition gets higher and higher. Kevin Siggy across the line, and it's a front row lockout provisionally for Team Redline.
Charlie Collins next up for Porsche Coanda. This is pretty big now for them. He needs his teammates to step up here, does Josh Rogers. And Charlie Collins, the best rated driver through the online rounds of the dynamic group phase and the seeding phase before that as well, has now got to step up because yesterday he was just maybe a little bit below par. Although last time he was here at Jeddah, he did win. He hasn't raced here on Jeddah yet, but he has raced online, of course. Over the line, only 4th place for Charlie Collins.
Not great. Wojtek Fiala has really stepped it up recently in his qualifying performance. 44 deads to the first sector, 37.8. Not looking to be too bad of a lap. Let's see if he can keep it hooked up in this final part of the lap. A P4 in his last qualifying session at Hockenheimring yesterday really allowed Virtus.pro to be in a good position going forward, and well, he's going to need some of that today for Virtus.pro to maybe surprise and go straight through into the final. What a shock that would be to this competition. Hugged the pit wall to the left-hand side and across the line. It's a front row for Wojtek Fiala.
Very good lap time for Fiala, and he leaves Darren McCormack to come and help him here. He was faster than McCormack in the first sector, but that is the fastest second sector we've seen all year in the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Darren McCormack is producing here, and that's a nice line as well through the final turn. He shakes his head. He believes he could have done more, but I think this is going to be second place for Darren McCormack. And let's see, he won round here yesterday. What about today? Over the line, 0.08 of a second away from pole.
He matches his pole time of yesterday. Darren McCormack, now statistically the best driver around the Jeddah Corniche circuit, but at the moment, at best, it's a front row start. Dane Warren slightly off the pace to sector 1, slightly off the pace to sector 2. Can he recover something in the final sector? Because at the moment, Porsche Coanda are in trouble in the first race of the upper bracket. Could we see a shock in this stage of the competition? Foot to the floor and that run to the line. It's not been a tidy first 2/3 of the lap. Let's see as he makes his way to the line, and it's not good at all. P5.
This could be a seismic shock if Porsche Coanda finish bottom of this group, but they've got a long way to go yet. Not going to get too overexcited after race 1, although I have been known to. This is Sebastian Job into the final corner. Had a good day yesterday, as the guys on the desk were talking about. Took a couple of victories and took pole at Fuji as well before he and Darren McCormack made contact. That got them both penalty points after Job rejoined unsafely after the incident. What's he going to do here, the British driver? 5th place for him. Not bad for Team Redline all round, with Riyadh still to come.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. I mean, as it stands, it's, you know, they've got provisional pole. I don't think that's going to get beaten. Kevin Ellis Jr., decent to the first sector, decent to the middle sector, maybe about half a tenth off where he really wants to be. But let's see as he rounds the final part of the lap. Decent line through the final corner, and you've got to be careful. You're trying to get the power down as early as possible, but don't want to snag your rear end on that wall on the right. Again, hug the wall to the left, shorten that distance as much as possible. Across the line, it looks decent. Virtus.pro are in prime position. We knew the Aston was strong.
Redline and Virtus.pro lock out the top half of this field, and Jordan Caruso has got to break that up here, and I'm afraid these sectors at the moment are just not doing that. He's going to be maybe into the top half with this lap time, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near Luke Bennett's time, which is not going to be touched. We already know that, surely, from these last two. Jordan Caruso now up towards the line. He needs to get into that top half for Porsche Coanda here, otherwise it could be an early trouble, and Caruso's only 10th.
Wow, Jeffrey Rietveld now the last across the line, of course, for Redline. It's looking pretty decent. Like we say, we've got 3 cars inside of the top half of the field, so at least as it stands, they're going to be finishing either first or second in this group, at least for the initial stage of the race. However, his sector time's not looking overly decent. We've not seen the best of Jeffrey Rietveld, at least in qualifying over the Esports World Cup in 2025. Let's see if he can arrive on day 3 and at least sort of, well, hook up a decent final sector. Across the line, it's P7. Porsche Coanda, all 4 cars in the bottom half of the grid.
Well, Team Redline took first blood yesterday, that much was sure, because they finished 30-odd points ahead of Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team, but that's an even bigger marker to lay down. Redline and Virtus.pro beating Porsche Coanda in that first qualifying session. Let's analyse it on the desk.
Man, Porsche Coanda struggling a little bit. A battle for the top, though, for Redline, as they do manage to get the pole position, but they've got to face the facts. They are surrounded by Virtus.pro, who take 2, 3, and 4, I do believe. So things are looking pretty good for Virtus.pro. You know, James, we said it best, right? Virtus.pro, they won yesterday. This should very well be their circuit. It's honestly a blessing. They can start off on a circuit they're so comfortable with and they're performing on to start the day.
Yeah, and we predicted a good qualifying from them, and they're making the most of it. And a good lap from Fiala as well. It wasn't just McCormack and Kevin Ellis. A good lap from Fiala. So all of them chipping in.
Without a doubt. Let's take a look at our qualifying race results and start painting the picture a little bit better for you all out there. Again, it was Bennett who's at the top. He gets the pole position, but Virtus.pro on down, followed by Kevin, Siggy, Joe. But then we start getting your boys over there, man. Mac, what happened to Porsche Coanda?
Yeah, this looks like a horror story, doesn't it, for Porsche Coanda? I mean, this is definitely not what they wanted. Just looked like they didn't have the pace in qualifying. I think none of their sectors on any of their individual laps looked particularly good, at least timing-wise. So, yeah, this will be a difficult race for them. They're for sure. They need carnage up front. There's no way around it.
Well, there might be. You know, I'm kind of curious what you think, James. With Bennett up at the top, Siggy, Joe, then trying to cover ground. How spicy does it get between Bennett, Siggy, and then the remaining members of Virtus.pro?
I'm sure it'll get a bit spicy. Yeah, I mean, by the way, Bennett's lap was cracked. Like the first 58 we've seen all tournament. So that was good to watch. What happened to Rietveld? Because was it a slowdown? Because it said 0-0 on the lap time. Because he hasn't got a quali ban.
I'm not really sure, to be honest. Maybe some issues. Yeah, because Rogers definitely had a slowdown penalty. So, yeah, maybe he got a slowdown in the end. I'm not sure. But either way, yeah, starting last.
Yeah, a shame for them. But, yeah.
Well, it is what it is. The qualifying results stand where they stand. I'm curious what you think out there in the chat. Look, it's going to be pretty competitive, as you would expect, in our upper bracket. I'm ready to take a look, though, at what Bennett was doing so well in our Remco pole position because, like you said, James, he was absolutely cracked.
Yes, and this is on the lap itself, I believe, approaching the final corner. So he's going to drift out to the right to get the widest line possible for the final corner. Hard on the brakes, down to second gear, and then you've got to kiss the inside wall here. It's actually quite a little bit away from the wall, but then, yeah, you've got to avoid that wall on the exit as well, which is so easy to hit because you're very, very eager to get on power to carry that speed to the finish line. And shortest run to the line, and that was the end of his 58.9. So, yeah, really, really quick lap.
Here we see it in the Porsche. I mean, maybe we can see some differentiation. Let's see how they take the final corner. But like James said, that final corner looked really tricky. Throughout the whole competition already, we've seen people come out of the final corner, the car is sliding, the rear is loose, and they just kind of kiss the wall on the exit and they lose the run to the line. It looks pretty tidy here, but yeah, lap time-wise, it just wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough indeed. Fast time, setting the standard for Redline. Redline, the best team in upper bracket, at least at the moment. We're going to call it that until we see the results. Virtus.pro looking like they're on fire, but it doesn't guarantee success. We go back a couple of Jeddahs ago, and I do believe we had a team that was, 2, 3, and 4. Then all of a sudden, after that first turn, they were all the way in the back, James.
That's right, yeah. And I think what we could see today, if two teams take an early advantage, say if it was Virtus.pro and Redline, they might almost work together to eliminate Coanda, you know, and they would guarantee their place in the final. That's happened before, right? Opposing teams working together to basically screw over the third team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's also not too much to lose, right? You just want to be the top two. You're guaranteed to the final. It doesn't really matter which order you're in. If they can work together and make that happen, yeah, 100% they will.
Work together. How do you work together?
Well, in this case, you've got Virtus.pro and Redline cars all in the top 6. So they might not fight each other too hard and give Coanda that opportunity, because Coanda clearly is struggling for a bit of pace around Jeddah, so they're going to be hoping for incidents. But if the other two teams don't give them the incidents, then they're stuck.
All right, well, there it is. The qualifiers are done. The only question is who's going to end up being the fastest during the actual race. So let's get the race started. Race 1 upper bracket. We're heading into Jeddah. Redline, Porsche Coanda, Virtus.pro, Ewan O'Leary, Zach Sweetie, take it away.
What a race this is going to be. That qualifying session has set us up perfectly for the first race in the upper bracket. Worth remembering as well, actually, that the Porsche is not particularly fancied around Daytona, especially in that middle sector. So just look out for that in the next race, because race 2 of the upper bracket is on Daytona. Then you've got Spa, which Josh Rogers is great at, of course, and their teammates as well, but they need to be in the mix by then.
They really do, and they just need to limit the damage at the circuits they're not as strong at and really maximise their strengths, which of course is going to be Spa. 1 and 2 for Rogers and Charlie Collins yesterday. Let's see how they do, though, towards the back end of the field here in Jeddah.
There he is, Dane Warren, just getting ready. He's the best placed of the Porsche Coanders in the field. I don't think Jeff Rietveld's time was showing up a moment ago. He qualified 7th, so you will spot him on the inside of row 4. Down towards turn number 1 then. Luke Bennett, after that astonishing qualifying lap, will be in control of the field for the first race of the upper bracket in the Esports World Cup in 2025. 10 laps here at Jeddah to sort this one out as we get the race underway. Luke Bennett gets off to a decent start, and it's a sandwich for Wojciech Fiala, who's got Siggy and Job either side of him. In towards turn 1, Porsche Coander going to be aggressive into the first turn, and they are. 3 wide in the midfield, and Collins and Warren move up to 6th and 7th.
They have to be aggressive, though. Their poor qualifying session this first lap, when everyone's bunched up, is so important for Coanda. Bennett able to consolidate that lead, but side by side, Sebastian Job going around the outside of Wojciech Fiala. Now as we enter this swooping sector 1, the inside line going to favour the Aston Martin. Job now hung up to dry on the outside, and a look to the inside, pinch to the apex as well, as Job was trying to attack McCormack in front. Fiala now gets involved. They end sector 1. It's Bennett from McCormack.
Job has done a good job to get himself in the middle of those Virtus.pros, though, and Porsche Coanda have done a good job to shuffle Siggy back as well. It's roughly on as even, but Porsche Coanda will certainly have the least amount of points at the moment after that first sector. They're still side by side, in fact. That's Josh Rogers, who's moved forward from last to 8th in this opening lap. Kevin Siggy trying to prevent him from going any further.
Yeah, exactly, especially with Bennett and Job doing a good job at the front of the field. Siggy and Rietveld's job from further back is to prevent Porsche from going forwards, because they know they're going to be strong later on in the group, and Redline right now need to hold firm and secure some good points. Siggy wants to move forward, take some points away from Porsche and score more for yourself. That's one thing that BMW M Team Redline, Red Bull Sim Racing do really, really well, is that team dynamic. They work so cohesively as a 4. So too do Porsche Coanda, so too do Virtus.pro, but Redline have just got a little extra on top of that. Siggy and Rietveld know their job. They need to press forward.
Fiala's seeing a bit of a gap open in front of him here, by the way. That's Bennett and McCormack who are being let free, and Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to benefit maybe. He looks on the outside of turn 26, inside at 27. It's a tight line down there, and Sebastian Job just keeps him at bay for the moment. Charlie Collins right in there as well, and he's got 2 teammates behind him. Cook back out at 27, and he's on the inside. In the background, Mikhail Stansenko finds the wall.
Oh, goodness me. I don't know if he was tagged round or if he just got on the power a bit too quickly, but that is not what Virtus.pro need whatsoever. Kevin Ellis Jr., they may be getting swarmed by the Porsche Coanda cars towards turn 1. Wojciech Fiala trying to put some pressure on Sebastian Job. He gets the cut back off the exit of turn number 2. Job not with the greatest of exits, but will have the advantage by the time they reach turn number 4.
And how are they going to squeeze through here? Fiala's just in behind. He's going to have to be careful. He's still there, though, and Job gets the job done into the top 3 for 2 of the Team Redline cars, and Charlie Collins is in the top 5 as well. It's changing here for Virtus.pro, and not positively at the moment.
It's all falling apart. Dara McCormack staying with Luke Bennett, but the rest of the team just seem to be going backwards, falling into the clutches of Porsche Coanda behind. Now in the slipstream, Charlie Collins applying some pressure to the rearview mirror of Wojciech Fiala in towards turn number 11. Let's see if he can launch an attack into this long hairpin. Not quite close enough, but look in the background as well. Kevin Siggy squeezes his BMW through on Joshua Rogers.
That was a bit of a bumper to barge, and I wonder whether the stewards will have something to say about that. Still side by side, and that might be Siggy letting him back through again. He might just have acknowledged that that was an unfair pass, and he lets Rogers through, although he might still get a penalty because the stewards will look at it anyway, and it has cost Rogers a second in the end.
Yeah, it has done indeed. Of course, a big talk of the town yesterday. The reason Mauser no longer in this competition anymore is because of penalty points. You have to be so careful, limit how many stewards inquiries you get, how many of those penalty points that you rack up, not only for qualifying bans, but again, those points against your license tally up against your championship points, and that could be the difference in between going straight through to the final or having that cutthroat lower bracket group to decide your fate.
Speaking of qualifying bans, by the way, none at the start of today, as I mentioned, not in the upper bracket anyway, but McCormack McCormack, Warren and Rogers are all quite close to receiving a qualifying ban, or indeed a race ban in McCormack's case, at the start of tomorrow. They won't apply today, but should they make it through to the final, they will apply for the first race of that final, should those teams make it. We'll get to that again later. At the moment, Josh Rogers is involved in an incident that's being investigated by race control as we come down towards turn 1 again. Speaking of which, Josh Rogers is in the battle right now. Caruso looks in the background trying to pass these guys as Siggy goes round the outside, inside at turn 2. It's going to be side by side off the corner as well. 2 by 2 between Redline and Porsche Coanda, just as it was meant to be. These two teams going head to head again for the World Cup, and Rogers keeps 8th place for the moment.
A perfect embodiment of exactly what we expected coming into the Esports World Cup in 2025. Porsche Coanda from Redline from Porsche Coanda. This is what we want to see. This is the rivalry that has been boiling for the last 2 years in R1 competition. We're on lap 3 of 10. Bennett still in control from McCormack just in behind. How many risks is he going to take though? Because at the moment it's a pretty safe second place. Job is too far back to realistically do anything, and that points yield could be worth it for Virtus.pro, but considering all of the other drama that's happened for them, they might want to just bank a solid 20 points.
Penalty coming through for Jordan Caruso. He's going to get 3 seconds added to his race time at the end of the day, and 4 licence points as well. That's for contact with Mikhail Statsenko, who went around at the final corner, turn 27. So already bad news for Porsche Coanda, and we said it earlier on. If you look at the groups from yesterday and see where everybody ended up, it's almost a list of who got the least penalties. Obviously, the actual finishing positions mattered way more, but it's a good way of just seeing how much those actually take effect in terms of your finishing position in the group.
Yeah, 4 penalty points is huge. And right now, after lap 1, of course, we had a provisional points tally calculated. Porsche Coanda not looking good. I think their fortunes have changed, of course, since then. Slight little tap to the rear end there from Charlie Collins on the back end of Wojtek Fiala, getting all sorts of close. Now in the slipstream, though, Wojtek Fiala is going to be forced to go to the left-hand side, forced to defend, and Charlie Collins going to apply some pressure. In fact, actually, the Aston Martin takes back to the racing line. Here comes Charlie Collins to the inside.
Depends whether you want the outside or the inside at turn 2, really. It's do the opposite at turn 1 for whatever you want. Inside for the second part, and Fiala's going to get cut off there. Free wine, in fact, with his teammate, and Kevin Ellis Jr. is trying to get them both, but he won't. And Charlie Collins moved through to 4th. He is dragging Porsche Coanda on his back at the moment, and he's got 4th position. In the background, Jordan Caruso has got both red lines, so that's good news for him. He's just trying to keep them away from Josh Rogers, who at the moment is going to finish 8th.
Yeah, not great at all for Josh Rogers. Of course, that slowdown in qualifying really hurting him, especially, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier on. Fair enough, maybe you do want your fastest driver as such to be the one to have a poor qualifying, because they're the best one to work their way back forwards. But equally, on the flip side of that, they become the biggest target. Rietveld and Siggy around them, and the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr. look at Josh Rogers and go, well, hang on, you're not getting through, because if you get through, you're going to run away and score some good points. We're going to keep you at bay. The better you are, the bigger the target is on your back. And Josh Rogers, at the moment, the best he can manage is 8th place. The good news for them, though, is they've got Warren, Rogers and Caruso all lined up together in positions that could help them steamroll their way through, albeit slightly dispersed. Rogers not really all over the back of Warren.
Not for the moment, and that's because of the battle for 8th place that we've seen develop in the last couple of laps here. Not too many other fights are going to continue on from here then. The one for the lead might well do, but Luke Bennett's been very quick so far, and that's contact. Well, what happened there? We caught the back end of it. Collins, Fiala and Kevin Ellis Jr. came into turn 22 on top of each other, and in the end, Charlie Collins had to go across the tarmac, and they're going to do a swap here at Virtus.pro, which makes sense.
Yeah, it does indeed. Wojtek Fiala, of course, his qualifying was amazing, but Kevin Ellis Jr., I think, just has the race pace and the racecraft, that experience to go and catch and maybe even overtake Charlie Collins as well. We have had a warning come through for Kevin Siggy from Team Redline, and that's going to put a single penalty point onto their licence as there's drama in the background.
Yeah, did I see that right? Or was there someone off in the background there?
Your eyesight is a bit better than mine, mate. I had no clue.
Yes, something has happened. Rietveld and Caruso have made contact. Well, we'll have a look back at that in a moment as well, but that's deep from Kevin Ellis Jr. That's not going to help, and that could allow Charlie Collins to get away. Not ideal for Caruso at all, although, yeah, he might well get a higher finishing position. You might well get another penalty as well. That'll be something else for the stewards to look at a little bit later on. But yeah, as you say, Kevin Siggy, just a warning for that contact with Josh Rogers earlier, and that means he will lose a point for Team Redline. Not too costly, especially since they're winning the race and they're 3rd as well, but even so, want to avoid those as much as possible, and we might well see another one coming through pretty soon.
Yeah, exactly that. Lap 5 of 10, though, we're ticking close to half distance of the first race of the day. Bennett leads from McCormack and Sebastian Job. Of course, Redline did a fantastic job in qualifying. They're looking to follow that forwards into the race. Let's take a look back. I think this is going to be what happened a bit further back. Could this be Riyadh? That's the number 13 of Wojtek Fiala. Was that a bit of contact with Charlie Collins maybe into the final corner?
It's a little bit of contacts there, but the 93 was in the middle. That is Charlie Collins, yeah. So that was just the bumping and barging that we saw live. There's clearly some more after that as well, further down the field. This is Luke Bennett, though. He doubled his LAN win tally yesterday, 1-2, and he is now trying to get it to 3 with Darren McCormack. He's never won multiple times in one LAN event, and well, not one anyway. And he is looking to do that this afternoon. Darren McCormack being behind you, though, is massive, massive pressure for Luke Bennett for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, exactly. And now, of course, like what we were saying, maybe they come back together, Redline and Virtus.pro, right? Because for Redline, it's sort of a case of, well, our biggest rivals are going to get demoted to the lower bracket, and they've then got a much harder time to actually join us in the final. So sort of for their sake, it's a case of, well, actually, it could be beneficial to us to work with Virtus. And then Virtus is saying, well, let's work with the powerhouses that are Redline to almost guarantee us a slot going into the finals. Now with Virtus.pro sort of dispersed around the grid, I mean, I think they're still scoring higher than Porsche Commander, at least at the moment in this race. It might still be worth them working together. However, if fortunes turn less in favour of Virtus.pro, maybe we could see McCormack get closer and closer and start applying some pressure to Bennett. I think what it is going to be a case of is going to close up so that should he need to attack, he can, but not directly really go for too much aggression.
Well, this is where the battle's going to be. From 4th place on backwards. Could maybe include Rogers and Siggy and be involved in this, but they are a second or so away. These guys are probably more likely to fight, but even then it's going to be tricky. It's a good job from Team Redline so far, though, considering it's a circuit the BMW doesn't enjoy so much, and this is what happened further behind. That's contact between Rietveld and Caruso. That little bit of initial contact sends them both sideways as they try and gather it up. They smash into each other.
Yeah, it was just a little bit awkward there. Rietveld obviously wanted to turn into the corner. There was a Porsche on the inside. That unsettled the Porsche, which then had a snap of oversteer, which then, as he corrected it, then gripped up again and snapped back into the BMW, which then sent him round. It was just one of those things. Awkward pinch point at the apex. Going to be difficult to pin blame either which way. I'm sure the stewards, of course, will be taking a slight look at that. Lap 6 of 10, though. Luke Bennett versus Darren McCormack. Not really been too much going on between the pair of these guys, but I have to say, I'm so impressed with Luke Bennett over the last couple of days here at LAN. Not only has he really sort of stepped up his qualifying and his race pace, but also he's in contention for those race wins. He's not just sort of playing that 3rd or 4th rear gunner role. He's really at the front, scoring some high points for Redline, and at the moment leading the way fairly comfortably.
Out of the final corner and onto the front straight again. Darren McCormack again putting the pressure on Luke Bennett. Should be a couple of laps to go here. And surely at some point, Darren McCormack's going to give this a go, or will he? I think is the question. There is the stage, the action on stage. And currently, Virtus.pro will be relatively pleased with how they're going. It'll be 39 points, I think. But penalties notwithstanding, maybe even 40. If they can start to average 40 or so, then you'd certainly see yourself, if you're in the upper bracket anyway, if you average 40 a race or so, you should be going through to the final.
Not bad at all. Sort of, yeah, points all really, really good. Up there for sure, and exactly what they need to do. The upper bracket is interesting because 2 of the teams go straight through, which, of course, almost effectively doubles your chances of maybe making your way into the finals over tomorrow. But that does mean you do need to deliver over the next 3 races. Those, of course, that finish third will be demoted to the lower bracket. They'll join Vitality and Williams on their pursuit to clinch that final spot in the finals tomorrow, and that means that even though you do finish third, there is still another opportunity to maybe still find your way in this competition. Slight bit of a tap to the barrier there from Dane Warren. I don't think it's going to hamper him too much, but we saw that yesterday. He lost a bit of ground at Fuji from these tiny micro mistakes that chip away at that lap time, and I think maybe that's one of the factors that's holding him back.
Josh Rogers has completely got rid of Kevin Siggy, who's sliding away and frustrated with himself just a little bit there. Looks like he's going to be a 9th place finish finish here in race number 1 for him. But Darren McCormack's run of podiums here at Jeddah looks like it is going to continue. Won yesterday at this venue, and he looks like he's going to be up there in contention again. And he's getting close here, Darren McCormack. And here he goes into the final corner, maybe. We're on the penultimate lap, and he's going for it here. Virtus.pro looking to steal the most points out of race number 1 in a big surprise in the upper bracket. He's got a good exit now out of the final corner and onto the front straight. Darren McCormack's really putting the pressure on here. He's going to go to the outside. He's got no choice. Luke Bennett shoves him there. He's going to squeeze in between the wall and that big BMW M4 on the inside line. Darren McCormack on a tight line, and he's not going to manage it. Round the outside into the first chicane.
That was perfect from Bennett. He gave him as big of a squeeze as possible and not a centimetre over. Darren McCormack had to thread the needle there and be so precise, but Bennett, that was immaculate defence. And right now we've got 2/3 of a lap, just over 2/3 of a lap to decide this race. As things stand, Team Redline top the group with 43 points, 39 to Virtus.pro and 21 to Porsche Coanda, really on the back foot as we're about to complete the first of only 3 races in group or the upper bracket onto the final lap. Luke Bennett looking back though, the pressure is on. He thought he was safe. McCormack maybe led him into a false sense of security. The final lap is now though, and well, the gloves are off.
Oh, it's a bit wide from Darren McCormack. It might just be slipping away here right at the very end. He was close last time round, and maybe that was his only chance here. We know the Aston Martin's good at following, especially through these high-speed corners compared to the other machines, but I think he's just a bit too far back here.
Maybe so. Of course, if this move does get done, it means that Virtus.pro would lead the bracket after race number 1. And what a shock that would be. Almost everyone thought it was going to be an absolute Redline 1, Porsche Coanda maybe 2, either which way around. But Virtus.pro, definitely the expectation was they were going to go into the lower bracket. Well, I think maybe some of our analysts' hot takes could be correct by the end of this. Maybe we're going to have one of the big 2 dropping. Of course, still got 2 more races to go, but Luke Bennett, this defence has been perfect.
It would be a seismic shock if either of them were to drop out, but that's how it's looking at the moment. Team Redline and Virtus.pro have dominated this race, and they're going to finish 1 and 2 as a collective. And Luke Bennett is going to win at a LAN event for his 3rd time in R1, and his 2nd time this week as well. Look at the relief now that washes over him. He's delighted, and Team Redline will be as well. Darren McCormack knows it's a job well done for his team, but Luke Bennett wins at Jeddah, a circuit which doesn't particularly suit the BMW when you compare it to the Aston Martin. In fact, they will be very, very pleased to head on to Daytona and Spa with that advantage now in their back pocket. Luke Bennett wins for the 6th time in 2025, and it couldn't be more important at this stage in the competition.
That is the difference that Team Redline make. Even on a track, they're not the strongest. They step up, they find a way to win, and Luke Bennett, congratulations. He's got the most podiums in Team Redline, one of the most consistent drivers in R1, and right there, right now, he proved it.
Let's have a look in a moment at some analysis, of course, after this short break from that first race at Jeddah.
This land is calling.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep. Step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level.
Well, race one has concluded for our upper brackets. It's starting to get serious as we have a bit of a mixed bag, but one thing that stays consistent is, well, the upper echelon. Redline continue to dominate. They have won 4 out of their 5 past races on that very main stage. And, well, for 4 of the wins, it's all been Luke Bennett, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, for the other one, it's going to be Job. So Bennett and Job have been really carrying the weight for this Redline roster, but of course it's not just them. They have a team or team to make the dream work. Wonderful, wonderful performance. Jeddah, we came into it expecting Virtus.pro to be the victors, potentially, have an advantage. Great performance, but at the end of the day, Mac, I mean, you got to give it to Bennett for holding on tight. Pole position, never gives it up.
Yeah, for sure, we need to give Bennett his flowers. It all started with a mega qualifying lap, right? Starting P1, he held on to the lead. He had one attack coming from McCormack, and it was really clear that McCormack was also kind of waiting for those last 1 or 2 laps to really pull a move. He tried, but Bennett held him off perfectly. He did everything right. I would say 100% perfect race from Luke.
Yeah, 100% perfect indeed. But you got to give credit to Porsche Coanda. They start in what I believe Charlie Collins, if I'm not mistaken, was like in 10th place, goes all the way up to 4th.
Yeah, strong race. Not the result they would have been after. I think they came away from that race with the least amount of points. So Coanda have some catch up to do. You can see the best lap times there. So interesting point is that the race laps end up being quicker than the qualifying laps, which usually in motorsport is the other way around. It's just the way the tyre model is, and you go quicker and quicker as laps go on. But yeah, I think Redline and Virtus.pro looking strong to start the day off.
Yeah, without a doubt. Porsche Coanda is most likely going to be just a little bit behind, but it doesn't mean they are done with. Mac, they still have another 2 races to work their way up the leaderboard. In fact, for Virtus.pro, I think the job gets a little bit harder. We expected them to do well on Jeddah. The question is, how will they do going into Daytona? But for Porsche Coanda, I don't think I want to ring the alarm bells just yet.
No, for sure, I wouldn't ring the alarm bells. I think they probably knew that this race was going to be somewhat of damage control. I think this was not the track that suited their car.
Right.
It definitely suited the Aston. Apparently, Redline's not bad here either. But I think they know the tracks that are coming up are probably a little bit better for their car. Daytona, I'm not 100% sure about. Of course, we had Lemonek earlier. I think it was the first day where he won in the Porsche, so could also be a strong track for them. But for sure, at Spa, we've seen Charlie and Josh dominate. So a little bit of damage control here. I think they would have liked to get a little bit more points, maybe get lucky with a qualifying in the top 3. It didn't happen, but fantastic race from Charlie, who went all the way from 10 to 4.
Yeah, without a doubt, McCormack takes second. Wonderful performance from him from Virtus.pro. You go down a little bit lower. Ellis Jr. does drop back 2 spaces, goes to 5th, but for Virtus.pro, I think they did what they needed to do. They kept it competitive between themselves, Redline and Porsche Coanda. So I'm pretty happy with the current standings. I assume it's going to be very close. Porsche Coanda is going to have to come back, but the good news is we're going to a fresh circuit. It's going to be on Daytona. Let's see what it looks like.
Half the legendary high back to the oval, half the infamous twists and turns of the road course as we head down the front stretch and into turn 1. Watch out coming down and off of the banking. It's so easy to run wide here. The International Horseshoe, a tight and long turn. Important to keep the car close to the inside for as long as possible. Turn 6 is the key to a good run around the oval. Early on the throttle, but don't run too wide. Down the back straight, it's time to breathe, but not for long, because we're ready for the Le Mans chicane. Use all of the curbs in the Le Mans chicane, previously known as the bus stop, and focus on a clean exit into the oval turns 3 and 4. From here, it's all flat out for the rest of the lap around the Daytona International Speedway.
Well, Daytona, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's, in a way, kind of twisted, right? We go from Jeddah straight into Daytona, 2 chaotic maps, but you have the top 3 battling. Luckily, though, for the upper bracket, there's 2 spots available. Question is, who's the 2 that are going to move forward? Who's going to be dropping down? We have to ask ourselves that question. Fiala, we had a conversation about him in regards to Virtus.pro. Before going into race 1 on Jeddah, how do you think his performance was during the actual race?
Great qualifying, lacking a little bit of race pace, and in the end holding up his teammate for a couple of laps and getting passed by Charlie Collins as well, who had a great race, by the way, for Porsche. So I think Porsche, when they looked at this upper bracket and they saw the tracks, would have been like, that's not great. You know, Daytona, Jeddah. I know Spa's good, but 2 out of the 3 tracks are not strong for them.
Yeah, exactly. I still have a little bit of hope for Daytona, especially what we saw in the previous race as well. They are fast out of the corners, right? When they go side by side out of a corner, they usually win the sprint. Maybe this will help them a little bit on Daytona. Could help a little bit with positioning the car as well out of corners, that you get the right line onto the banking. But yeah, for sure, maybe not quite their ideal track situation, but at the same time, it does always give them hope, because their best track at Spa is going to be last. So they always have that little bit of hope, like, hey, we can do good here, we can claw back some points.
Yeah, and on red lines, Siggy got I think he got 1 penalty point for the move on Rogers. So even though he let him back through, they still gave him a penalty point, because I guess he still jeopardised his race a little bit. So that was interesting. Usually when you give the place back, you don't get a penalty, but they still gave him 1 point.
Yeah, I'm definitely in favor of still keeping the penalty there. It's of course really nice from Siggy to give that position back. Not many people will do that. I think everyone should, but at the same time, you do, like you said, jeopardize the other guy, right? Josh immediately lost her off to the car in front, and he was open for attack half a lap later. So you do lose something from it, but yeah, fair play for Kevin that he gave that position up.
Yeah, Daytona, going to be a fun one. I feel like it's been pretty wild to watch Daytona in so many different instances. If I remember correctly, it was Redline who got into that little bit of a scuffle during one of the turns, I believe just yesterday.
Yeah, and we saw Kaz, that was where Kazdorp got very, very upset on the run to the line. He got squeezed against the wall and then basically exploded off the wall and it ruined his race. So a lot of carnage at Daytona, pretty much in every race, just the nature of the track. You can't really pull away, so it's all about racecraft. So, and yeah, Redline's racecraft is pretty good, so I probably would favour them going into this race, but yeah, let's see.
Yeah, we saw that huge crash as well on the bus stop, right, on the final lap. Again, this is something that could happen here. You have 3 really strong teams. They all know how to work together. I could really see another 3 wide going into the final lap on the bus stop. And
hopefully.
And also, if it's 3 wide into the bus stop, I don't see anyone coming out alive fully. So let's hope it doesn't happen for them. But for us, maybe it'd be good to watch.
Yeah, without a doubt, it's going to be great to watch for sure. The question is, will Redline ever slow down? The fact that they've won 4 out of the last 5 races from yesterday to today is, I mean, it's sensational, and you have to give them credit where credit is due. No other team has been able to replicate their success. I continue to wait for them to slow down, but they never do. They're so consistent. It's kind of wild, really. You look at other esports, there are very few teams that can be as consistent as Redline has been. I can think of one from a different title, yes, but Redline is right up there with the best of them. For Porsche Coanda, though, I'm really rooting for them going into this next race. The reason why, James, because that race 1, it was okay, but it wasn't the best necessarily, and that they do need to strike back. This race 2 is going to set the pace and set the tone, really, for moving forward into the final day.
Yeah, they need to. No two ways about it. You haven't got very long in this format to score points. And yeah, Luke Bennett drove really well in that last race because he was arguably in the slower car and he still held off the fastest Aston Martin driver here. So McCormack, though, you know, he drove smart. I think smarter than he drove yesterday. He was faster. He was going for the overtake for the lead, but he didn't absolutely fully send it, you know, to the point where there was risk. So he tried, but he was accepting second as well to bag the points for Virtus.pro. So intelligent driving from McCormack.
For sure. McCormack on Porsche Coanda. I look at maybe Joshua Rogers to be very strong here. Granted, 8th place in Jeddah, but I do want to make a point that he jumped up 4 spots, so he showed that he does have the ability to fight through the pack, even if he's on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, he started on the last row, right? He had a slowdown in qualifying. But yeah, Josh is always someone that can move forward. He's always has his eyes forward, never backwards. And even if with that little scuffle with Kevin Siggy and losing the draft, he still managed to pull away a little bit. So good race.
Which I value that tremendously on Daytona with how many accidents we saw yesterday and with how chaotic it can be. Look, there's plenty of opportunities to come from the back of the pack, potentially even the middle of the road to obviously up to the front. It is a bit of a team-oriented circuit. I expect the teams to be working together, and obviously the closer they qualify together, the better. Question is, who's going to be up in the first pole position? Bennett's been on fire. He's been tearing it up today. Not only today, but yesterday as well. Again, 2 wins throughout the Esports World Cup in 2025. To put that in perspective, Redline, they've had 5 races. They've won 4 of them, and Bennett has won 2 for himself. You want to talk about carrying the team. He's doing exactly that. So well done, of course, in conjunction with Joe. But Porsche Coanda, Virtus.pro have to fight hard if they want to steal points away from them. The goal of the upper bracket is to not be the 3rd and final team. But the question is, who is it going to be? Well, this race is going to get us closer to figuring that out. Let's move into Daytona. Lewis McLeod, Steve Brown, take it away.
So we go on to the high banks. This is going to be a very important race for Porsche Coanda to come back after a disappointing first race. 43 points for Team Redline, 39 points for Virtus.pro, and 20 points for Porsche Coanda. Yesterday when we raced around here, it was Sebastian Job with the pole position and the race victory. He took pole position with a 1:43.825. What can be done in the hands of Charlie Collins, who came off an absolutely fantastic race in the previous one after starting from 10th, ended up in 4th position on the streets of the Jeddah Corniche circuit. They'll need to navigate this and qualify, hopefully better than they did last time.
Yeah, I'm hoping the Porsche, for their sake, has a bit more luck around here. The Jeddah Corniche circuit didn't really seem to suit their car. Of course, around here, they have a few more traction zones, slower corners, especially on the infield section, which we are navigating at this very moment. But as you say, a high 43 is the kind of benchmark we're looking at. 43.8 would be a very good lap into the 7s. I'd be amazed to see it, but I would like to see it. This corner here, so important. Get over that curve, get on the power early, because you're going to be full throttle all the way towards the bus stop. A long time full throttle on this circuit. We saw it yesterday. in race number 6. It was an incredible race. I can't wait for this one once it unfolds in a few minutes' time. But Charlie Collins here coming up towards the bus stop.
Certainly so. So the middle sector time, they're aiming for about a 0.4, 0.5. That's pretty decent. We can get a little bit lower than that, but a 0.4 somewhere in there is pretty decent. Although I will say that was way too committed, I think. And you can see the disappointment. Hope you can't lip read. Charlie Collins not happy with his run there through the Le Mans chicane. He works way out. You can see 38.8. It is not going to be good enough for Collins. This is going to be, unfortunately, a pretty disappointing time. It was going to be somewhere in the 44s. Maybe a 0.2, and yesterday when we raced around here, it was Williams versus Mouse versus Redline, and I will tell you, let's see what time it is, but I'll tell you where it would have been yesterday. That would have been 12th and last in yesterday's race.
Yeah,
slow down.
Yeah, coming out there slowly, Fiala, so that's going to be even slower for the Virtus.pro driver. But yeah, Collins there just committed way too hard on the way in. The rear end just wanted to slide out, and you have to get the bus stop right. Once again, you're leading out onto a long, flat-out section. So crucial to get it right. Fiala's going to head to the line here. It's almost going to be inconsequential what the lap time is. It's going to be probably a 46, 47 down in that area. And as he heads across the finish line, it is indeed a 47.0.
Oh, another slowdown and a big hit to the chair. And that one coming from Dane Warren. Frustration brewing. 3 laps done, 2 slowdowns, 1 big mistake anyway in the hands of Charlie Collins. This is becoming a very frustrating qualifying session. Remember though, for Porsche Coanda and for Virtus.pro, with the competition that we've had thus far, of course, everyone races basically on different tracks. The only team that has any experience on this circuit at this event this week is Team Redline. Dane Warren across the line for a disappointing 47.214, and it's another slowdown.
That's 3 out of 4 already. It shows that these guys are really pushing very hard as we get onto the 3rd day of 4 of this competition. Everyone knows that the level is very high. They're really pushing and forcing the issue, and sometimes you go over that limit, which they've all seemed to do so far. Charlie Collins, I mean, even that lap, which had a poor run through the bus stop, 44.4, I mean, if you just don't get that slowdown penalty, he's already ahead of 3 people.
Yeah, he's going to be, I wouldn't say up there, but it's not going to be as bad as maybe it could have been, and maybe it should have been. Here comes a lap then coming in from Sebastian Job. He set a 43.8 yesterday. The sector times are not leaning towards that at the moment. It seems like it might well end up being a little bit higher, maybe closer even to a 44. Let's see what it is across the line as Sebastian Job works his way across it. 44.025 for Sebastian Job. Can Joshua Rogers rescue something for Porsche Coanda in this session?
Here he is. Yeah, Porsche Coanda need something big here. Their first race, not the best. 20 points compared to 39 and 43 for the other 2 teams. They need to do some catching up. Of course, we have the 3rd race at Spa to come, but ideally, they don't want to put too much pressure on themselves in that last race of this upper bracket. Joshua Rogers drives to the line. Is it going to be a good lap for the Porsche Coanda team? It is a 44.0. He goes second.
Certainly. So let's see Kevin Siggy then. Better first sector. What is it in the second sector? Bit of a wave of the hand. It is maybe a little bit slower than where we'd expect, but still this will challenge that 44.0 that's been set by Job and Rogers. It could just about break the 43 if his run out of the Le Mans chicane has been good enough, and it might, well, I mean, to be fair for Porsche Coanda, they'll be hoping that it definitely doesn't beat Joshua Rogers. They need some good points here. Here comes Kevin Siggy across the line. Is it good enough for pole position as he takes to the flag? Yes, it is. 43.985.
Yeah, fantastic lap there under pressure. That's looking really good for Team Redline, having 2 cars on the front row as we speak. Still, though, 5 more cars to set their lap times. Here's Jeffrey Ritveld as he has some good sectors. I don't know if he'll be troubling the 43s with those sectors, but if he can just get in towards the top 5, that would be great for Team Redline. He drives up to the line in the BMW M4 GT3, and he goes 4th, 44.1.
Yeah, exactly. This session going a fair amount slower than the one yesterday, mostly courtesy, I think, of the pressure here in the arena. As we'll see Jordan Caruso the sector times are not looking great again. It's been a frustrating session with this. One person nails it. I mean, we know that a 0.8 is out there. We know that the drivers can do it. Yesterday, 3 drivers did a 43.8. Job, Pfeffer and Bennett. We have Bennett to come. We have McCormack to come as well. Let's see what Caruso does across the line. He moves his way into 4th position with a 44.119. And here comes Darren McCormack.
Now, we haven't actually seen him around this track in the competition so far. Could that be a factor? He's not quite warmed up to the track just yet. Sector time suggests he's on a good pace. He has had some really good races so far, of course, in the competition. He's very much in form, and he needs to set a good time here for Virtus.pro. He comes up to the line then. Where does he go on the order? Second, another 43s, a 995.
Wow, here we go. 2 more laps left to go. And it's Luke Bennett, the next one. Doesn't look particularly pleased with his lap time. Luke Bennett, Kevin Ellis Jr., they can both beat a 43.985. Let's see what Bennett does. Middle sector's a little bit more like it. I get the feeling this is going to be provisional pole position at the moment from Luke Bennett. The sector times are tracking that way. Might not be much. Might be not the best lap time to grab pole position around here. But let's see what Bennett can do as he heads up towards the line. He'll go on to provisional pole, 43.958, but trust me, that is beatable. And going faster at the moment is Kevin Ellis Jr.
Yeah, really impressive by Redline. Luke Bennett has been in fantastic form over the days we've had here in Saudi, in Riyadh, for the World Finals. And last up, Kevin Ellis Jr. He needs to back up his teammate Darren McCormack towards the front of the pack. This is looking really good for Team Redline, not as good for Porsche. But if Kevin Ellis Jr., where does he go? He goes, I didn't see where he went actually, but that looks really impressive for Team Redline. Sebastian Job there, setting a 43.9.
Well, we'll head then down to the studio for some reaction.
All right, there it is. Daytona qualifiers have concluded. Redline still looking as strong as ever. But Virtus.pro, believe it or not, going up into the pole position. Ellis Jr. looking very, very strong. And I must say, despite them being the 3rd seed, at least from the R1 regular season, Virtus.pro looks to be potentially challenging the number 1 seed. The question is, where's number 2? Porsche Coanda. What are they doing? And are they able to recover here on Daytona to go into race 3 with a little bit of an easier job? And, well, Mac, I don't know. Things are getting a little bit dicey for Porsche Coanda. They're going to have to step it up here on Daytona.
Yeah, for sure. Again, position-wise, it's not a great qualifying for them. They're just going to be starting mid to kind of the end of the field. They really need to make something happen in the race again. And it has to come now. Only one more race after this. So, again, if you start falling behind further now, you're going to rely on such a massive round at Spa. And, yeah, to do that is against this opposition. I wouldn't say impossible, but impossible.
I wouldn't say impossible, but impossible. Let's look at the qualifying race results. And, again, for Virtus.pro, finally taking a pole position over that of Bennett, to give him credit, right? He not only wins 2 races for Redline, but he also secures a pole position in the last race, this time 2nd, highly consistent. Nice to see, though, Siggy up there in 3rd place, Job as well, but McCormack being in 4th. So you got number 4 and number 1 for the team of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, the 2 main target men for Virtus.pro looking strong. Kevin Ellis Jr. there with the last-ditch pole lap, which was the only 0.8 of the session. I'd say the lap times are probably lower than we would expect from the top 3 teams in the tournament. And the final chicane at Daytona was causing havoc. 3 slowdowns. Charlie Collins with a big mistake there as well. So maybe people starting to feel the fatigue of the tournament. We're on day 3 now, so...
Yeah, and also something interesting that the 3 people that got slow now were really close in lap time. But from when I was looking, Dane, as he got a slow one, looked like he got quite flustered, and he actually moved up on the banking a little bit, just kind of took his mind off it, and he lost out on P10 by a tenth and a half. I'm not sure how much time there is in that, but maybe if he would stay tight like the others, it could have been even closer.
It's a good point. If you get a slowdown, you should still stay 100% on it, because other people can get slowdowns and you can be ahead of those people. So never give up is basically what I'm saying. But yeah, the grid's very mixed up. Again, Coanda not having the qualifying session they would have wanted. I think it could be track related once again. We know the Porsche is good in Sector 1 here, but Sector 2 and 3 it struggles, and that shows on the grid.
Yeah, I think it will still be decent in the race. Hopefully we saw this in Jeddah as well. I think race pace wise they were kind of there. Maybe their one lap isn't just as strong there, and maybe not here. But yeah, it's going to be a team game here. We got VP up front, we got Redline up front. Again, I think Porsche Coanda is hoping for Rex.
Without a doubt, my only concern with Redline doing so well on Jeddah and Virtus.pro potentially doing so well on Daytona, where does that leave Porsche Coanda? Now, the number 6 spot, though, looking at Rogers, curious if he can fight his way up into pole position. He did a wonderful job fighting from the back line on Jeddah, so he's going to be my guy to watch out for Porsche Coanda, and I really hope he does bring it home for that incredible organization. Let's take a look at our Remco pole position and see what our Virtus.pro member was doing so well. Of course, we're going to be talking Ellis Jr.
Yeah, so we're going through the chicane there, and I'm pretty sure this is on his qualifying lap that got in pole position. So the chicane looked nailed, and the reason it's so difficult for these guys in the chicane is because you can't just brake early and carry the speed through and be safer. You have to attack the entry and carry good speed through the middle and get a good exit. So it's just so hard to get right, so easy to get slow down. You can see Kevin Ellis Jr. hugging this yellow line to have the shortest run to the line, and that was the end of his pole position lap.
Yeah, exactly. And you, like you said, in the race you can be a little bit more lenient with the chicane. You can back off a little bit more, kind of rely on the car up front to kind of, you can kind of catch up again. But in qualifying you have to send it, and you see the cones. If you touch any of them, you immediately get the slowdown, and that's of course what also, 3 people suffered.
Yeah, and we know that 0.8s are very achievable. We saw Dominic Blyer on the first day do a mid or low 0.8. So as I say, I thought we might see a 0.7 in that one, just given that these are the top 3 teams. We've had 3 days of practice now on the rigs. But everyone seemed to struggle a bit there, so interesting.
Very interesting, but the good news is if everybody's struggling, then you're not that far behind, right?
True, it's relative, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all relative, isn't it? Well, Daytona, race number 2 for the upper bracket. Porsche Coanda, all eyes on them, especially Rogers. Can he work his way up the pack? He's going to need to. They desperately need some points. Let's get Daytona underway. Lewis McGlade, Steve Brown, take it away.
Time for the excitement really to begin, as Porsche Coanda have a lot of work to do. That's the main storyline after the first race, and of course the second qualifying. If everything was to finish as it's currently standing in the race, BMW M Team Redline would have 93 points, Virtus.pro would have 80, Porsche Coanda would have 37. They have so much work to do. Thankfully, they've qualified poorly around a circuit you can race at. Of course, around here at the Daytona International Speedway, it is Kevin Ellis Jr. on pole position. It's Luke Bennett alongside. As you can see from above, you've got Virtus.pro and Redline alongside each other, 2 rows deep. You've got one of those Porsche Coandas back in 6th position, the best placed one of Joshua Rogers, and it's all on the line. You've got to prepare yourself for that final race. Let's see what's going to happen as Kevin Ellis Jr. leads us down into the first corner. Big move and big look coming in there from Charlie Collins and Jordan Caruso. There's a big crash across though. Cutting across was Joshua Rogers as he slams into the side of a couple of Team Redline cars. It's Ellis Jr. from Bennett, from McCormack, from Rogers now up to 4th. Sebastian Job has dropped all the way down to 11th, but Bennett takes over the race lead from Kevin Ellis Jr.
Yeah, super aggressive driving there from Joshua Rogers. He's not messing about here. He wants to get to the front of the pack, as do most of the Porsche drivers. They've got a lot of work to do here, and luckily enough, it's Daytona that we've seen it proven before that this is a track where you can work together, you can overtake, you can make your way from the back to the front, and Rogers there sits nicely in 4th.
I know for a fact Redline will instantly be reporting that and saying, no, that was not fair. As here comes Jordan Caruso around the outside of Kevin Siggy. He might not be able to get down to the double yellow. He just about. That was incredibly tight and very well judged. A big slide coming in from Caruso as Siggy looks to the outside. They head their way through NASCAR 1 and 2 and down towards the Le Mans chicane. Here comes Sebastian Job on the recovery drive. As they're going to go side by side into the Le Mans chicane, 2 rows deep. On the inside there, the one closest to camera is Jordan Caruso. Into the mix, though, comes Mikhail Stetsenko. Charlie Collins drops back to 10th. He cannot repeat that epic drive that he's had back in Jeddah earlier on in the day.
Well, I was holding my breath as they were going into their side-by-side. We saw that in race 6 yesterday. Big incidents going into that chicane. It really is a single file kind of corner. You do not want to be going in there side-by-side. And ideally, not even 3 abreast. Hopefully we don't see that later on. There's already a gulf between the top 6 and the bottom 6. A gap of 1.5 seconds, which is going to be hard for the second group to try to recover.
This is back to the race lead, and it's become a Virtus.pro 1-2. Now, either side of the field then, first and second, Kevin Ellis Jr., Darren McCormack, they're running 1-2. Mikhail Statsenko and Wojtek Fiala, 11th and 12th. Those two at the bottom scoring just a single point between them. At the top, they're scoring 45 for a 46-point finish, which would still be pretty decent, I will say, in this competition. But they've got to hold that 1-2. They've got 2 red lines behind. They've got 2 Porsches, but 3 Porsches even behind that as well. Thankfully, there's a bit of a gap back, and it's just 2 that are keeping up.
Yeah, this is nicely set up now, having 2 of each team in this leading group, and we still have the best part of, well, 7.5 laps for the teams towards the back to try to do some damage, try to move forward and try to get more points. Now Porsche 5th and 6th. Let's take a look at the back of the pack. Virtus.pro sitting down there 11th and 12th. They've got their work cut out here as Statsenko there up the inside, and if you just get cut or caught on the outside coming out of turn 6, it's kind of troubling. You can't always get towards the line, and here comes a move back from Job up the inside in towards the bus stop.
Yeah, that was a big one to the inside. Sebastian Job would go. I think he has cleared Statsenko as McCormack's going out wide here. This is so that he can slipstream up to his teammate on the run into turn 1. Bennett's a couple of tenths behind him. He now drops back in deep into the slipstream. This is all very well rehearsed, very well practiced. So you'll see closing up, and Luke Bennett's aware of that. He's very well practiced at this as well. So he won't go for a move necessarily on McCormack right now because he's happy at how things are unfolding. They'll go side by side. That's more a defensive look coming in for the pair of them. See how much earlier McCormack breaks to allow Ellis Jr. to go in deep, but that does mean that McCormack can be in target, and Redline with a bit of an issue there, and there's a bit of a half spin coming in from Rietveld. Warren and Rogers also caught up in the mix for Porsche Coanda.
I'm sure we're going to take a replay look at that, but that was a good example of teamwork there. Darren McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. kind of blocking the entire circuit, just slowing the race down and causing the carnage behind. And yeah, that really does open up the race quite significantly. McCormack now got a 6/10 gap back to Luke Bennett. So this race is suddenly looking a lot better for the Virtus.pro team. And well, Redline, a disastrous race so far. Sebastian Job being pushed towards the back of the pack. Likewise for Kevin Siggy. So it's up to Luke Bennett and Rietveld here to pick up the pieces for Team Redline.
Yeah, certainly so. I will tell you what, as things stand in this race right now, Virtus.pro will be taking over the lead of the points in the upper bracket. It'll be 85 points for Virtus.pro. BMW M Team Redline, Red Bull Sim Racing, they will be in second on 74, and the Porsche Coanda Esports Racing team will be in third on 51. So it's not quite as dire as it looked right at the start of the race, as Jeff Rietveld defends from Joshua Rogers, the driver with the all-time most victories in R1. He's got Jordan Caruso, he's got Charlie Collins behind him, who in the online season was the highest point scoring driver of anyone in the field. That's the pressure that Jeff Rietveld now has to deal with, and they're all working together.
Yeah, Porsche have a nice block of drivers here, 6th, 7th and 8th. They can definitely work together, kind of pushing each other past the helpless Rietveld here on the straight, and that's Rogers moving up a position. So we have 2 together, Warren and Rogers, with Rietveld in the middle, although he's fighting back immediately. He's not having any of it. There's contact through the chicane as we head towards the International Horseshoe. So Rietveld there, getting his elbows out. He's not having any of it. Look at this group. Oh my goodness, I can't make sense of exactly what's happening here. So much is happening.
It is every single Porsche Coanda. It is 3 of the Team Redlines and 1 Virtus.pro involved in this fight, embroiled in this fight for 4th place. Through the dogleg they go. Jeff Rietveld was looking to the inside, trying to work his way back past on Dane Warren. This is where you need your coaches. This is where everyone needs to be firing on all cylinders. Of course, you've got the likes for Porsche Coanda of Luke Pennington. For Team Redline, you've got Andre Kunchman, who, honestly said, has been one of the greatest coaches that we've had in R1. He's so well versed at kind of positioning these drivers and making sure they're all in the same loop. And then, for Virtus.pro, they're chucked in there as well. The thing is, I think it's a little bit easier for Virtus.pro. They've only got 2 drivers in it. Everyone else is fielding basically most of their deck.
Yeah, here we have a look at Luke Bennett. Of course, he had that incident at the end of race number 6 yesterday, going into the bus stop. Look at this. Oh my god, there was a massive spin, and he somehow no, that's the opening lap. He does actually manage to recover it. So taking a look at the replay from one of the earlier laps, and I mean, it's really kicking off. This is more resembling a boxing match now, isn't it?
Yeah, and you could see there, that was Kuba Brzezinski, who's keeping an eye on things also for Virtus.pro. Brzezinski, an ex-racer in this championship, has raced with Darren McCormack at Williams and took over with his teammate his very good friend Nikodem Vishnevsky. They went over to G2. He's a well-versed driver, and he's the one on the wall at the moment, trying to jot down everything and keep Virtus.pro with their eyes on the prize. Rietveld looks to the inside. Once again, this time it's over Rogers, courtesy of Warren, dropping down to 7th position. This fight at the moment has Porsche Commander of Rogers, Rietveld in 5th, Charlie Collins in 6th, Warren, Job, then Caruso, then Siggy is a fair way off the back, courtesy of the contact. So it's Siggy, Fiala and Statsenko off the rear end of the field, meaning that this battle is 3 Porsche Commanders and 2 rather, Team Redlines.
Yeah, this is not an ideal position for Rietveld to be in. He's desperate to try to get to the front of the pack. He's kind of, showing his nose up the inside on as many corners as he can. It's not easy to do. He's got 2 Porsches swarming all over him from behind. And luckily enough, he does have the slipstream benefit from Rogers as we head towards the bus stop. Look at that. Job just off the back of this group, so he's not quite able to provide assistance to his teammate. As the Porsche's looking side by side here towards the bus stop, and that is Rogers protecting the inside. Oh my God, going side by side into the bus stop. Cool. That was quite an interesting tactic there. Rogers just actually backing off quite a lot.
I think he's almost trying to make it a bit more awkward for Rietveld as well his way through. Update from race control: 1 second time penalty and 2 penalty points. Joshua Rogers. So Porsche Commander will now be up to 6 penalty points in totality across this day's competition in just 2 races thus far. But watch them gain way more than that right now. As coming through is Rogers, is Collins as well. Dane Warren will join the mix on the high side as they work their way through the tri-oval. And watch Rogers try and slow this one down just a touch, make it a little bit more awkward for Rietveld, trying to allow his teammate to go around the outside. Charlie Collins, who went from 10th all the way up the order in the previous race, he ended up finishing in 4th place in this one. He's trying to do something very similar here around the high banks of Daytona.
I think that was a good play overall. Josh Rogers dropping back to kind of have a block of 3 Porsches in a row. They kind of use each other to push past on the main straight, and now they end up 2 at the front of this group. Obviously, they're a couple of seconds, or 5 seconds away now from Luke Bennett in 3rd. So this really is strictly a battle for 4th and 5th. And that was a good tactical work, I think, there from the Porsche Commander team, as now Rietveld and Job up the inside, close to contact. And I was just looking at Rogers on the opening lap in towards turn 1. He kind of turned very sharply across the nose of Sebastian Job, and that was the resulting spin for Job, and that's why he dropped down towards the back.
And why the penalty comes from there a little bit from Joshua Rogers. Very quickly, current points before they all change. Virtus.pro 85. Oh, there's a big bit of drama here with Sebastian Job. He gets a little bit wrong-footed there as they work their way up towards the Le Mans chicane. Oh, this is, again, the drama, let me tell you, it is not done yet. Sebastian Job, pole position and race victory yesterday around the Daytona International Speedway, and today it's not going quite so swimmingly.
I think we should use Daytona for every race. This is providing some of the best action in this competition so far. So we've got Jeffrey Rietveld up against 2 Porsches now. We've got another block further back here with Warren and Caruso up against Job. Ideally, Job needs the help of Kevin Siggy here to kind of pull up to the back and make it a 2v2 at least. Back towards the front of the pack. Luke Bennett is struggling to try to make inroads into this group of Virtus.pro drivers at the front. And is that an overtake attempt there from Rietveld? He's been aggressive so far, not quite able to get past the Porsches though.
Their hard fighting though is dragging back in Siggy, Fiala and Statsenko. Let's see this once more. Absolutely baffled by what happened there with Dane Warren. Kind of drove up into the boundary. Is he tapped? No, he just drove up into it. He drove up into the wall and then slammed back down on Sebastian Job. That's a bit of careless driving, to be honest, but they're all going, I guess. There's that at least, as Sebastian Job still remains behind Jordan Caruso. Points at the moment, 85 for Virtus.pro, red line 72. Porsche Commander will be on 51. They're trying to make that slightly better here as we take a look at some of the moves trying to come in. This is Dane Warren. Either side of him is Jeff Rietveld and Sebastian Job.
Yeah, that was a really nice move into turn 6. Just dived towards the apex, got to the apex first, and cut off Caruso from getting there. And now he has the assistance of Kevin Siggy. as we head towards the bus stop side by side. I mean, I'm hoping he backs out in the Porsche there, and sensibly he does, to resume the position behind Joe. But onto the main straight, it's going to be quite interesting now with Caruso surrounded by the BMW M4s. It's going to be quite a tricky position for him to be in as we round out lap 7. Only 2 laps to go for these drivers to try to get those last extra points.
Saw a good look at the key there, the right to enter the Esports World Cup. All of the teams that have taken part have got one. Here comes Luke Bennett then for the race lead. Penultimate lap beginning, and he's at a bare minimum trying to separate the 2 Virtus pros who will desperately try and be locked. It doesn't matter necessarily for them right now if it's first and second, or even second and third, because if they're second and third, they could potentially drag race Luke Bennett up towards the line by working together. But within between, that makes that a little bit harder.
Yeah, I think this is smart driving by Luke Bennett. You know, he kind of sat nicely in third. There's no real need for him to kind of go for second or first in the middle kind of phase of this race. He's waiting for the time when it really matters, which is obviously at the end of the race. So now sat in second, he can try and go for the lead with the slipstream. Of course, he does not have a teammate up with him, so it's not going to be easy. We've seen it many times on the main straight here at Daytona. You try to pull out to the outside on the high side of the banking, you kind of run out of steam. And without the assistance of a teammate, it's very difficult to complete that move. But we're going to see in just a moment's time if he's going to be able to do it, because the next lap, obviously the final lap, is going to be the last chance to go in towards a move for turn 1.
Indeed, we'll have one more lap at the end of this. Now, what happens here? This will be very, very important for the strategy of the final lap. If this was a final lap and it was Kevin Ellis Jr. versus Luke Bennett and Darren McCormack wasn't in the mix, Luke Bennett would be able to take the lead by the start-finish line. He's within 3/10 coming off of the Le Mans chicane. So he's going to remain behind right now because he wants to wait for that card and use it on the final lap. However, he does have McCormack behind, and sneaking onto the scene comes the Irishman. Is he going to be able to retake second position? He looks to the inside as they go into the first corner. The defensive line comes in from Kevin Ellis Jr. just to make sure he fends off Luke Bennett. Could this become a Virtus.pro 1-2 again?
I think that was smart driving. I think you want the right-hand side. You want the outside for turn 1. As long as you can keep a good speed there on the outside trajectory, gives you the inside line for the International Horseshoe. So it might have looked like a weird decision there, but actually he comes out in second. That's probably the best outcome. I don't think the overtake for the lead would have been possible there. But this is going to be really exciting to see if he can maintain second as McCormack up the inside into the second horseshoe. Bit of door banging between the two of them. But once again, Luke Bennett comes out in front and on the inside.
And we've just seen a race where both Bennett and McCormack were doing battle, that time for the race lead. Is that going to be a story of the day? Is that going to be a story of the week? Are we going to see Luke Bennett and Darren McCormack do battle again and again and again, the same way that we see Sebastian Jobe and Joshua Rogers constantly fighting in the history books of R1? Is that what we're destined for over this week in the Esports World Cup? They head their way into the Le Mans chicane. Luke Bennett's maybe a little bit too far back, and Darren McCormack will have that look, try and distract Bennett as they go through the Le Mans chicane. Coming out of it, it's just over 3/10. I'm not sure it's going to be good enough. I think this could be good for Kevin Ellis Jr. Let's wait and see. It's going to be a drag race for second spot. You'll see McCormack come low. Will it be a Virtus.pro 1-2? As far as I'm concerned, Ellis Jr. is out of the picture. He's destined for victory here on the high banks of the Daytona International Speedway. And not only that, he's going to assist his teammate with slipstream. A tiny margin as they come up towards the line. It's a 1-2 for Virtus.pro as they take over the points lead here in the upper bracket. A fantastic drive coming in from Kevin Ellis Jr. and Darren McCormack. You can see the emotion. They are pumped and they mean business here in the Esports World Cup.
Wow, really impressive teamwork from Virtus.pro there. I think Darren McCormack kind of upset Luke Bennett's entry into the bus stop, separated him from Kevin Ellis. He didn't have any slipstream going onto the main straight, and then he was able to quite easily slipstream by. And yeah, just a really good example of teamwork there. You know, 1-2, they were looking really strong. Luke Bennett, I think, respect to him. He gave that a really good go. Wasn't quite able to do it though.
And this is where, you know, strength in numbers, and it really is important to have as many drivers around you as possible. Provisional race results then here. It is Kevin Ellis Jr. and Darren McCormack first and second. Luke Bennett and Jeff Rietveld third and fourth. Charlie Collins will be in fifth position. Dane Warren got a 1 second post-race time penalty and 2 penalty points. He won't lose any positions for that, but it has cost Porsche Commander yet another couple of points. Then you've got Siggy, you've got Job, you've got Caruso, you've got Statsenko, and Rogers dropped to 12. Not 100% sure what happened there. He's got a penalty anyway. He'll score nothing and effectively will lose an extra 2 points for the team. Incredible scenes here at the Daytona International Speedway. We'll be back for some analysis from race 2 of the upper bracket after these messages.
This land is calling.
Welcome back to Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. 2 races down, 1 more to go to determine our top 2 teams in the upper bracket to move forward to the grand finals tomorrow. The question is, who is going to be the weakest team? Who is the weakest team currently? I think it is no question. It's Porsche Coanda, who continues to struggle. Rogers, I highlighted him. Hey, great job, at least on Jeddah. I say great job, he finishes 8th place, but the point is you noticed that he would start in the back of the pack, fight his way up to 8th. I thought there was going to be a positive going into Daytona. Well, I guess I spoke too soon. Rogers goes to Daytona, finishes in 12th. Caruso just behind him with 11th. Just earlier on Jeddah, 10th place on Daytona. Those two dropping the ball just a little bit, but again, it's a team effort. It's not just on them. Virtus.pro, however, stellar performance. McCormack, back-to-back second places. Ellis Jr. gets first on Daytona. 5th place, though, on Jeddah. Highly consistent Virtus.pro, surprising everybody, I would have to say. My name is Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mac Backham as well as Chim Bolek-Bassi, joining us once again on the desk. Chim, hey, at this point, Porsche Coanda, I don't know if they're cooked, but they're at least lukewarm.
Definitely. I mean, first of all, it's good to be back. I missed this. That was a great race in Daytona. Again, Daytona is delivering, but I'm also surprised by how good Virtus.pro is. I mean, they're beating Porsche Coanda fair and square, taking it the challenge to Red Line as well, to the 2 big dogs. They are the second big dog now. I don't know, Mac. I don't think it's too. I mean, you shouldn't cry now because Coanda has one more chance to get uncooked, I guess.
That's right.
Yeah, it's looking difficult for Porsche Coanda, I'll be honest. I think they are in quite a deficit. Strong track coming up, but still, Virtus.pro looked really mighty. They controlled that race perfectly. Luke in 3rd in the end. Yep. I think Luke did everything right, honestly. But when you're 1 against 2 at the end there, nothing you could have do, and Virtus.pro really played it perfect.
Yeah, Mac, unofficially, we were taking a look at the points. It was Virtus.pro leading, believe it or not, even over that of Redline. Granted, 6 points, I believe, separate them, but then it's you go half, you cut at least their points in half, and then you find Virtus.pro. Or excuse me, then you find Porsche Coanda.
Yeah, exactly. So the point situation is not good for Porsche Coanda. As far as I could see, VP and Team Redline are relatively close, but it's around the 40, maybe even a little bit more of a gap to Porsche Coanda. And I mean, we could see yesterday how many points you score per race, right? 40 is kind of that upper bracket when you have this competition, because it's hard to put a perfect race together. So what Porsche needs right now is a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Like literally. I mean, that's it.
I think this is their best chance, yeah. And of course, this is their track. But I mean, to have all drivers execute perfectly, it will be difficult. They've all won at Spa before, so maybe it's not impossible. But I think the odds are very much against them.
Technically, they need 1, 2, 3, 4, and they need VP or Redline to be 9, 10, 11, 12 as well.
Yeah,
so it's going to be a tough one. But I mean, Porsche is not going home today. I think even if they don't get out of this, they'll come back to the top.
Well, that's the question, isn't it? It's a matter of mentality. You know, Porsche Coanda came into today, I think for a lot of people thinking they were going to be the second best or first best, of course, between Redline and Porsche Coanda. Virtus.pro had their struggles yesterday, but today they look stellar. They come in as the number 3 seed, but now they're all of a sudden the number 1 seed. Question is, can they maintain that in the final race heading into Spa? It doesn't matter if they do necessarily, but they just need to stay ahead of Porsche Coanda. The goal of today is not to be eliminated. And while Porsche Coanda, they are currently on the chopping block, highly unfortunate, and they're going to have to step it up without question. Spa, first time we'll be seeing it today. We've seen it previously, but let's get you caught up to speed with what it looks like.
The Ardennes roller coaster then, the most legendary of them all, beginning with that run into the source, picking an early apex to get a good run up to Eau Rouge. The iconic part of the circuit then, easy to lose the car over the crest at Radion. As we go down the Kemmel Straight deep into Les Combes, Bruxelles Rivage, downhill, off camber, patience is key, and it's easy to overshoot the exit here. The fast double left of Pouhon. If you run wide here, it takes a while to get back onto the racing line. Into Fania and Campus, a tight and technical section, often overlooked, but crucial for a fast flat. Flat out through Blanchimont and then into the last stop, the bus stop, before completing a lap around the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps.
There it is, race number 3. We head into Spa. Quickly, the qualifiers will soon be starting. Mac, you did say Porsche Coandid, though. You think they're the favorites on Spa?
I think they're the favorites on Spa, yeah. I think this track suits them. It's do or die for them anyway, so they're probably going to attack this full force. I'd say they're the favorites to win at least the race. If that helps them get through to the final, that's still unsure.
Well, we'll see. You did say you do expect Porsche Coandid to still make it to the final day, but look, let's not discredit Williams. Blyer, right? I mean, he's been on fire, so I would not want to be any of the teams dropping down to the lower bracket to face off against Vitality, for one, right? So we're coming back with a vengeance. Let's not forget second place last year. They also secure, a decent finish throughout the regular R1 season. Yeah, they do stumble a bit, but it's a fresh day. They're going to be coming back strong. But Blyer, don't want to be going against him. Porsche Coandid, they do. It's going to be tough.
No, I agree. I mean, Blyer is on fire. Oh, that
there you
rhymed.
go.
I didn't. That was not on purpose, but yeah. Let's see if he can actually keep up the form from yesterday as well, because I mean it's a new day. Let's see how he's feeling. Is he even more sick? Is he feeling better? Is it a good thing if he's more sick? I don't know.
I hope not. That'd be hard to keep consistent, making yourself sicker and sicker. But Blyer, by the way, he will have a qualifying ban going into race 1, something we'll be discussing when we do get to the lower bracket. And I think that is going to be tough, quite tough really, for the Williams roster. But for Porsche Coandid, yeah, that could be their next opponents. And dropping down to the lower bracket, I think could hurt the mental because, again, they were most likely expecting to cruise through to grand finals. They're on a revenge tour. First seed throughout the regular R1 season. Last year, 5th place at the EWC 2024 competition for Rennsport. This year, they went first, but a lot of work cut out for them. But I will say this, Mac, for Virtus.pro to look this good and to also be above Redline gives me faith that tomorrow's not going to be a runaway like we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I think so far it looks good. I mean, to be honest, it has been a two-man show from VP still, which is not what they need against Redline. I think Rietveld still has been struggling a little bit today. So that also means they have someone struggling, but I still think Redline still has the numbers. They, I think, have 3 guys. If Rietveld steps it up, they have 4 that can win races, that have won races, while VP still only really has 2, so they need someone else there to step up as well. Kevin and McCormack have been doing a tremendous job. I mean, perfect team play at Daytona. They had good pace at Jeddah. But like I said, they need someone else there for the win.
Yeah, for sure. McCormack, back-to-back second places, very, very impressive. Luke Bennett, of course, you look at him from Redline, first place down to 3rd. He's been wonderful throughout this entire competition. Redline's record still stands at 4-6 out of all their races they have had on the main stage. This one being the 7th. But you're right, when it comes to Virtus.pro, you do have 2 standout racers. Obviously, McCormack, Ellis, but then the other 2 drag way behind. And when you think about this format of this competition, you've got 4 racers. You have 2 dropping the ball, parking the bus in a bad way, right? That's not good for you, especially when you have Redline, who's been highly consistent, Porsche Coandid, who could be consistent, potentially Williams, who have their standout stars. You need all 4 of your members to at least finish middle of the pack, 2 at the top, if you want a chance to win.
Definitely. I mean that's how you rack up the points, but I think from most of the teams we've seen maximum 2 out of 4 drivers delivering in the same race. So I don't think there's been a team that had 4 drivers standing out at the same race, but if they can at least switch when the first 2 is not delivering, the other 2 can kind of come to help. But I mean, with Virtus.pro, it's going to be a tough one if they keep being a 2-man show. But all they have to do is get enough points, and that's been the case.
Well, Jim, what do you do if you're like, for example, you've done Le Mans, which I believe, how many races would you have on Le Mans? It'd be yourself.
This year was my first Le Mans 24 hours, but I've done the championship, and this is my 2nd season.
So 2nd season, but how many total racers would it? Because obviously you're not racing the full 24 hours.
You race about 8 hours of the 24, yeah.
So three total teammates.
You still do a lot, yeah. But that's the thing there as well. If your teammate is not the fastest on that day, you have to race a bit more. We have that advantage if I can let him, I can say, or he can come up to me and say, I'm not feeling it today, I'm going to do 7 hours, you can do 9, something like that. And if you're feeling good and you can continue, you can go up to 9 hours. So we can compensate on each other. But here, they're on track at the same time.
Right.
So it's not the same thing.
And so that's what I was getting at. In relation to that, you have teammates maybe struggling a bit, you make the adjustments, right?
Yeah.
At least in that format, but you can't make adjustments here. If you're Rogers or Caruso, who have been struggling towards the bottom of the pack for Porsche Coenda, how do you lift them up?
Honestly, it's Rogers and Caruso, two good drivers. I think they'll have a mental reset now, which is the most important thing. They have to forget immediately what happened in the last two races and focus at Spa. Rogers is basically unbeatable at Spa. Same with Caruso. They're amazing and they done well yesterday here. So that's what they need to focus on. They know they're good here and they need to forget about what happened last race. Just focus on what's coming next.
Sure. Short-term memory, right?
Exactly.
All that matters is what's in front of you. And what's in front of you is Spa, as well as the qualifiers. Finish up towards the top. Porsche Coenda 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is it possible? Well, that might be much of a stretch, but at least give your best effort and really take it to Virtus.pro and Redline, who have been highly consistent. Let's head into Spa, the final race of our upper bracket. We got Lewis McLean and Zach Sweeney to call the action.
And what a crazy race, a couple of races it's been here in the upper bracket with Porsche Coenda with everything to do, but they are the favourites at least for this race. We've raced Spa once here this week. Joshua Rogers had pole position, Joshua Rogers had the race victory. It was a 1-2 for Porsche Coenda, and even that might not be enough. The point situation looks dire for them. Virtus.pro, the points leaders of the upper bracket, have 88 points. BMW team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing have 78 points. Porsche Coenda Esports Racing Team just 32. It's almost mathematically impossible that they do it, but you never know. They only have to beat one of the teams. That's it. We ride on board with Jordan Caruso, who crosses the sector line to end Sector 1, and I'm going to tell you, it's not great in Sector 1, to be honest.
Yeah, no. Jordan Caruso, of course, this is statistically his best circuit. His one win he's taken in R1. It was taken at the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, but the pressure is ramping up for Porsche Coenda because they came into this competition pretty much as the favourites, right? After, not really having the best of times in 2024 the Esports World Cup. The online season went really well for them, was jostling away with Redline for the entirety of it. Coming into this competition, really expected to step up, but at least today it just seems either they've gone down or Virtus.pro have really stepped up. I think maybe a combination of the two, but right here, right now, they really do need some fantastic results. 1, 2, 3, 4 is their best chance of going through.
Yeah, and again, they really need it. When we raced at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps earlier on in 2025 in the online season to open out the online season, Charlie Collins won all 3 of the races he took part in. Joshua Rogers took victory. Dane Warren took victory. Jordan Caruso took victory. The only non-Porsche Coenda driver who took victory on that day was Darren McCormack, and he could deny them here as well. They're on absolute fire in Virtus.pro at the moment, but let's see what Jordan Caruso can do across the line. The second sector's not really that great either. Pole position earlier on, or rather yesterday, was a 2:14.478. This is going to be slower than that. It's more likely going to be around the 0.6 or 0.7, which actually Jordan Caruso set yesterday. He set a 2:14.753. Porsche Coenda, the only team that have raced at this circuit this week. Jordan Caruso sets a 14.680. It's slightly better than yesterday.
Yeah, but that lap time yesterday only put him P8 on the grid, which of course, apart from Dane Warren, who got a slowdown, was the worst of the actual qualifying Porsche Coenda drivers. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, what a run of form this driver has been on all day. I mean, that performance at Daytona and, of course, at Jeddah, he has really stepped up to take the fight to Redline and to Porsche Coenda. Across the line, let's see what he can set relative to Jordan Caruso. It's a 14.7. Really not good, though. Kevin Ellis Jr., a slight drop in performance here at Spa.
Here comes Luke Bennett, someone who's had 4 pole positions at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in the entirety of competition in R1. They've not raced it this week. In fact, again, I said Porsche Coenda are the only team that have raced around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps this week. They raced it alongside Mouse, who are out of the competition, and Williams, who we will see in the lower bracket. Luke Bennett will work his way up towards the line. Also, a reminder, this is the final circuit we'll be racing at the end of the Teams Championship if we get to 8 races. This, between these 3 teams, could end up being a dress rehearsal. Bennett goes on to provisional pole position. I'm not sure that's going to last.
Yeah, maybe not. 14.5. I mean, it's pretty good. Bennett's been really strong in R1 competition. He's really stepped up in 2025. Let's see what it's going to do. Mikhail Statsenko, though, an appalling lap heading his way into the final chicane. Let's see what he can do as he puts his foot to the floor and makes his way to the line. He's been okay. Still needs a couple more tenths, though, in terms of raw pace across line. 14.9 and last. We've been talking about the rest of the laps not being great. That's even worse.
An appalling lap. Wow, you are not getting a Virtus.pro t-shirt. Let me tell you that for free. That's that was a harsh, scathing criticism there of Mikhail Statsenko. 14.922 he set, which would have been good enough for 10th. So yeah, fair enough. We'll go with that. Kevin Siggy then will come up towards the line. The first sector, not so great. The second sector, all right, but this could be good enough to go ahead of Luke Bennett still. We're saying all right because we know there's more time out there. Up to second position, he's going to go with a 5.93, and here comes Joshua Rogers, the driver with the most victories around the circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, 18 victories he ticked off yesterday, and it was flying in formation with his teammate Charlie Collins. They brought home a 1 and 2, 39.3 to the first sector, right on the money, 59.1. Where he around about needs to be in 2025. Through the final chicane, got to keep it nice and tidy. A 14.5 to beat. Can he match his pole time of yesterday? Can he reignite a chance for Porsche Coanda across the line? And it's only third place.
Wow, that is a big surprise. I thought that sector time was looking like it was going to pole position. I'll tell you who's someone who is going up that way. Sebastian Job. At the moment, this is tracking to be a low 14.5. Can the BMW M Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing man do it? He heads into the final complex of corners at the bus stop. He's got Luke Bennett to beat. He's got Kevin Siggy to beat. He's had plenty of pole positions, 6 pole positions around the circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps, and a whole host of victories as well. It'll end up being a mid-5, but it's good enough to take provisional pole. It's a 1-2-3 for Redline. What can Charlie Collins do?
The pressure is on. His sector time's looking pretty much identical to what we saw from Joshua Rogers. Let's see if he can keep the final sector nice and tidy. Charlie Collins, one of those drivers, especially this year, has really stepped up under pressure. A huge improvement from what was already a very strong foundation in 2024. He needs something. Redline 1, 2 and 3. He needs to break that up. Across the line, goes to provisional pole position. A 2-minute 14.4 sets a new benchmark.
That was very important for Charlie Collins to get ahead of Redline, to try and take control. He'll need assistance from his teammate Dane Warren. We'll come to that after this day. We've got Wojtek Fiala coming through that middle sector, coming through the final sector. The middle sector's okay. The first sector's okay. It's not great, but it's going to be where Ellis Jr., where Statsenko is. And for Virtus.pro, it's not really good enough. Wojtek Fiala will come towards the line. They lead the points here at the moment in this bracket. We head up towards the line, and Wojtek Fiala will only go to 8th.
This is one of the best lap times I've seen from Dane Warren at the Esports World Cup in 2025. 39.3 to the first sector, 59.1 to the middle sector. This is looking very tidy. Dane Warren has been slightly off the pace, but is warm after taking his practice this morning. He might well be able to step up, might well be able to join Charlie Collins towards the front of the field. He needs to break up that red line pack of Joe Bennett and Siggy across the line. What is it going to be? And it's only 5th place. That's a huge disappointment for Warren.
But Jeff Rietveld is up next. He has 1 pole position at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, and guess what? It was in the first ever race that we ever had in R1. That was 338 races ago. It was inland. It was at Katowice in 2023. And right now, he could deliver another pole position for the team. The door is wide open. Charlie Collins has opened it for it. Can Jeff Rietveld come across the line and take provisional pole? Rietveld crosses the line. It's only good enough for 6th. Here comes McCormack.
McCormack, though, could really have a big upset, but no, a slowdown to the middle sector. This race has really shaken things up. Virtus.pro on course, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. This is the lifeline Porsche Coanda needed, but they've not delivered in qualifying.
It's not good enough for McCormack. It's not good enough for Virtus.pro. Potentially, they're leaving the door open for Porsche Coanda to maybe sneak their way through into the finals by not having to go into the lower bracket. A disaster qualifying for Virtus.pro. And Charlie Collins, as he's done all season, another pole position. Could it be another victory at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps?
Charlie Collins, take a bow. You are exactly what Porsche Coanda need right now. He needs to head to the front of the field. He needs to back up the pack. But let's throw to the analyst for some analysis on the qualifying session.
Oh my goodness. Virtus.pro, what is going on? Race 3, you have it in the bag, and now all of a sudden, nothing is guaranteed. Still though, let's put a realistic spin on it, and I want to give you the points as they currently stand. Going into race 3, Virtus.pro is at 88. Team Redline, 73. and then Porsche Coanda at 37. So even though Virtus.pro, they do choke a bit when it comes to the qualifier, Porsche Coanda is still going to need a monstrous Spa if they want to try and come back. Let's take a look at the qualifying results, and we'll start telling the story for what it is. Chim, what do we notice? Charlie Collins at the top. That's great for Porsche Coanda, one of their best qualifying results yet.
Amazing lap from Collins, but I mean, the first thing that you notice is look at VP, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, they're bottom 4. This is like the worst case scenario for them. They just made their life so much more difficult than it should have been for Spa.
I'm shocked. I mean, Mac, I'm genuinely shocked. You look at Ellis Jr. and McCormack, who have been on fire, and McCormack especially, second place, and now bottom of the pack?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. He got a slow down, of course, but yeah, 4 guys at the bottom end of the field. I'm not even sure we've seen that this competition.
No, we've been close,
all
not like
four,
that. Yeah.
So probably the worst time to do it. Or maybe the best, because they did have a little bit of a buffer, but...
is there ever a best time?
It is, yeah, true. But yeah, it will be exciting.
Yeah, it is going to be exciting for sure. And this is that classic 1-2 for Porsche Coanda and Redline. You know, Job, he's not going to make it easy. Neither has Bennett, right, Siggy? So you got 3 Redline members hanging out behind that of Charlie Collins. But, you know, we talked about the stakes and what was needed for Porsche Coanda. They need a 1-2-3 finish. They need to dominate this race if they want even a sliver of a chance to catch up to Virtus.pro. Let's take a look at our Remco pole position lap. Charlie Collins going out there with some serious speed. Mac, walk me through it.
Yeah, so here a big run to kind of set up the lap. You know, again, a little bit of a straight, so you want that maximum speed. Turn 1, very tricky. You have to brake really hard. Very slow corner, but at the same time, you just need to set the car up for the exit. You're going to be full throttle for such a long time. So it's really important to get the power. Now you see just a little bit of a correction on the steering wheel. That's probably ideal when it comes to Rennsport. You want the rear to kind of be not loose, but you need to be on that limit. So we then go to Rouge here, full throttle. You really got to commit through here. In the race, actually, in drafts, it's not going to be quite full throttle. Of course, when you're in clear air, it's going to be a little bit easier. You don't have too much working against you, but when you're behind someone, you got to take it a little bit easier.
Yeah, definitely. And this reminds me kind of that mouse race we had yesterday where it was pure chaos.
Yes.
I mean, I'm the chaos guy of this film, I guess.
Without a doubt.
Yes, so I'm expecting something crazy to happen again because, well, VP is going to push a lot from the back of the grid. And we know Porsche Coanda will push a lot too to get as many points as possible.
Right.
I think Redline is the most chill team here right now because they don't need to technically win. Of course, they'll do everything to win.
Yeah.
But they can have the least amount of risk, I guess, in this position.
I tell you what, let's go ahead and get it started. Race number 3, the final race of upper bracket. Can Porsche Coanda come back? Let's find out. Lewis McGlade, Zach Sweeney, take it away for Spa.
If things finish as they stand, it will not be good enough. They're already racing around the first corner. It needs to be a 1-2-3 though for Porsche Coanda. We already begin racing as we head our way down the hill through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. It's Charlie Collins leading as he races his way up Eau Rouge, up Raidillon, and then up the Kemmel Straight. Slightly off the road goes Bennett. He drags off Dane Warren with him. They rejoin the circuit. Bit of contact between Porsche Coanda and Team Redline. And here comes through Joshua Rogers. He could make it 3 wide here as we've got side by side of the race. There's a spin for Porsche Coanda, and I think it might be over. Their chances of progressing through to the final without going into the lower bracket could have come to a close with that incident there.
Porsche Coanda are in trouble. Sebastian Job takes the race lead. Joshua Rogers gets sent round going into Lecom. Side by side between the 2 Virtus.pro cars in the background. I think that's McCormack versus Fiala as we make our way into Rivage. Kevin Ellis Jr. making some huge progress now up into 7th place, but that could spell disaster for Porsche Coanda. Sure, maybe they've got the chance in the lower bracket, but they do not want to be thrown that lifeline. They want to be comfortable. R1 competition will always throw a curveball, and it's happened right here at Spa.
Redline regaining control of the Esports World Cup here in Rennsport. The dominant performance of 2024 is just starting to show through the cracks once more. They are on top of the points here in the upper bracket. If everything finishes as it stands, it will be 136 points for Redline, 100 points for Virtus.pro, and Porsche Coanda with a trip to the lower brackets will be finishing on 70 points if it finishes as it stands. I don't know at the moment if a 1-2-3 is good enough. I don't think it is. I think even if Collins finishes first, Warren second, Caruso third, I don't think it's good enough.
Nah, and that's providing on the fact and banking on the fact that Ellis Jr., McCormack, Fiala all finish at the back of the field. Let's take a look as to how Rogers spun. There's side by side for the lead, and I think it was just so many cars trying to fit onto the same piece of tarmac. That's Bennett on the inside. Was it teammate? Civil war?
It was teammate. There was contact there between Caruso and Rogers, and you can see the frustration there behind the scenes at Porsche Coanda for Luke Pennington, who is on the desk. He is the coach of Porsche Coanda. I mean, frustrated. It's all gone up in smoke.
Yeah, you'd be fuming, right? That is the last thing as a team that you need. We've been talking about working together as a cohesive contingent of four. As a huge lap of oversteer there from Charlie Collins, maybe a tap in the rear end from Kevin Siggy, but he didn't look close enough to really influence the Porsche's line. Through Eau Rouge, through Randy on a big compression as you go up the hill. Got to be careful with your ride height as to not bottom out the car too much. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for the Porsche. And now he's got a good run in the slipstream, but Kevin Siggy is closing and closing very fast. Uphill now towards Les Combes, pulls out to the right-hand side. Porsche Coanda near powerless for their fate.
Yeah, but he needs more assistance. He needs teammates. Just Charlie Collins, he needs them around him. Now there's contact, and there's a spin into the barrier. It is over for Porsche Coanda. Contact between Collins and Kevin Siggy rather, pushes Collins into the barrier, pushes Porsche Coanda into 11th and 12th, pushes Porsche Coanda into the lower bracket.
Of course, motorsport will always deliver right to the checkered flag, but you have to be worried about the chances of Porsche Coanda. They've got to be in the points of percentages, 0.5%, whatever it is. It's looking increasingly unlikely they find their way through. I mean, the bittersweet moment is now Dane Warren is on the podium, but I don't think he's going to care too much about that. They'd want to only do 3 races today. It looks like they're going to be doing all 6. The good news for them, the lower bracket looks to be a bit more favourable for them. This is how it happened though to Les Combes.
Yeah, so what? There was a little bit of a brush there, and then there was a more tap behind. Look, that was super awkward. We're going to ride on board here with Kevin Siggy. You can see the leading as he's tried correcting it. He's then gone into the side of Collins. That is not an easy one. There's Jamie Fluke. Now, I was talking to some various people before we went into this, well, as we were going into this bracket. I'm not going to name names or anything like that, but there was a little bit of murmuring out there in the SMB arena that potentially Porsche Coanda are the favourites to not go through and not the ones to go into the lower bracket. So some people have expected this. I didn't.
Honestly, I think coming into the competition, it wasn't going to be the case. I think Redline and Coanda were the favourites. And I think the general consensus, especially amongst us in the commentary booth, was, yeah, I mean, the upper bracket is probably going to be Redline and Coanda, and then they're going to fight for scraps for 3rd place between the rest of the teams. That was the consensus I was going with, and so far the narrative has supported that idea. But you've got to turn up on the day. Right now, Porsche Coanda haven't. In fairness, Jeddah, Daytona haven't been the best tracks historically for Porsche in the way their car handles. Spa, though, definitely is, and they're not capitalising on that opportunity.
Don't worry, we'll be hearing the lovely insights once again of Jamie Fluke, this time though as a commentator in race number 4. We'll catch up with that a bit later on. That's the next race after this. My goodness, it's flying through today, isn't it? As here we go, attack for the 2nd position and maybe even for the race lead coming in from Dane Warren. Onto the brakes, flicking it into the right-hander as they go into Les Combes. More brushing, more contact between Redline and Coanda. Dane Warren just trying to at least give some confidence to the Coanda team as they head their way into the lower bracket. A little bit more of contact as they come out of Malmedy. A little bit more contact as they head their way through the right-hander at Ravage. It is Dane Warren up to 2nd position. It is Jordan Caruso knocking at the door, all trying to wrestle their way past Bennett.
They have to be so careful here, Porsche Coanda, as that's a huge bit of bump there from Luke Bennett on the exit of No Name corner. That's going to open the door for Jordan Caruso to the inside of Pouon. Has the BMW got the agility to go the long way around? That's quite impressive. 2 wheels nearly off the circuit, but I think just keeping it within the confines of the circuit. Now over the inside for the Piff Paff chicane, and in the end Jordan Caruso has to concede that position. Kevin Siggy now knocking on his door. But like I was saying, they have to be careful here because penalty points could influence them if they make it through into the final tomorrow. That's going to put them even further on the back foot if they pick up a quali back.
Let's see about this move then from Warren. So the rubbing continued basically all the way through this sector. So there was a little bit of a brush, a little bit of a brush, a little bit more of a brush. God, they do race them like touring cars, don't they? Still around the outside of Malmedy as Dane Warren was trying to give just about enough room, sliding that rear end around. Luke Bennett was dropped back into 3rd. Dane Warren moving up then into 2nd. And we ride on board with Jordan Caruso trying to make things a little bit worse for Luke Bennett. It won't matter too much for Team Redline right now. The one thing they can't risk is any real penalty points. They don't want want to put themselves into a bad position, maybe even risk a quali ban later on, especially in tomorrow's racing.
Yeah, exactly like I was saying, they really cannot start even further on the back foot. They're already going to be sort of demoralised, and while they are strong as a team, defensive goes Jordan Caruso, not really what you want to do into Los Ours, because it compromises your exit, and you've now got 2 kilometres where your foot is flat to the floor. That's going to give the advantage to Kevin Siggy. Kevin Ellis Jr. as well in the background. Darren McCormack making some good progress. So even though Virtus.pro didn't really have the best qualifying, in fact they had the worst qualifying they could ask for, at least they're making some steady headway through, and at the moment, due to the qualms going on in the Porsche Coanda camp, they've been able to sit fairly comfortably in this point standings.
Yeah, right now it'll be fine for Virtus.pro. They'll be going straight through into the finals. They'll only need to do 3 races, but here we go with a little bit of 3 wide as they head their way into Lake Con, but he does back out of it. Does the red line man. They go their way through. It's Jordan Caruso fending off Bennett and Siggy. It was Siggy that was looking to make it 3 wide. However, he did back out of it. He did hold fire, and he almost tapped the rear end of his teammate there in the braking zone into Rivage.
Yeah, right now Redline are pretty safe. I mean, Collins and Rogers right at the back of the field. They're 5 seconds off the next car. I mean, at the moment, Collins is only scoring 1 point, Rogers scoring 0, adding to his woes of not scoring at Daytona as well. Of course, involved in an incident, involved again in a slightly different incident here at Spa. But I mean, maybe you could say it's been a bit of misfortune. Maybe you could say they've not really arrived in terms of the driving skill. Would they have even been in that position? Could they have qualified a bit better? Of course, in racing, there's so many shoulda, coulda, woulda, but you've got to live in the absolutes. You've got to live in the right now. And, well, right now, Porsche Coanda haven't been driving the way that we would expect them to. Virtus.pro, though, I have to say, super impressive after being on the cusp yesterday.
Yeah, let's see more of this race. There was Siggy in the number 1 car looking to the inside. Again, a big move to the outside as they'd go side by side through Lake Com, and a great move coming in from Caruso. Points at the moment, if you really care, even though it's all basically set. BMW M Team Redline, Red Bull Sim Racing, 132 points. Virtus.pro, 105. Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team, it might be nice, but it's not going to be good enough. 69 is their points at the moment, and that will mean they are definitely heading in to the lower bracket, and there's honestly nothing they can really do. Collins 5 seconds behind gaining any more points. Joshua Rogers a further 2 seconds behind that.
Yeah, Sebastian Joe, by the way, in completely clear air, has just set what would be far good enough for pole, 2:14.4. We saw the same at Daytona, we saw the same at Jeddah. Speaking to Jamie Fluke, and his insight was that, of course, the tyres feel good over a race distance. They don't really burn out too much, but of course that fuel load goes down further and further down, which gives you a lighter car, gives you a quicker car, and Sebastian Joe out in front is flying.
You can see at the bottom of your screen, you've got all 4 of the red line drivers. Left-hand side is Rietveld, then it's Luke Bennett, then it's Kevin Siggy with that distinctive moustache, that's why it's called Mustachio, and Sebastian Jobe, furthest right of your screen. The battle we're seeing is actually, who is that? Is that Luke Bennett getting past Jordan Caruso? I can count, my goodness. Luke Bennett working his way through then into 3rd position. Kevin Siggy is now behind and looking for a potential pass on Caruso as well.
Yeah, indeed so. So Redline, it's just going better for them. Coanda, it's just going worse and worse. And I mean, even in this race, right, they've still got to push on. Yeah, they want to minimise the risk of penalty points, but they still want to push on to prove their pace. This is their circuit, Spa. 18 wins for Rogers. Of course, it's the best circuit for also Collins and also Caruso statistically as well. That's where they've got most of their victories in R1 competition. They need this confidence boost going in to tomorrow, if they even make it there, that they can compete, that they know in their heads that they've still got it. If they go into the lower bracket not knowing they're going to make it, not knowing they're good enough, that could then even further exaggerate the problem and maybe even give us a shock of Porsche Coanda being completely out of this competition. It's unlikely, but the way things are going today, I wouldn't be overly surprised.
Well, the battle for the podium between Bennett and Caruso, between the 2 teams who have names long enough to break our timing graphics. You can see Bennett at the moment in that 3rd position. Caruso currently sitting in 4th. I think Caruso, though, might be looking a little bit more backwards, might be looking at the Drivers' Champion of the Esports World Cup back in 2024. It might be Kevin Siggy trying to make that move as they work their way down into the bus stop. Can there be the overtake? Can there be the overtaking attempt coming in from Kevin Siggy? He's not going to have an opportunity opportunity just yet. He's so close, though, to the rear end of Caruso.
Yeah, fielding the number one on his car, probably in celebration of winning that Drivers' Championship in 2024. Kevin Siggy has to be in the conversation for one of the best sim racers in the world. He rises to another level, keeps his composure, and right now is playing such a strong team game. And like we've been saying, pretty much in every shuttle that we've been at the end of every day, we've been talking about how important it is to work as a four, and Redline do it better than anyone else. They're always communicating, always working together, and in the slipstream there you can see Luke Bennett, that move that he made not too long ago on Jordan Caruso. It's the inside line heading up the hill towards Lake Carmen. It was done far before the corner. A little bit of help from slipstream, a little bit of help from the side draft. Side by side once again, Jordan Caruso at threat from losing another position. In fact, actually no, he's making a position back on Luke Bennett, gets his way back onto the podium.
Goodness me, things go from bad to worse for Porsche Commander. There is a 3-second time penalty for Dane Warren and 4 penalty points. This upper bracket has been, as Neros makes no difference, a disaster for Porsche Commander, a team that we expect to be scoring on average around, what? A bare minimum, 35, 40 points a race. They are scoring on average, in the 3 races we've had so far, 21.7. They have a whopping, get this, 16 penalty points at the moment. Yesterday, when Vitality just about knocked out Mouse, they had 15 penalty points. That was in 4 races. They've done more in less.
Yeah, that is true. If you extrapolate the data, they've done, what, this is now their 3rd race, right? So they're probably on course, if they did 4 races, to be scoring, which is huge. And that could make the difference, right? 20 penalty points. That's equivalent to finishing 2nd place in a race. That's a huge amount of points. Obviously, right now, if you took all of those away, it still wouldn't be good enough for them to make their way straight into the finals. But you have to think of what could have been for Porsche Commander. Maybe a bit of better luck, maybe a bit of better driving on the part. I don't want to say that, too heavily, because all 4 of them are fantastic. But today, they've just really not hooked it up.
They've not hit their stride. They need a redemption arc. And unfortunately, in a sense for them, redemption is potentially not too far away. Arguably, it's potentially even too close, because again, they'll be racing in the lower bracket. They'll have the negativity of what's happened here in the upper bracket deep in their mind, with one final lap left to complete in the upper bracket. At the moment, going straight through into the final, it will be Team Redline, it will be Virtus.pro, and Porsche Commander will go to the lower bracket, where they'll have to dust it all off. They'll have to focus their attention ahead, and they'll have to secure their place in the final by doing it the hard way, by taking on Williams and by taking on Vitality.
Here comes the move from Luke Bennett, though. This is for the podium place. This is basically just to rub salt in the wound to Commander. This is to make a statement, and you can see there Jordan Caruso darting to the right-hand side. That's to minimise the side draft effect, so he can immediately tuck back in behind Luke Bennett and get back into the slipstream. This is the final lap of the race. Virtus.pro, what a story that is. I mean, we talk about Williams and their ascension from being on the last cusp of maybe even being knocked out on day 1 to maybe making... I mean, they were on the cusp yesterday. That fight between themselves, Vitality and Mouse, one of them was going straight out of the competition, one of them was making their way into the upper bracket. Not only have they done that, they've arrived on the day and they've made a shock display of form, and they're now going to make their way straight into the final day of R1 competition here at the Esports World Cup in 2025. That's important not only here, because at worst, if they finish 2nd tomorrow, that's $100,000 of prize money, but also it does them a lot of favours when it comes to the Club Championship, and that is worth millions.
Indeed, and for teams like Virtus.pro, for teams like obviously what we'll see later on, Vitality, the points they score here in this championship here in Rennsport R1 is good for them in the club championship, because it's obviously all these games are basically pieced together into one big club championship. If you didn't know already, we will be the first final here on the opening final weekend of 2025 in the Esports World Cup. That's getting a bit ahead of ourselves, though, as we work our way through into the final complex of corners. Sebastian Job is about to take his 9th victory at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, an important one for BMW M Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing, as they book their place in the final. They will be joined at the moment by Virtus.pro as we cross the line. An absolute disaster for Porsche Commander Esports Racing Team. However, they will get a 2nd chance at it. They will head to the lower bracket. They will take on the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing Team. They will take on Team Vitality. But the talking point at the moment is Redline are back on top.
a statement of intent from Team Redline. They started a little bit shaky, but they picked up their form once again. And there you can see the celebrations. There you can see what it means, even to a team like Redline, which almost have an expectation of making it through. Even they have an element of nerve. Even they know that it's not guaranteed, but they've booked their ticket into the finals tomorrow. They continue to show their form. They continue to be the favourites.
What a superb race. Let's take a look at provisional race results. Sebastian Job for Team Redline in first position, taking victory once again. Dane Warren in second for Porsche Coanda, but not good enough. Luke Bennett in third. Jordan Caruso in fourth position with Kevin Siggy in fifth. We get the first of our Virtus pros. They'd already basically done the work in the races prior. Ellis Jr., McCormack, 6th and 7th. Jeff Riefeld in 8th position with Wojtek Fiala and Mikhail Statsenko 9th and 10th. 11th and 12th. Bitter disappointment for Charlie Collins and Joshua Rogers. I would not have called them at the bottom all the way at the start of the day. We'll head, though, down to the stage to catch up with some of our drivers.
Thank you all so much. I'm down here with Luke Bennett. Impressive performance all week long and a beautiful way to bring it home for your team today here in the upper bracket. Just off the top, how you feeling about those races?
Yeah, I'm quite pleased. My form from yesterday, which was quite surprising to me, actually. I didn't expect to be quite as fast as I am. And of course, I think my teammates have stepped it up quite a bit today as well, and that's just made it even easier for us.
Well, you made it look easy, but I know in the field it couldn't have been, especially on Jeddah. You held first the entire time, right on your butt they rode. But how stressful was that for you?
Jeddah was a lot more stressful than you would think it was, because I know how fast Dara is at Jeddah, and he was really hunting me down the whole race. But I managed to not make too many mistakes. I made one slight one at the end, which meant I had to defend for the last lap. But I was super happy with that race. Really, really proud of myself.
Talk to me a little bit about the teamwork that we saw from you and the rest of the boys.
Yeah, the last race, there was quite a bit of teamwork, doing a lot to try and overtake the Porsche. We know it's quite fast at Spa and quite difficult to overtake, so a lot of communication needed, but I think we executed it perfectly, and Dane's got a penalty, so we now have a 1-2 as well at Spa, which is perfect.
Well, on the topic of Porsche, they were favorite coming into today, top seed, and you and VP managed to shut them out almost completely. Was that anything agreed upon, a wink across the track, any strategy there, and just trying to take out Porsche now?
No, believe me, there's no strategies between teams here. We're all enemies, none of us are friends. But yeah, I mean, it's been a great day, to be honest. I really didn't expect us to be this strong, and also congrats to Virtus to getting through to the finals. I think they are very happy with that, but really happy to come out in P1.
Well, you definitely deserved and earned those good vibes, so we'll let you go simmer in that. We'll send it back to the studio, take another look at those races.
Well, there it is. Redline once again back on top. They have won 5 of their 7 races on that very stage. Truly phenomenal all the way. And my goodness, you got to give credit where credit is due to this roster who continues each and every year to be the absolute best. Job has just been out of this world, and so has Bennett, right? But Job, I believe, 3 out of the 5 races won, and then Bennett with 2. Either way, heartbreak all day for Porsche Coanda. They now go to the lower bracket. We're very comfortable in saying that 2 end up spinning out very early on.
Yeah, not an ideal scenario for them. You see a really messy race. It looks like they got desperate. They tried everything, but nothing really stuck. And in the end, they finished last, and now they have to race again.
Yeah, Collins, he's been relatively okay, but not this race. Rogers, however, has been struggling all day today, and he was the first one to spin out, Chim, and while Collins followed shortly after. And it was really heartbreaking to see that, because I was hoping this would be their run to potentially challenge Virtus.pro and Redline.
Oh, for sure. And when we looked at qualifying, it looked like it. I mean, I wanted to believe in that hype train, and Porsche Coanda, I don't know. I think if everything went well, maybe they could have done it, but the point gap was just too big. And just a disastrous scenario on lap 1 where 2 teammates collide and Rogers ends up spinning.
Isn't that disappointing, though? Your own teammate takes you out, and therefore the chances of being one of the top 2 teams to move forward. Granted, the hope is still very much alive for Porsche Coanda, but yeah, Mac, your teammate taking you out. I mean, how frustrating of an experience is that normally? It's never good to be taken out in general, but by your own teammate?
Yeah, it's the worst feeling. I mean, you always feel bad when you're the guy doing it as well, of course. It's the last thing you want to do, You're hurting yourself, and you're hurting your teammates and your team. So there's 3 people that hurt, or 3 parts. This is just the least ideal scenario, really. No other way to say it.
Yeah, without a doubt. But we got to give credit where credit is due to Virtus.pro. Jim, I cannot believe how well they raced today. Yesterday, they were good. Let's not, sugarcoat it. 3rd place, 3rd seed going into today. Yes, they were the lowest between, of course, Redline and Porsche Coanda. But for Virtus.pro to finish as strongly as they did, and even at one point be ahead of Redline, gives me good faith going into the finals tomorrow. They might be cooking something up.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they were good yesterday, but they've been great today, except the Spa race. I mean, they've gone head-to-head with the 2 best teams in the championship, and they were leading. They beat all of them until Spa. So I don't think anybody was expecting. I think if you asked yesterday to any of us of who would go to the losers bracket, it wouldn't be VP. It wouldn't be Porsche Coanda.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I really didn't think. I thought Virtus.pro, to be honest with you, out of these 2. But it started early for Virtus.pro. We could start to see them, okay, they're coming up. They're looking pretty solid. They never slowed down. Yeah, Spa a little bit, but they still finished higher because of the team-on-team contact between Porsche Coanda. Chris Todd, he's been visiting all the sites in the world you could possibly imagine on our Boulevard. This time he caught up with a special talent from Dota. Chris Todd, who did you talk to?
Okay, and now we have made our way back to the secondary stream area, and I'm here with Natty. Now, we have been watching some of the Dota around here, and you are one of the hosts around here. So how has Dota been going, and, well, how's your EWC going overall?
It's been really good. It's a new format this year where there's 3 phases. It's a 2-phase group stage, and then you have your playoffs as well. This first phase that we're just about to conclude has no eliminations. And let me tell you, there's been a lot of different upsets as well. Teams that we thought were going to come in and just, go 6-0. Well, slipping up on a couple of games, but we haven't had any tiebreakers yet. The groups seem pretty balanced. Everyone's sorting themselves out. But otherwise, in best of 2s, there's a lot of upsets.
Yeah, there's not been too many upsets in Rennsport yet, but we're getting to the final days and things might get crazy. So for any of the Rennsport viewers who would want to come check Dota out, when's the best time to come and check it? Because right now I know is this like your play-in side of things. The tournament goes on for quite a while, right?
Yeah, it's 2 weeks, and I mean, if there's like a specific team you kind of like, or maybe you like to watch eliminations, then in 2 days' time, that would probably be one of the best times over the weekend to check out Dota, because it's going to be a couple of teams that we're going to see go home, and then playoffs is a lot of fun. Grand finals, I'm obviously going to give a shout out there as well. It's going to be a big stage, a big spectacle, and that's going to be fun too.
Can't wait. I mean, Rennsport ends tomorrow, so I think I'll just come along and watch some Dota straight after that. I've got a couple of weeks to kill in between gigs, but yeah, I'll be checking out the Dota, and hopefully you guys can too.
Thank you, Todd. Always getting the best coverage out there. Natty, who's over there, I believe, hosting or at least doing some interviews for the Dota scene, doing a stellar job. Dota, one of the mini games that's happening throughout the Esports World Cup. As I've consistently been saying, the magnitude of this event is incredible. 7 weeks of competition, 25 total games, and we're looking at 3 to 4 finals taking place each and every weekend. Yeah, Rennsport is taking place now, but you got Valorant, Dota, you've got Apex also going down. It's action-packed. It's well worth getting out here to the Boulevard, getting out to Riyadh, and checking out what esports is all about, right? The Esports World Cup. It is phenomenal. But hey, we are about to take a break. But as we do head into break, I want you all to know we're about to hop into the lower bracket. Now, things start to get serious. Only one team moves forward out of the 3 you are about to watch compete. Of course, I'm talking about Vitality. I'm talking about Williams. And now, Porsche Coanda. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, lower bracket will begin. Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. It was a competitive race all the way through for our top 3 seeds, Porsche Coanda, Redline, and Virtus.pro. But it was Virtus.pro with a big come-up, defeating the likes of Porsche Coanda, dropping them down to the lower bracket. They now fight for the survival of their organization in this tournament. The question is, can they make it through? Well, it's up to them to decide. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mac Beckham as well as Chim Balabasi. Hey, this is going to be a big moment now for Porsche Coanda as an organization to try and survive. And I got to be honest with you, it's going to be a tough one. However, there are some variables going in that might assist the Porsche Coanda team. We've got our qualifying bans.
Yeah, for sure. So I think Vitality already starts off with 2 qualifying bans. And then it's who else had the qualifying ban?
Well, Blyer from Williams.
Blyer, yeah, of course, yeah, Dom. So yeah, that's obviously their kind of star player, right? This tournament. So that looks at least a little bit positive for Porsche Coanda, right? Of course, they're probably not too positive going into the lower bracket, but at least they should be able to start off well.
Yeah, it's tough to see Blyer, who has just been such a staple in the conversation on this desk, Chim, now having a qualifying ban, which is so tough because I feel like they've worked really hard to get to this point. It's a huge accomplishment, mind you, to be one of the top 5 teams in general in the tournament. But now to face off against a Porsche Coanda team who is, I would still say, favorited in this group to move forward, maybe, we'll see, to have Blyer not be able to qualify is tough for Williams.
Yeah, Blyer is their star player, as we know, but we have Pfeffer as well, who's been really quick. So I think he can kind of, if he can turn up when he has that quali ban, would be very useful. And we know Blyer's quick in Monza, and it's an easy track to overtake. So yes, he has a quali ban, but he can still get some good points.
I'm hoping he can. He's going to have to work his way up from the backfield. We're going to be heading into Monza. And Monza, you know, it might be okay for the likes of Williams. Vitality, though, is a team that has been struggling quite a bit. They barely make it through the competition yesterday. It's good that they did, and we're happy they're here. There was that conversation, Vitality, Mouse, who would be eliminated. Ultimately, it ended up being Mouse, but just by a narrow margin. Now with 2 qualifying bans, makes their chances even worse going into the first race.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate because Marcel, who drives for Vitality, Monza is his hunting ground. This is by far his best track. He could for sure be one of the most successful drivers there. I'm not 100% sure on the stats, but at least for him personally, this is his best track. So when you start from the back there, you can race, but normally he is the guy that puts it on pole there. So that is a huge loss for Vitality.
Yeah, that's tough, isn't it? Because now you have the star player, or excuse me, star racer for the side of Vitality, at least on Monza, who has the qualifying ban. Plus you have Blyer for Williams. Qualifying ban. Yeah, it makes Porsche Coanda, in my opinion, look even stronger, but we'll have to see. Let's take a look at our standings and, of course, how the brackets ended up unfolding for Bracket A, which we know the result. It was Porsche Coanda who ended up dropping down. The question is by how many points? As we do take a look, it was at least Porsche Coanda. Yeah, 50. Oh, is that 56, Chim? Is that what I'm seeing over there?
Unfortunately, yes.
Wow. That's insane. 56, Virtus.pro at 111. It was Redline who ended up taking it by 135. So they came back quite a bit because after race 2, they were a little bit further down. But what does that tell you? I mean, for Porsche Coanda, I know, Mac, you're a big supporter of them, obviously, but that's got to hurt their mentality.
Yeah, that's got to hurt them. I think it's not all alarm bells, though. Honestly, what I'm thinking, they're really enjoying their time here at the Esports World Cup. They know it's a privilege to compete here. I reckon they just wanted to get some more races in.
I guess so. That wasn't. I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting that take. They're just enjoying themselves over here. You know, hey, it was a bit rough, but it's okay. They're just having fun. Like, okay, all right, Mac. Well, hey, let's go ahead from that take into our doctor's notes hot take, and this time it's gonna be Chim. Chim, what do you got for us?
Well, if they enjoy their time so much in Saudi, they also should keep on enjoying because I think they're going home.
Going home. That is a spicy take. But you know what? I think I actually might agree with that take. I'm just not feeling them. I'm really not. From that first group performance, Jim, I think you might be right. The question is, though, is it Williams or Vitality who's going to be sending them home?
I mean, I think they're an amazing team, don't get me wrong, and they're one of the best teams.
Without a doubt.
If not the best team. But they haven't had a good performance today, and Williams, Vitality, they can have some very, very good races, and all it takes is 3 races, or 1 very good race. If they're as unlucky as they were this afternoon, then there's a high chance.
Yeah, I'm going with Vitality to kind of finish in the lower part. I think they have decent track selection, but because of those qualifying bans, especially for Marcel on the start, I think that will just hurt them too much. We saw them struggle yesterday. They were, to be fair, also struggling at least with one driver the day before. And I think that trend is just going to continue, and I think it will be really difficult for them. Of course, they kind of have Fuji at the end there. I think that's also not quite their track. So I think they're the least favorite.
Well, here's our Jamil Motorsport player rivals, Vitality, walking in. I feel like they had a little bit more shade than the other competitors. I don't know, maybe they're going to be coming in a bit more hydrated, maybe well-rested due to the shade. Look, it gets hot out there. I'm not going to lie. Okay, make sure you're wearing your sunscreen. I saw Chris Tunn laying it on. Then again, he comes over from the EU side of things. Those boys are always cooking. They're actually, I'm outnumbered here. I shouldn't be talking that much trash. Williams walking in as well. It's a big day for them, Chim. We talked about Williams and their heroic run. And at this point in time, as they walk in, they understand the weight of the world is on their shoulders.
Oh, definitely. This is a make or break for them. And I kind of believe in them. Like I said, I think Williams is going to go through with this, which will be a massive upset for the tournament.
Sure.
And for Porsche Coanda. Like I said, it's an amazing team. Incredible drivers, individual drivers, 4 great drivers. But I don't know. I think Williams can challenge them.
I think so. I think Williams can. And in fact, they're about to start taking the stage. Vitality will also be with them, and Porsche Coanda will return back to the stage they were just on in the upper bracket, now in the lower bracket. Let's head over to our S&B Esports Arena to get the party started.
Welcome to the arena. Welcome to the lower bracket. Welcome to the last chance for one of these teams to make it to Sunday, to make it to Friday. It's the championship day, and whatever it is, these teams are desperate to cross that finish line and get a shot at that podium, Sandy.
That is right. 3 teams will join us on the stage one final time, and only one team will make it to the finals tomorrow. Only one team will have the chance to keep their key intact.
Let's bring out our first team. Welcome back to the stage, Porsche! Porsche Coanda, coming off a tough series of races versus VP and Redline. Our prime seed is on the precipice of peril here in the lower bracket, but unlike their opponents, they're coming in hot off the track and hungry to prove that they deserve the spot on the podium tomorrow. Will that be enough to push them over the finish line?
Next up, let's hear it for the bees from the Hive. It's Team Vitality! After a dramatic finish to yesterday's games with an insane performance, Vitality make it to the lower bracket. The vibrant, vicious bees are revitalized, looking to vaporize the competition with their ferocious velocity. They play with vision, strike with venom, and move with the vibe of champions. Verified victors, never vanilla, always versatile. This was no fluke. This is Valor with a V. This is Vitality!
And our third team to join the stage, please welcome Atlassian Williams. With determination, these Titans held tight to their key. They hugged the middle of the road to make it to today, but average won't be enough to podium. They need to become the Titans they were named for to make it through, and they have it within them if they could just claim it today.
Three more races, ladies and gentlemen. 3 more tracks on this stage, and only one team will make it to tomorrow's races. Honestly, I'm excited. The drama from yesterday was insane, and I cannot wait to see what these 3 teams will show us on this stage one final time.
They're about to put their keys in the ignition, but after this race, we're taking keys from 2 of them and crushing them. Only one of these teams will move on, and I can't wait to find out who it is. So let's send it off to get these races started.
Thank you, Seltzer and Sandstorm over at the S&B Esports Arena. The teams have taken the stage, and we are about to be underway for the first time in our lower bracket. Porsche Coanda joined by Vitality as well as Williams, two teams that have fought so very hard to get to this moment. Now that they're here, what are they going to do with it? Next race is going to be on Monza. What's it all about? Let's check it out.
It's time for the Temple of Speed, braking as late as possible into the Rettifilo chicane, down into first, and important to get the exit right into Curva Grande. The Rogier chicane with its quick flicks to the left and then to the right, making sure to use as much curve as possible. Lesmos 1 and 2 punish hesitation, get in early and clip the curbs, but watch out, the gravel is close on the exit. It's all about the rhythm in Ascari. Be too late or too early by the tiniest of margins and you will most likely be caught in a spin. The last test, the Parabolica. Easy to lose a good lap here, wide on entry, full throttle as early as possible, and that's the way to complete a lap of Monza.
As watching there, the Temple of Speed, as I've learned to call it. It's going to be good. Actually, Chip, it got you even excited. You were thinking to yourself, this is going to be a good race. You can feel it.
I don't know. I have a good feeling about it. I think Porsche Coanda trying to win the bracket. Williams and Vitality trying not to go home.
Right.
Everyone has a lot to lose. So I think there's going to be high risk and a high reward.
Without a doubt. That's just racing in general, isn't it? You know, high risk versus reward. If you're not taking the risk, are you really, truly getting rewarded? I don't know. That's, I guess, depending on the situation. Mac, I look to you. Once again, let's reiterate the qualifying bans as we're about to head into the qualifiers. Vitality with 2 qualifying bans, and then you have Blyer on the side of Williams. This is the chance for Porsche Coanda to start off incredibly strong. Right the wrongs from the first group, where they only managed to get 50 or so points. Even in this group, that's not going to be enough. So for Porsche Coanda, a huge advantage in the qualifying side of things, right? Because all of the 4 racers are going to be able to qualify. This is where they strike hard. Now, if they fail in this race, now I start ringing the alarm bells, because this is one they should absolutely capitalize on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have 4 guys that are able to set a pole position lap. Of course, the other teams have either 1 or 2 less. But again, the Porsche is a little bit difficult to drive around here, as far as I know. It's just a little bit more tricky on the high curb. So even though the pace is there, I think, in the car, it might be tricky to really get that lap dialed in. And of course, to do that with 4 people is difficult. But they should still be the favorites here, I think. I think they still have the best lineup, and they should be able to do it.
But regardless of getting it dialed in, though, you would have to assume with the 3 qualifying bans, they're still going to have a tremendous advantage, even if they might not be the fastest car on the track.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of them will put their laps together. They didn't have, they had 3 horrible races, let's be honest. But I know them. I think they'll bounce back. Mentally, they're very strong. I think this is only gonna, light a fire up there behind.
Was Chinchik one of the Vitality members with the? Was he?
Yep.
That is tough. That is tough, because Chinchik is that guy who's truly been phenomenal for Vitality, at least relatively consistent. So that now that he's gone, that hurts the chances. So, Chim, I mean, we look at Chinchik gone for Vitality plus another member, and then also Blyer. Yeah, both Williams as well as Vitality are seriously hurting in this moment. But now that they know, I mean, it's not going to be a surprise to them. They knew yesterday they were going to have the qualifying ban. How do you prepare for a moment like that?
Oof, it's going to be a tough one. And it's, like you said, it's not just a quali ban for the teams. It's Blyer and Chinchik. So it's going to be very tough for them. But also, like you said, for Porsche Coanda, this is the greatest opportunity they have to have a big championship lead and a point gap. Because they have to, like you said, capitalize on their position, get a big amount of points, create a big gap, and then pray it goes well for the next 2 races.
Pray is definitely your last option. You don't want to end up praying, right? You want to end up controlling your situation. You don't want to leave it up to luck or anything. But maybe a little prayer couldn't hurt. Maybe a little luck couldn't hurt either at this point in time.
They need everything.
They need everything right for Porsche Coanda. Again, if they start off strong here, I think they're going to be just fine in the group, and that'll put even more pressure on Vitality and Williams. If they start off weak, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to be. I asked you during the break, I'll ask you now that we're live, what's the mentality like for this Porsche Coanda group? Are they a team that usually gets down on themselves? They have a strong mentality? Because right now, a strong mentality is needed.
Yeah, for sure. I think they have a strong mentality. Coming back to that a little bit with an anecdote, in 2023, we had the Drivers' Championship here first, and then the Teams' Championship, and Josh was bound to win that until he got wrecked out by a competitor, basically. And the day after, we had the team competition, and in my head, I was like, oh man, I hope he bounces back. He needs to carry me to this trophy. And he did. He drove every race perfectly. He won almost everything the next day. He was on fire. And I think this is going to be the same case here. I think all of them are capable drivers. They have the right mentality. They want to win. I think they'll be really fired up. And honestly, I see them dominating this group.
Dominating this group, yep. Fair enough. Joshua Rogers is who you're referencing, right? Tough first day, came back in the second day, absolutely flawless. Is he the guy you would assume then to kind of rally the team behind him?
Yeah, it's not only him. I think they are really good as a collective group. Josh is not a very loud guy, but he has that leadership quality. He's just a quiet leader, if that makes sense. People follow him. I think Charlie is a bit more of the vocal one, and they have a really good group around them. Luke Pennington behind them as a team manager. They have other people here. They have a lot of leaders, so to say, there, and they all mesh well. So mentality is good, I think.
Fair enough. And Chim, when we talk about Monza, how hard is it traditionally to fight from the back of the pack up to the front?
I think in this championship, with the track rotation we have, Daytona and this one is probably the easiest ones to fight from the back. So I think as a one positive point the quali band drivers can have from this situation is at least it's Monza, because it's track that you can overtake, and because it also has, we had a massive chaos here yesterday into turn 1, and I think 2 or 3 people spun. So if that happens again, they're back in the points.
We have Mr. Chaos here again, right?
That's
and we're
right, we
at the
do.
Monza, so
yes.
We can expect the worst, I suppose.
Well, you know what, the worst is the best as far as I'm concerned, especially as a spectator, which is kind of what I am, right? I just love kicking back, whenever the casters are talking and just watching the races, because you're right, that turn 1 is a bit deadly when it comes to Monza, and it's going to be relatively fun to see how this is going to unfold. It could open up an opportunity for those in the back to skip their way through. Kind of happened in race number 1 earlier today. Maybe it happens here in race number 1 of the lower brackets. Just to reiterate, Porsche Coanda, this is their race to capitalize on. This is their race to dominate. If they can do so, they're going to be very, very healthy and looking very positive to moving to the group, or should be the finals tomorrow, which, again, Porsche Coanda has been on that revenge torch. Last year, they are not happy with their 5th place performance. They want to come back. They've been on a mission. Even more so during the R1 season online. First place, taking the first place seat away from the team of Redline, which is something that's unheard of because Redline wins everything. Now Porsche Coanda is looking to change that.
Absolutely, and the first thing they have to do for that is to obviously qualify for the finals.
Without a doubt.
So there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders. I do believe in them. My hot take is, obviously, I think there's going to be a massive upset, and Williams is going to take it and go to the finals. But obviously, I in the end, I still don't want to see Porsche Coanda go home early.
Right. You don't, because they're just such a staple in the conversation and the storylines that we've been setting literally from day 1, or even going back from the R1 online season here in 2025 to obviously where we currently stand at day number 3 of the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. We're going to have $500,000 on the line, $200,000 for first place. Just making it top 3 is a massive accomplishment, some bragging rights for sure, not only for yourself as an individual, but also for those organizations out there. And, obviously, a little bit earlier, we watched Redline and Virtus.pro go forward. Virtus.pro still playing for the Club Championship trophy. Now, we're looking to see if Vitality can join them in the top 3. Doing so would give a great race for not only Redline, but also Vitality and Virtus.pro for the Club Championship trophy to start off week 1 stronger than I believe they ever have, if I'm not mistaken. Chat, get loud. Let us know. What do you think, and who is going to take the win? 3 wonderful teams about to fight it out in the lower bracket. You have, of course, Porsche Coanda fighting for their tournament life, but so is Vitality, and so are Williams. with the qualifying bans. How much of an impact is that going to have? Well, we are about to find out in just a couple of seconds. And this is the start of potentially a disastrous run or a beautiful run for the Porsche Coanda team. It's up to them to decide how it goes. The question is, how is their mentality? Mac believes in them. Well, maybe I do too. I don't want to see them go home just yet, but reality is 2 keys will be crushed by the end of these 3 races. This is just the start. We'll be moving in to Monza, and man, it's going to be a lot of fun, especially that turn 1. It's going to be great, and of course, as we do get ready to send it in, like I said, get your predictions in the chat. Get loud for your favorite team, because they're going to need all the energy that they can possibly get, and also get loud in the stadium. Support your favorite roster. Is it Porsche Coanda? Is it Vitality? Or is it Williams? There's a lot of great racers to support. It's a matter of who you truly want to support. Let's go ahead and send it over. We've got Lewis McLean, Ewan O'Leary, and I believe a special guest joining in the mix.
Absolutely, we do. Jamie Fluke, MSI driver, unfortunately knocked out on day 1 of the Esports World Cup this year, has come to do a far more enjoyable job of chatting with us up in the comment box. Good afternoon, as it is. Good evening to you, Jamie. It's good to have you with us. How are you feeling? A couple of days out and looking forward to the second bracket of day 3. It's been very interesting so far.
It has been really, really interesting. Not too many people predicted that Porsche Coanda would drop down into this little bracket, although, as you alluded to previously with us, that someone might have made that prediction. I will go on the record and say I did predict this. So a big surprise and a bit of a shock, but all good. These guys still have another opportunity, and Charlie Collins, the first one up here into the second sector now here at Monza.
I did allude to the idea of someone maybe mentioning the fact that Porsche Coanda might be into the lower bracket. Yes, Jamie? That was you. That's fine. I'll allow it. It's okay. First sector here, though, for Charlie Collins. In a result, they really do need a good one. And as much as you come into this and say Porsche Coanda are definitely the favourites here, like, it's still really tough. It's still wide open. You cannot count out Vitality, who, remember, had a 1-2 here on the opening day of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely, and they weren't quite able to discover that form on day 2 compared to day 1, but if they can here, then Porsche Coanda are in real trouble of getting knocked out of the competition completely on day 3, which would certainly be seen as a failure on their part. They were teams champions in 2023, don't forget, disappointed with their performance last year. If that goes on 2 years in a row, they will be bitterly disappointed, but let's see what Charlie Collins could do. I just started to feel, actually, in that upper bracket, that just started to find a bit of form, actually, compared to what we saw online, where he was imperious, really. He was our best rated driver online. Didn't really see that from him in day 2, but have done so far. Let's see what this first time is, though, on the board. It's a 46.4, not quite where you'd want to be. Here's Yuri Toman.
Yeah, Yuri Toman, the next one to come through. First sector, pretty decent. If you're in that 35.3, you're going pretty strong in that sector at the moment. The second sector, though, about 10th or so off where we'd really need Yuri Toman to be, as he'll work his way into the Parabolica. Could go ahead of Charlie Collins here, though. That 46.431 is definitely beatable. I think it's going to be a lower 0.3, maybe even a 0.2. We saw 0.2s for pole position for Marcel Chinchik earlier on in the weekend. Ends up being a 0.335 for Toman.
Now then, Josh Rogers, who is on his worst free race run in R1 history. Just 4 points in the last 3 races for him, and 2 12th places in the last 2 races. That has seen Porsche Coanda knocked out of the upper bracket. They now have to our bracket now and top the group to go through into the Esports World Cup final tomorrow. Let's see if he can do it. That first sector is decent. Is it good enough for pole for the moment? No, not past Yuri Toman just yet. Worrying times for Porsche Coanda at the moment.
Yeah, not the strongest start for them. Those lap times aren't terrible by any means. Like, this is so difficult just to jump in and go, fresh into a new track. I've got Vasilios Baletsiotsis coming into the final corner here of 0.42 and a 0.66. Isn't going to challenge for either, really, the top 3 positions here. So he'll cross the line. We're probably looking at a 0.5, maybe a 0.6 in all honesty. And crosses. Good last sector, 0.4. Yes. We'll keep him kind of in the mix, but not the best start for Williams.
No, let's see what Tobias Pfeffer can do instead for Williams. He performed quite well yesterday, was vital, of course, and then even getting to day 2, they had to go through the last chance qualifier. After day 1, they've had a very long day, or days, plural, here at the Esports World Cup so far. It's now day 3. How are they going to start with Tobias Pfeffer on this occasion? Fifth driver over the line, and he puts himself right in that mix with the rest into second position. Now, the reason why the way you're seeing Erhan Yoski's lap so early is because we've got 3 qualifying bans here. Dominic Blyer for the Williams Sim Racing team, be a big loss for them, and Team Vitality have 2 of their drivers, half their team. We starting from the back, Marcel Chinchik, Thibaut Casbon. I've got to say, because all the penalties are applied on the first race of the day, this was going to happen whatever the track was, but you'd probably choose Monza if you were given a choice, or would you? Would you choose Monza?
Well, weirdly, it just sort of depends on how lap 1 goes for most of the tracks here. So it's actually really crucial there that Toman put in a safe but solid and steady lap. He doesn't want to compound that issue for Vitality. It's very difficult to reverse momentum in this series. If you got off to a bad start, we typically don't see teams often turn it around. We have seen it in the past, obviously. But it's really important for Toman and Yuyovski to get themselves up there. You see the Macedonian there sort of G'ing himself up there as he comes over the line. This will be sort of in and around Toman as long as that wasn't a slowdown penalty in the last sector.
Oh, yes.
He's right up there with a 0.2. Very good stuff from Yuyovski.
That was a yes, I've done well, not a no, I've done badly exclamation from him. Now, we'll see most of Jordan Caruso's laps as well, because Casabon and Chinchik seem to have been paired up together maybe, and that means that we've got quali bans right the way through. But how are we seeing this at the moment? In terms of Team Vitality 1 and 2, that is exactly where you'd like them to be. Porsche Coanda, you'd hope Rogers and Collins would be the one leading the line for them, but if that's the best they're going to manage, we'll see Caruso in a minute. This is worrying for Porsche Coanda, and you know, I was wondering about this from a driver's point of view. They're going to have to do 6 races today. Does that make it much more difficult for them to go through this group, even though they're against lesser opponents than what they were a moment ago?
I think these guys are experienced enough to be doing 6 and 8 races a day where that shouldn't really come into it, but not a strong start to the lap here for Caruso. 0.51, especially in the Porsche, is not strong in that first sector. We'll see how the second sector goes. 0.7 as well, so this isn't really anywhere, unfortunately, for these guys. They've had that really rough start to today with the first 3 races not going to plan. There was an opportunity, like a very short opportunity, to reset and try and go again, but this isn't the start that they're looking for.
As well, so well predicted by you, Jamie. My goodness. Yeah, Jordan Caruso into the final sector, and it's just not going to be good enough. This will be the slowest of the times completed thus far in this session, we believe. I mean, yeah, it's going to be a very much a higher 46, which when Rogers and Collins are 4th and 5th at best, this is not looking good for Porsche Coanda. They're continuing on that form they had at the
Warren as well. This first sector, fine, yeah, pretty good, but
really good.
Second sector is a little bit away from where he needs to be. That first sector, pretty extraordinary though from him. 35.2 is not something I'm sure we've seen this week. Now out the final corner for Dane Warren. Is this going to be the best of the Porsche Coanders now? In the 4 of them, he's ending it for Porsche Coanda, and no, it isn't. It's a 46.5. Here's the last man across the line.
Yeah, not good there for Porsche Coanda. I thought your eyesight there was looking a little bit troublesome. I thought I was the one supposed to be getting old today. Either way, Daniel Pastor will work his way up to the Parabolica. 35.4 in the first sector, so about half a tenth or a tenth or so off of where we'd expect. The middle sector kind of a little bit more than that, about a tenth or 2 away from where we'd need. Pastor, it'll be a time to potentially challenge Rogers and Collins in that kind of margin. Should be all right. Let's see what Pastor can do. Exactly in between Rogers and Collins, but Erhan Yuyovski and Yuri Toman, we had a 1-2 from them earlier on in the week. Are we going to get another?
Yeah, so they're going to be starting 1 and 2, and then last and second last, Team Vitality. They're sandwiching the whole field in this qualifying session by the looks of things. A good lap from Yuyovski and Toman right when they needed it most, but how is the race going to go? We'll find out in a moment. Let's see and get some analysis though from that qualifying session first, before the first race of the lower bracket.
Well, qualifying for our first race for the lower bracket has concluded. We knew we had 3 qualifying bans coming in, 2 for Vitality, 1 for Williams. Porsche Coanda needed to come out strong, but despite the 2 qualifying bans for Vitality, they take 1 and 2, doing the absolute best they possibly could. And then for the other side of Williams, not a bad performance either. Porsche Coanda still further down. I don't know if necessarily the struggles are as heavy as they were from upper bracket now to lower bracket, but it's definitely not the strongest start that I wanted them to have and which I expected them to have in this group. Mac, we're not ringing the alarm bells just yet, but I know Porsche Coanda wanted to finish a little bit higher up into qualifications.
Yeah, for sure they were looking to get pole position at least. Not quite ideal, but it's not as bad as it was in the first race of the upper bracket, I think. So I think they can fight from this, especially considering Williams are also a little bit further down. At least they don't have to worry too much about them also immediately outscoring them, like happened in the upper bracket. But yeah, it's not ideal. Really good job from Vitality. The two guys without a qualifying ban did what they needed to do, 1-2.
Right.
They couldn't have done better.
Yeah, now it depends on the race and how that ends up unfolding. Let's take a look at our qualifying race results. We'll notice Vitality up at the top, taking 1 and 2. Chim, they did exactly what they needed to do. But talk about the middle of the pack for me. Who are we going to see battling out for first place?
Yeah, what a session for Vitality. Jajoski turns it up just when it's necessary because he's been struggling with qualifying whole week and now puts it on pole when his teammates are slacking and they have a quali ban. But the middle, it's a battle because you have all these Coanda drivers and a few Williams drivers down there. And I think we know Dane Warden's quick. Caruso is quick as well. They all want to go fight to the top. So I don't know what's going to happen there. I think Rogers is going to try to go for P3 immediately. But you have 1-2 in Vitality. They can have a good teamwork done and try to carry that 1-2 to the finish.
Yeah, and the tricky thing is here, right? That Vitality is 1 and 2. So battling for P3 comes with a risk because you never know what the other guy is going to do. If Josh thinks, okay, I'm going to overtake Tobias, but Tobias doesn't want to work with him, they immediately lose ground to the 1 and 2, and then they can just pull away together. So yeah, a lot of risk here at play for the guys behind.
Yeah, a lot of that risk indeed for Williams. You know, they can sandwich Coanda drivers. Vitality, they already have the 1 and 2. Again, Porsche Coanda, they all eyes on them. This needs to be their race. If it's not, going into race number 2 for our lower bracket, everything's going to be equal. There shouldn't be any qualifying bans left. Everybody will have a chance to qualify at that moment in time, which only improves from what I can tell Vitality, who finished 1 and 2, and then also that of Williams, because they're getting their star-studded player back, which is Blyer, who did not have a chance to qualify in this moment. Let's take a look at our Aramco pole position to see the fastest time throughout the qualification on Monza. And of course, we're looking at Vitality. Ayovsky up at the top.
Yeah, he's kind of finishing his final lap here. You can see he just runs a nice wide line here, starting his lap. If you were to finish your lap, you'd be going a little bit tighter, but you just want the maximum speed, kind of starting your run, such a huge straight. And then we have that chaos chicane ride. Of course, no cars around us right now, so hopefully no chaos for him. Just braking at about 150, just slowing the car down tremendously, really slow chicane. But then again, we have a really long straight afterwards, so we need to set up the car for the exit here.
And it looks very good. Looks like the curb usage was great, and he had a good exit as well. And yeah, is this the first position, pole position from Jajoski as well?
I believe so,
what a great lap, just when it's needed. I think this is probably the best thing you can hope for from your teammates. And yeah, what a great lap! What a great lap again.
Yeah, without a doubt. Vitality, and then Porsche Coanda slips in there for themselves. Hey, good stuff coming out for Vitality, looking great. If the race ends as of now, let's say the standings just are what they are, Vitality would walk away with 47 points, Williams with 33, Porsche Coanda with 28. So, Mac, at this point, Porsche Coanda with the lowest, at least when it comes as of moment with the current grid as it is, they're currently at the lowest. So they're going to have to step it up tremendously here.
Yeah, for sure. They need to move forward. And I think that's what they'll be looking to do. And also, of course, we have to keep in mind that this is the lower bracket. Here, it is about winning. Of course, in the upper bracket, it was a little bit more about survival, right? 1 or 2 didn't really matter. But now you need to win. You need to come out on top. So
you have to come out on top. You have to be first. Second, third will not do. It's just simply not going to be enough. So first place is what we're going to be aiming for if we're Porsche Coanda, Vitality, or the Williams roster. This is the start. This is where you put the pedal to the metal on Monza, the Temple of Speed. You want to try and be the best, but can you be? Currently, Vitality leads the way in the qualifying results. Porsche Coanda is going to have to fight back from the pack. Williams just have to hold on to what they got to keep it competitive, but nothing at this point is guaranteed. Everything is gained. It's going to be a wild ride for sure. Well, let's head into Monza. We've got Ewan O'Leary, Lewis McLean, and Jamie Flute to call the cast.
So, race one of the lower bracket here at Monza. What a performance it was from Team Vitality in that qualifying session. Can they convert that towards a race? We've got a little bit of time, Jamie, so just tell us what you were telling us in the break there about Team Vitality, the advantage of them being on the front row, locking that out together.
Yeah, so it's never easy to control a race in R1, but if you've got two guys up front, then you can probably gain it or game it in such a way where the lead car can shoot off into the distance, second car can play sort of a rear gunner and take it from there. So Erhan will probably try and lead out of the first chicane, and it's up to Toman then to sort of back things up maybe a little bit if he can. There's no guarantees. We'll see what happens. Turn one at Monza, as we always know, is crazy, but these guys have a great opportunity to set themselves off in the right foot.
And if they'll know if they're 1 and 2 coming out the first chicane first lap, then that's first box ticked, if you like, from this first race of the day. And looking at the points, how it would be if they ended how they start, that would give Vitality the lead, even with their two teammates down the back. So they know that just consolidation of that 1 and 2, and they will know as well. That's team manager and race engineer of Team Vitality sat there giggling for now. They'll get serious in a moment as this race gets underway. That is for sure. It's going to be Erhan Yayoski in a moment to take this race underway. He hasn't had pole, by the way, since the spring season online a long time ago.
They've restarted it.
Okay, sorry. Building up to a race that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think so. You could actually see communication between Atlassian Williams Sim Racing and Team Vitality. I'm not sure if someone was out of place on the grid or something, but there was communication between the two teams. Race Control have stepped in and they have restarted the session. So a slight delay here, but still, that was very. It was a little bit of tension building, wasn't it?
Yeah, they will restart the server. And you will have been in these situations, Jamie, where the race is about to start and then you've got to come down completely and have to re-go again. Is that difficult to do?
I've never found it too much of a problem. We actually had this with our first race of the week, actually, at Jeddah, where I think Jimmy had a technical issue and we've had to restart. But we got through the first chunk of the race as well. So with we almost had like a like a dress rehearsal of the whole thing, and John had a good move into the turn one, and then we need to rethink the strategy and move forward from there.
All right, let's go back to the studio just for a moment while the server's restarted. We'll be back for the race in a sec.
Well, there it is. Wouldn't be an eSport event without something resetting. That's okay, because we're going to get it figured out very, very quickly. One of the actually good things about this, truthfully, is, especially for Porsche Coenda, is maybe this little bit of a break gives them an opportunity to just gather their breath a little bit more, right? That's the good thing about tech pauses sometimes, is when you are struggling, maybe mentally, maybe something is not going right, tech pauses can be a blessing in disguise. And for Porsche Coenda, maybe, Mac, it ends up being a blessing.
Yeah, maybe it gives you a little bit more time to reset, right? Maybe to think things over. Could also be a downfall, If you're not happy with what you did, you're frustrated, you have a little bit more time to kind of take that in. Maybe you spiral a little bit more. I don't see them as spiralers, so to say, but I mean, yeah, it could happen, right?
I hope not, man. That would be kind of wild that the race would actually help them, but instead the tech pause makes them spiral, Chim. Hopefully that's not the case.
No, I mean, like I said, if you spiral and start overthinking, it's never good.
Yeah.
But I mean, if they're not warming up, what else can they do in this free time,
That's right. Well, I think talk it out. Figure out some last-minute strategies and, get the ball rolling, because a lot of people have eyes on Porsche Coenda to see if they can make it through, but the same thing can be said for Williams and Vitality. Vitality would be the biggest surprise if they were to move out of this group, I'm going to be honest. I think they are the biggest underdog, in my honest opinion, based off their placings yesterday, barely skating by, defeating the likes of Maus. But I would say, at least on paper, the weakest team. Granted, let's bring the storyline back, because, Chim, last year, Vitality was second place to Redline. Both Redline and Vitality keep the exact same rosters. So for Vitality, I still think they're the weakest in this group personally, based off their performance so far, but they do have a proven history of success.
I mean, absolutely. It's Vitality in the end. It's a big name in the esports world as well. And they've done they've had amazing results in this championship, in Rennsport in total. They have been weak yesterday, yes. But I mean, I think it's hard to put them in an underdog position when you look at their history and look at what they're capable of with their 4 drivers.
Yeah, without a doubt. And the history is the big thing, right? Because, history really backs you up as a competitor. For Vitality, that history is rich. Like Jim said, Vitality as an organization in general, it means a lot to represent them. After all, one of the greatest teams playing in the championship or the club championship race, right? To go for that trophy, coveted, which was owned by Team Falcons last year. So for Vitality, just like Porsche Coanda, last year, Vitality second, Porsche Coanda fifth, but the reality is for Vitality, second place is bittersweet. It's a great performance. You're so close, but yet so far away. They're going for gold this year.
Absolutely, and for sure they're really motivated. And maybe they sound a little bit like the underdog, but I mean they're 1-2 on the grid now, right? It's hard to call them the underdog.
True.
And then considering the whole EWC Championship, for sure, just even getting into the final tomorrow, that's such a huge boost. Becoming 3rd or 5th, that is already a big difference. But of course, if they get through tomorrow, they'll be eyeing to win.
Without a doubt, and I'm glad that you said that. They are not necessarily the biggest underdogs, given the fact that they are 1-2. Yesterday's results is one thing, today's results is another. And Vitality today are looking incredible. It's always great to listen in to the competitors out there on the track. We had a chance to record the team comms from our upper bracket races. Let's listen in to what they had to say.
Nice.
Mate, he's just completely pushed me.
Left sub if you can.
What my God. The fuck?
You're good.
Yeah, but I reckon you try to split the Porsches. Just gap it.
I can't make another move, so I can't give you draw. Sorry. You're good on box. I couldn't do anything. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm going for Kevin.
I will block him in if needed.
Warren, 3 seconds penalty. A bit. Let's go,
boys and girls, we're in the final.
Well done, yeah. Outstanding. Well done, guys.
Nice.
Mega.
Hey, that was Virtus.pro. Nice to hear from them. They were pumped up to dethrone Redline, not necessarily in the point standings, but at least beat them on that final race and also secure a spot for grand finals. Virtus.pro, the number 3 seed coming into the entirety of this competition, looking like potentially the number 2 or even maybe top seed going into tomorrow's grand finals, which let's talk about that grand finals. $500,000 on the line, but more importantly, the biggest stage sim racing has to offer, and it's going to be taking place right out there. And what a wonderful accomplishment it would be for the top 3 teams to obviously fight for the coveted title. For Redline, they once again have a very real chance to go back to back to be one of the most winningest teams. I think they already are the most winningest team when it comes to Rennsport as a whole, but going back to back would be a tremendous accomplishment, refusing to relinquish control of the trophy.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be hard to go back to back, but I think they're in a prime position to do it. They're looking really strong here. They were dominant last year. Even the year before already, they were really close to winning. So it's definitely not unheard of. But yeah, they look really dominant right now. They've been very good in the online season. They just came up short against Porsche Coanda, but it was super tight. Kind of a flip of the coin of who could have come out ahead, I think. So, but yeah, at the LAN here, dominating indeed. And that flip of a coin, Chim, that's why we really need, I think, at least for a storyline perspective, to have Porsche Coanda once again to challenge them in the grand finals. But the R1 season is one thing, LAN events is another.
Absolutely, and I think it shows how competitive this field is for each team as well, because you look at the number 1 online seed, they're in the losers bracket. That just shows how close it is between the best team in Rennsport and let's say the worst team in Rennsport, and you just realize how everyone is actually a lot closer than we think.
That's right. There's levels to this. That's what I like to say. I get memed on it, but I always say it during other esports broadcasts. It's like, you have your best teams in the R1 season, then you have your middle of the pack, and then you have your bottom teams, and there sometimes could be a tremendous and steep curve from the best to the worst, even if they're still all 12 the best teams in the world. That's just how it goes. Porsche Coanda, their road to EWC was phenomenal this year during the regular R1 season. Again, last year, 5th place, not happy with that result. This year, they're trying to take the title away from Redline. That's the only thing going through their minds. Let's look at the road to EWC for Porsche Coanda.
It's the last year's experience for us. Performance-wise, bit of a shocker, to be honest. Fell well short at the event itself here in Saudi, which really hurt us, to be honest. I think we finished like 5th or something, which is, really not good enough from us.
Disaster for Jordan Caruso and Charlie Collins, who awful lap from Josh Rogers. But come on, Josh, what are you doing?
The Porsches have been over the line, and Dane Warren is not going to go quicker.
So definitely this year we're coming in with, win it or bin it basically mentality.
Porsche Coanda looking for a podium. They're going to go wheel to wheel. Will it be Coanda? It looks like it. Maybe.
And here comes Charlie Collins. He'll push De Jong to glory here.
In the spring season this year, I'd say we were pretty dominant. I think overall we were the most consistent, sort of well-rounded team. With a lot of really dominant performances throughout.
The Dane Warren has pushed his car victory in the first quarter-final.
Any one of our drivers can win a race or podium the race with not too much effort. So I think we're really unique in that sense, and I think it's shown in the online season for sure.
Jordan Caruso, a star in the making this man could be. What a moment! Catch your breath! Dane Warren is through.
I think I would consider ourselves the best team coming in simply because of the online season. Maybe one other team was showing their nose here and there, but I think definitely coming to EWC we're the ones to beat.
I would definitely consider ourselves the best team coming into EWC. We need to be able to execute under pressure. Talking to be about that, but I definitely think we're the strongest team.
Perform under pressure. Well, that statement is no more truer than what they are experiencing now. They are truly under pressure, and they need to find a way to overcome it. We've been highlighting how close it is, not only in the standings, but for the qualifying standings, right? I mean, Vitality at the moment, if everything stayed as is, would be leading over Porsche Coanda, who would be in 3rd place by 20 or so points. And, well, that's a large come up. They've got to perform well here, and I'm hoping they do. Let's head into Monza. Ewan O'Leary, Lewis McGlade, and Jamie Fluke, take it away.
Take 2 it is then. Take 2 of the first race in the lower bracket here in the Esports World Cup 2025. We've got Team Vitality, Porsche Coanda, and Williams Sim Racing all looking to get their place in the final secure. Final taking place tomorrow, of course, over the course of a maximum of 8 races. Finalist mode making a return, which we're very excited about for the final, that is for sure. Monza, though, is going to be a barnstorming opener. These guys have got to go to the Hockenheimring and Fuji after this. Certainly circuits where overtaking is a little bit more difficult, although there's nowhere easier, you could argue, than Monza, maybe Daytona. But it is one of those circuits that provides the great racing, and it will do here in race number 1. Erhan Yayoski will have control of the field here in a moment. He takes his first pole since the 2nd round of the 2024 online season back at Orchard Road. Haven't been there since. Erhan Yayoski gets another pole this time round, his 6th all time, as he now makes his way up towards the start-finish line. And we are green flag racing. His teammate Yuri Toman rides alongside, and they're going to try and control this from the front with 3 Williams drivers and 3 Porsche Coanders on the inside instead. And they're going all over the place here. They're going to get in the line of the Vitalities. Yayoski and Toman on the inside. It's 3 wide for the lead very nearly, but Yayoski takes charge. 3 teams into 2nd place. Oh, into Yayoski's off. Yayoski breaks too late in towards turn 1. He's thrown it away immediately here, and Team Vitality are falling down the field. Yuri Toman goes backwards as well.
Yuri Toman pushed off the road there, and this could end up being not so great indeed for Vitality. Williams picking up the pieces. We can see here, taking a look at Rogers, Collins and Warren all working in a line. You've got Williams as well trying to find their way through as they jostle their way into the Rogers. There was contact between 2 Porsches in the previous race at the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. They cannot afford it in this one.
Oh dear, Vitality make up 3 of the final 4. The guys who've got qualifying bans, by the way, are still the last 3. Kazabon, Chinchik and Breyer haven't been able to make any progress, but Erhan Yayoski leads, Jamie. Would you say he gained an advantage there by cutting across the first chicane?
Yeah, he's a full second clear, so I would say he has to get at least some of that time. Remains to be seen what the stewards will say about that, but disaster outside of that for Vitality. They weren't able to control it off the start. Yuyovsky moving left, moving right to try and give his teammate slipstream, but also cover off the chasing pack, and it just didn't go to plan. And yeah, those guys now have a major uphill battle.
And this has gone from being quite a positive position for teams like Vitality, even Williams coming into this race. At the moment, I have got Porsche Coanda scoring quite a bit more points than the rest of the field. So it seems as though Porsche Coanda might be the ones that are actually looking in a pretty solid position.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on penalties, of course, over the course of the next few moments. But let's have another look at this replay. Talk us through it, Jamie.
Yeah, so Yuyovsky sort of moving across a little bit on the brakes, and he's realised he's gone way, way too deep and cuts across the chicane. And then it's 3 wide, 2 back, and it's just carnage trying to get everyone squeezed through there. Toman getting fed off wide. Probably not what he actually needs to do there. But he gets shuffled down to P9, and yeah, the Coanda drivers, I think, primarily taking full advantage of that.
Daniel Pastor got shoved out wide there by Dane Warren, and Jordan Caruso slipped through as well. So Porsche Coanda now 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th in this race. Looking good all of a sudden after being under such pressure earlier. Here's Yuri Toman. He looks to get past Vasilis Belziotis down in towards the second chicane here on lap 2. Side by side, and he can't manage it just about. Belziotis a bit wide, and that might give Toman the advantage out the corner. Not quite. The Vitalities are queuing up for this 8th position.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, we work our way then through Lesmo 1. It's all Porsche Coanders in a line, and from this position they can take control. They can start working their way through, teaming up. The problem for them, though, surely, is that not only, you know, Josh Rogers, then Tobias Pfeffer, it's 1.2 seconds then to Erhan Yuyovsky, and that's the big one. I mean, is that like too large of a margin for them to kind of overcome?
I would say so. It depends, though, on whether Yuyovsky has to give up time or whether he starts making any mistakes. In terms of raw pace, Yuyovsky has been pretty strong around here from what I've seen. And it seems likely that if Pfeffer's going to get challenged by Rogers and the chasing Coanda pack, that they're going to cost each other time. It's very hard to battle and then not lose heaps around here. So I would say Yuyovsky's probably in the clear for now, but this might get decided in the stewards room.
Yeah, let's see. We'll keep an eye on that over the course of this race. Now, can those Vitality Aston Martins do anything here? Don't forget, it's about topping this group, not just getting second place like what we saw for the upper bracket. You've got to finish top, and so Vitality have got to get ahead of Williams first of all, then get closer to Porsche Coanda. It's not quite so simple. Side by side through the first chicane, Belziotis got a huge job in his hands to defend, but this could really help Williams. If he just holds them off, he can consign Vitality's best 3, you could argue, to a finish 8th place or worse.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. It's about like trying to make things a little bit better for your team later on. It's about trying to take control of this race. It's about trying to make it as bad for your enemies and your rivals as you possibly can. Belziotis doing a great job to keep Toman at bay. It's looking like a disaster at the moment for Vitality. Toman, Kazabon and Jinjing, 9th, 10th and 11th, and they've got Dominic Blyer, who has got good pace around this circuit, of course. When we went racing in it yesterday in the round robin, he was the one that was victorious. Yes, he did it from pole position, but he's proven that he's got the pace to win around here.
He does indeed, but you can't win a race from P12 and 6 seconds off the lead at this stage of the race. So ultimately, it's going to be really, really difficult. I think Vasilios in this scenario just has to play rear gunner to power store ahead and just keep the Vitality swarm behind him. Blyer, if he can pick up any pieces from here, then that's great, but at this point, you don't want to completely throw yourself out of contention, especially when it's only one that progresses through. It's not like what we had yesterday where it was one drops out, so it was playing it safe was the order of the day. You have to be super aggressive here where you can.
And how much do you sign up to the idea that in race 1 you can't necessarily win this group, but you can certainly lose it if you score badly, as these 3 Vitalities are doing at the moment?
Very much so, because we only have 3 races, and that's really not an awful lot of time for things to turn around if it does go badly in that first race. We had that experience ourselves, as we see side by side between Power Store and Caruso. This is crucial. It's only midfield positions, but every time you take a position off of another driver, it's a double whammy. You gain and they lose.
Yeah.
So every position that you can gain on a rival team is absolutely crucial, especially in the early stages here, to build that momentum.
And now the Vitalities are in one line. They've got alongside Belziotis now for the Curva Grande, and Kazabon's going to try and get in behind his teammate as well. Yuri Toman it is who's got the chance this time round, but they're on the outside in time for the second chicane. They're 3 wide nearly here. The Vitalities are maybe going to crash into each other if they do that, and so Marcel Chintik backs out of it, but Yuri Toman's going to get through into that second chicane, and now they've got to follow. Kazabon's got to try and do this as well, and Blyer's getting involved involved to try and take some pressure off of his teammate.
Yeah, he's going to get freight trained here if he's not careful. He drops back in line, this BS+COMPETITION, and cuts off the damage from behind, keeps Kazabon at bay. It's Chinchik and Blyer, two winners around here in this competition, the Esports World Cup 2025, in 11th and 12th position, staring at the back of it. Again, these are crucial points. It might not sound like much right now. It bumps up your average. It makes things potentially, that chance of it being a little bit easier. And Williams will know that. Remember, in the first, I know they had 4 races yesterday, but in the first race yesterday, they scored just 11 points and still nearly got straight through into the upper bracket.
Yeah, and that shows that it can still turn around even if it goes badly wrong, but they did have that extra race. So as we're seeing here now, it's Pfeffer defending hard against Rogers and Collins. It's pretty tricky actually to see how Pfeffer can hang on to this. He's going to try and push super hard here to work his way further or closer towards Yoski in case he gets a penalty, but the Coanda boys will not hang around. If they've got an opportunity to overtake, they will.
Here comes Rogers and Collins down the inside into second position, maybe. Rogers is clear, but, well, yes, he is clear. Now, what about Collins, though? He's still alongside, and this should allow Porsche Coanda into second and third position. This is only going to help them in the standings at the moment. They should have over 50 points now, I think, and if they can start to average that each race, then they'll be in the money. Now, Team Vitality battling amongst themselves here. BS+COMPETITION is back in front of Yuri Toman again. Kazabon's the one going backwards. They've let Chinchik through now to have a go. This is looking like a bit of a mess for Team Vitality.
Certainly so. Back to Jordan Caruso, Daniel Pajstorp in their fight for 6th and 7th position. And again, all of these being very important points for Porsche Coanda after the bitter disappointment of racing at the circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps, a circuit which should go well for them. Not so great. We are getting a note, though. There is a penalty for Erhan Yuyovski.
Yeah, just the 1 second, though. Just the 1 second. So he's got a second. I mean, to me, that's kind of like it's almost less than what he gained. I don't know about what you think, but a second, at the moment, it's not going to affect him.
But it's super close, though. Last time that we just saw the gap there, it was right around that 1 second mark. So on top of that, he's going to get a couple of penalty points as well for that. So if he doesn't keep the win, he'll not probably keep maximum points per second, if that makes sense. It hurts the team points in that regard. So it's actually really important that he keeps that gap above 1 second so that he at least claims the win despite the penalty.
And don't forget, they're basically holding out for Yuyovski at the moment because he is the only Vitality driver who's really performing well at the moment. The others are squabbling amongst themselves further down in the field at the moment. Maximum 9th place in this one. Here's Tobias Pfeffer, doesn't get in the middle of those guys at the moment. So that's an interesting call from him alongside with the Porsche Coandas at the moment. Just didn't want to go through, it looked like.
I think that he'll probably have been told that Yuyovski's got the 1 second penalty and he's going to sit behind the Coanda drivers to try and use them to help drag him closer to Yuyovski. That gap's gone out to 1.2 seconds. That is crucial. But if Rogers and Collins can sort of drag Pfeffer along and get right up to them, as BS+COMPETITION and oh my goodness.
BS+COMPETITION very nearly lost it there in front of all 5 of them. And Vitality now are trying to take some hold of this group. He's going to go around here, surely? No. He somehow saves it. And look at this, through on all of them. Through into 8th place, Marcel Chinchik. Up the order he goes. BS+COMPETITION still side by side with his now bitter rival Yuri Toman through the Lesmos.
And Don Blyer was really trying to get involved there. He nearly made it past all of them, just misjudged it a little bit. He now remains side by side at the rear end of the field with Thibaut Kazabon. The pair of those fighting over 11th position at the moment. Is Kazabon there sticking out on the left-hand side? And it is indeed the position switch. So Williams getting the extra point, of course, with Don Blyer working his way through into 11th. But chaotic scenes there through the Roger between Williams and Vitality.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys don't really need to be scrapping super hard over it because, as we've seen before, penalty points will kick in and they hurt so much more when you're further down the field because we've seen scenarios where drivers have actually scored negative points over the race. They might as well have not even taken to the start because they finished low down and then got themselves involved in incidents. So obviously you want to try and gain the positions if you can, but if it's going to cost you more points than what it's worth, you've got to sometimes play the percentages.
Now Pfeffer is trying to get in amongst them, but he's not going to get anywhere there. Josh Rogers holds him off for the moment. The reason why we question, why he's staying where he is at the moment is because, yes, I certainly get trying to stay to the leader, but surely Porsche Coanda are the big rival at the moment. You need to finish top of this group, and if they're scoring 50 odd, That's hard to bring back.
It is hard to bring back, but you've got to think the long term, even just within the race itself. If you can get closer to the car ahead that has a penalty and then fight towards the end, then that's an opportunity as well. It's so difficult though if you're 1 versus 2, and I found out to my own detriment at the start of the week, where sometimes, you know, it's not totally on. You've just got to, never mind. Blair getting shoved wide there through the second chicane there, and we'll see if he has to give that up as well.
Yeah, Blair was battling with Casabon and with Toman. We head our way back up to Caruso, who is behind Pajtor, and now back up towards the higher parts of the field, of course. Erhan Yovsky leads by 1.6 seconds, has that 1 second time penalty. At the moment, points-wise, it will be 52 points for Porsche Commander Esports Racing Team. Team Vitality would be on 28, I believe, with the I think it's 2 penalty points for the 1 second penalty, and Alassian Williams Sim Racing would be on 26. So a big gap is growing. Porsche have double the points of Williams at the moment. That's huge.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Considering the sort of inauspicious qualifying from Coanda, they've quietly went about their business. They've done a very professional job so far. They've got 2 cars up there inside the top 3, and that's really important, getting yourselves into podium positions. Sometimes you don't have to win the race to, you know, have a really strong race as a team, and they're currently holding off Favre there in P4. It's so difficult. We'll see if Favre's going to try and do something here up the inside of Rogers, but it's going to be so difficult on corner exit. A little bit of contact there through turn 1, and then he's going to get fed out wide at turn 2. No, he actually gets the park out really well. And Collins then further ahead is going to have to move left to give his teammate the slipstring, and that makes it so much more difficult. As I said, 1 versus 2 is so difficult, especially whenever the lead car has the advantage at the high ground to give his teammate the slipstring.
And even with the shorter line through the Curva Grande, Tobias Pfeffer can't get past, and you start to wonder how he's going to manage this in the next few moments, how he's going to get past those 2 in front. It's Erhan Yovsky who's leading this race. These are in the sort of yellowy, green Aston Martin out front for Team Vitality. Next in line, it's Charlie Collins in the white Porsche, followed by his teammate Josh Rogers, then Tobias Pfeffer, who's in 4th position. Dane Warren rounds out the top 5. We've gone back to Jordan Caruso. He's trying to attack Daniel Pastor at the moment for 6th place.
Yeah, indeed. This is, by the way, for reference, if you don't know where we are in the race, this is, we're on lap 7 at the moment, so there will be 2 more laps left to go at the line. We apologize for the technical issues we're dealing with at the moment, but we do indeed have a race going, and it is indeed a 1.8 second lead. Yovsky's actually pulled out that margin, so he's dealing with the 1 second time penalty very well. You can see at the bottom of your screen, we've got the Williams Esports driver, Williams Sim Racing drivers. Williams Esports has been rebranded. Don Blyer on the left-hand side, Vasilis Belletsiotis, then we've got Tobias Pfeffer and Daniel Pajtor going from left to right.
Yeah, absolutely. So really impressive stuff actually from Yovsky to pull out that gap, especially against what we know as 2 world-class operators in Collins and Rogers. They actually swapped at one point. I'm not sure exactly where, but Rogers was ahead of Collins and then they swapped round. So maybe that's the reason for the gap extending out, but that gap's almost at 2 seconds now. So Yovsky's, I think, very much in the clear here, and it's going to be a case of whether Pfeffer can put any sort of dent into the Porsche Coanda car's head.
Yeah, it shows, doesn't it? Even though you could say the first chicane was dubious for Yovsky, he you know, does deserve to be out front at the moment. He's clearly got the speed, but see, there might be some more discussions a bit later about that cut across the first chicane. Let's see if Jordan Caruso can do anything here in terms of getting 6th. If they could lock out most of the top half here at Porsche Coanda, they'd be very pleased. Outside line in the second chicane, gets to the inside of the second part, sliding the both of them on the way out the corner, but he's got the inside for the next 2, has the Australian, and surely that is going to be through. He is indeed. That is 4 Porsche Coandas in the top 6.
Yeah, lovely move there. Jordan Caruso working his way through. Then as he rejoins and dabs onto the brakes going into Lesmo 2, not a corner you really want to make a move. So the battle for 6th position continues with Caruso inside the top 6. Porsche Commander Esports, they have all 4 of their cars in the top half of the field. All 4 are in the top 6. They're scoring very well in this. Got them to do this against Redline and Virtus.pro.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good bounce back at the minute for Coanda. It was such a tough set of 3 races earlier as we look at Yovsky sort of coming towards the end of the lap. Is this the final lap?
No, it's penultimate lap.
Penultimate lap. My apologies.
Don't stop.
Don't stop. We're going to keep rolling. Super stuff here from Yovsky, just to at least keep the Vitality guys in play.
Oh, well, he is celebrating, so maybe it is the checkered flag coming up towards the line. And there we go. It is the last lap of the race. Erhan Yovsky has indeed taken victory. He was chased down by those closing behind him to about 1.8 seconds in the end, but despite that 1 second penalty, Team Vitality take the victory. But you've got to say it's these boys who will be pleased the most. Porsche Coanda getting all four of their drivers in the top half. They would have been super worried about dropping out of that upper bracket and then missing out on the final completely, but that race ensures that they are in pole position after race 1 in this lower bracket.
They are indeed leading the points in the lower bracket. It was expected. I'm sure even the likes of the legendary Jamie Fluke could have predicted that Porsche Coanda would do well in the lower bracket. They are doing well as expected. Great race victory though for Erhan Yovsky. Apologies for giving the wrong lap count there. It's because I can't read, apparently.
I thought it was the penultimate lap as well, so I'm not going to throw you under the bus. Erhan Yovsky takes the victory though. There's the total time in the end. It's going to be close when that figures itself out in a few moments' time. Charlie Collins will be classified second though, ahead of Josh Rogers. There you go. Tobias Pfeffer fourth for the Williams Sim Racing team. Best placed of those. Dane Warren round out the top 5. With Jordan Crusoe making it a good first race for Porsche Coanda. Daniel Pastor got to 7th. Marcelo Cinchik did the best of those with a quali band to finish 8th, ahead of Vasil Speltsiot and Don Blyer, who gained a couple of places. Yuri Toman finished 11th, ahead of Thibaut Casabon in 12th. He didn't move up at all from that qualifying ban, unfortunately for him at the very beginning. Jamie, thanks for joining us. It's been a pleasure to have you. Hopefully we might see you again tomorrow or later today. Who knows?
Who knows? But yeah, thanks for having me, and yeah, glad to be here. And if you need me for anything else, just let me know.
It'd be good to have you back. We'll take a break here in a couple of moments' time and have a look at race 4 of day 3 with the desk after this short break.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. 2 worlds inspired by each other. 2 worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, this time joined by Jim Bullock-Bassey, but also James Baldwin, who comes back onto the desk to close out our last two races of the night. Race 4 is over with. It was on Monza, and when it needed to be a big performance from Porsche Coanda, well, James, it ended up being a big performance. I think they walked away with about 50 or so points, 54 to Vitality's 27 to Williams' 22. So even though Vitality gets the win, well, Porsche Coanda gets the most points.
Yeah, and especially a strong race performance there by Coanda. All constantly moving forward in the race, and the Porsche race pace clearly is very strong. Yayovsky drove probably the best race he's done all event, and quite a cheeky first corner where he cut the track and got a big gap behind, but he maintained that gap, so his race pace was strong as well. So, yeah, a big points lead for Coanda, but I think the other teams still have a chance.
Yeah, cheeky but not dirty.
Cheeky but not dirty. You like it when I say that word.
Yo, don't, you're not supposed to say that on broadcast. Relax. All right, Jim, let's break away and look at our results. Yayovsky up there in the first place position. Very well done. But again, Porsche Coanda doing exactly what needed to be done, at least from second on down through seventh. Well done from them and their position. You do got a question, though. If Vitality didn't have two qualifying bans, along with Blyer also being qualified ban, how much would they have been able to move up?
I don't really know. Porsche had a clinical race there. Their teamwork was amazing. They overtook everybody using their... they worked together and overtook all the Williamses, end up getting second, third, and racking up all those points. Absolutely amazing race from Porsche.
Yeah,
not much to say.
Yeah, you know what? That's it. You said it, right? Porsche Coanda, great performance. But doesn't mean that they're safe, and you kind of said it yourself, actually, just a little bit ago before we went live. It doesn't mean that they're safe. They can still mess it up.
Yeah, they have double the points of the second place team, but Hockenheim coming up, then Fuji, and these are strong teams. Vitality and the other team are strong, so it's not over yet. Definitely not.
Yeah, Williams, they're going to have Blyer this time around. They move into Hockenheim. Two more races to go for our lower bracket to determine who the two teams, who's getting their key crushed versus who's moving forward to play for the $500,000 tomorrow in our grand finals. Let's take a look at Hockenheim.
Let's take a look at the Hockenheimring then. First up, it's the Nord curve. Fast, wide and brutal if you get it wrong. Commit early, trust the downforce and use all of the track on the exit. Turns 2 and 3 is all about carrying your speed in and powering out early to get the maximum out of the long run down to the hairpin along the parabolica. Into the hairpin then, braking as late as possible is the key, all the way down to the first gear and getting a nice clean exit. Then the Mercedes arena section. Moves on the inside and the outside both possible here, but potential disaster looms if you bite off more than you can chew. The next key point then is turn 11, also known as Mobile 1. It's a blind apex and a likely trip into the gravel trap if you get it wrong. Coming up next, it's the Sachs curve, a deep, technical corner with a lot of banking to help the rotation of the car. Be cautious on the throttle for the final turn to get the best exit onto the start-finish straight, and you've completed a lap of the Hockenheimring.
Well, there it is, Hockenheim, race number 2 for our lower bracket. Now it comes to the conversation of the vehicles and who has the advantage. So, James, what are we thinking? Who has the fastest car on the track? Obviously, just speculation, but what are you thinking?
Well, I think Marcel Cinchik's gone well here all week. And we saw yesterday he finished a strong second behind Dara McCormack. In qualifying, every single qualifying session, he's nailed qualifying. So now Erhan's in form as well. I think Vitality could be strong here. So yeah, I think they would be my pick.
Vitality. And you know what? That's a great call because Cinchik had the qualifying ban. This time he doesn't. Cinchik is truly instrumental in Vitality's success. I say that Yayovsky does get the win in race 1, but now with Cinchik back and Yayovsky popping off, Vitality might be even stronger on Hockenheim.
Oh, absolutely. And if EWC can continue his form, it could be a good race for them and fight straight back to Porsche Coanda. And there's only 27-point difference.
Yeah.
It's not that difficult to close that gap down. They just need one good race. It's same for Williams. If Blyer is back for them to start their star player. So if Blyer gets a good quali or Vitality crew gets a good quali, they're right back in the game and it goes to the final race.
Yeah, 27 points. It's easier said than done. First place is going to be 25 points, right? So it's easy to cover that gap. I say easy, again, it's easier said than done, but it is very much possible. Porsche Coanda did, though, as far as I'm concerned, separate themselves from the pack. I'm very happy with their performance in race number 1, and it showed that, Group 1, I say Group 1, but Bracket 1, upper bracket, did not go their way. They were beat to a pulp, okay? They didn't even break 100 points, right? So when I look at that performance and think of their performance in race 1, I'm like, okay, they recovered quite nicely.
Yeah, and I think when you're in the upper bracket and you get eliminated to the lower bracket, it's harder for you because you're on the downward, you got no momentum basically, and you're facing teams that haven't raced. And yeah, so they've done a really good job. They've stayed mentally strong to bounce back at Monza and get the result they did. And yeah, fingers crossed for them, they can continue that.
Well, I do have the final result, so it is officially Porsche Coanda at 54, Vitality with 27, and Williams with 22. And it's kind of odd, isn't it, Jim, that Vitality walks away with more points than Williams despite having 2 members on their roster having qualifying bans. I know Blyer is instrumental in the success for Williams, but I still expected the other 3 to maybe carry some weight.
Definitely, but I think Porsche really cut their cut their hands maybe there because they had a good momentum with Pfeffer definitely. And Pfeffer was, I think, going P2 at some point, but then Porsche with their teamwork, they just put them back into P5 and put them out of contention with the points as well. So I think it's just a hats-off situation to the Porsche Coanda guys there.
Fair enough. And Hockenheim, traditionally, how good is it for Porsche Coanda? Is it a decent race for them? I would think they're pretty consistent. Obviously, to be first seed from the online R1 season, to come into, obviously, the LAN event, I think they're just fine. But for Hockenheim, how do they traditionally do, you think?
Well, because they're a top team, they've won at every track. But I'd say, from experience and memory, I would say it's probably one of their weaker tracks. I've seen a lot of Coanda slowdowns at Hockenheim before, but that means basically nothing because they can just turn it on and get pole and win. So, yeah, I think pound for pound, they are the strongest of the 3 teams. There's no doubt about that. So if they go through to tomorrow, they have the best chance of sticking it to Redline and BP. But today's a different day, and the result could be anything.
Without a doubt. Well, if it is their weakest, that's kind of interesting. It opens up the door potentially for Williams and Vitality. Comes down to the qualifying session, which is going to be queued up in just about a minute or so. And I'm very curious to watch Chinchik for the first time today qualify, along with, of course, Williams, who just have been on fire with Blyer, right? And Blyer didn't have a chance to qualify in race 1. So now Chinchik, Blyer, both come back into the fold. Will they make an impact? I think so. If they don't, well, it's race 2 and only one more race to follow. You fall too far behind, you end up in a Porsche Coanda situation like we did in the upper group, where they were so far behind going into race 3. The conversation was they needed 1, 2, 3, and 4 for any slight chance to take the victory over Redline and ultimately Virtus.pro. We obviously know how that ended. It was Porsche Coanda who wasn't able to overcome that gap. Therefore, they fell behind. This time, they're looking to not make that same mistake. Race 2, if it goes strong for them again, let's say they get another 50-plus point race, I think they're smooth sailing straight into the grand finals. It's going to put a ton of pressure on Vitality as well as Williams. But obviously, it all depends on the qualifying. It depends on this next race. In my opinion, they could be very comfortable or they could be quite uncomfortable depending on the performance in race number 2, which arguably will be the most important race. So let's get it underway. I'm super excited for it. Let's start the qualification. Hey, Zach Sweeney, Steve Brown, take it away.
Thank you very much, Taylor. We're going to be jumping straight in then to the second race of the lower bracket. We take to the Hockenheim, and this is a circuit where Vitality could well be strong, especially with Marcel Chinchik actually being able to take part in qualifying. Daniel Pashtor, though, is the first one to start his lap to the first sector. Not really, in fact, actually, I say that he's about half a tenth off the fastest we've seen in 2025, so not bad at all. At Lassie Williams Sim Racing, Steve, they really do need a good race here. They're at risk of being at the bottom of the group. Even if they don't go through, there's a $10,000 difference between finishing 4th and finishing 5th. So ideally, they really want to maximise their points.
Yeah, we mustn't forget that, of course, you don't want to go out today, but there is still a big difference in terms of prize money between all of the positions, so you still want to fight to finish as high as you possibly can. Daniel Pashtor here, coming through the second sector. 20.1 in sector 1 is pretty solid. I think a 20.0 is the optimum. 46.0, that's pretty impressive. So this is looking like a very solid lap he's putting together into the final sector, into the stadium section. The final couple of corners are actually very awkward here at Hockenheim as it goes through this left-right. Not really much in the way there, but it's these two corners here to round out the lap, maximising the track on the left-hand side, and then on the outside through the final corner, all over the curb, straight to the line. We're looking at low 36s, ideally. It's a 36.2.
Not bad at all. 36.2, I mean, right on the money. Marcel Chinchik's both of his pole times yesterday were a 36.121 and a 36.171. He's looking very consistent. 20.0 to the first sector, 46.0 to the second sector. This once again could be a Marcel Chinchik masterclass here at the Hockenheimring. He's now making his way to the Sud curve, the final corner on the Hockenheimring. This could be exactly what Vitality need to maybe find their way through into tomorrow's finals, accelerating his way towards the line. And wow, that final sector lost him a lot of time. It's only a 36.3 for Vitality's powerhouse and potentially his best hope around this circuit.
Yeah, I thought that was a dead cert that he was going to go 36.1 there. Didn't quite make it happen. Thibaut Casabon can take up the mantle here and try to put Team Vitality back at the front. Last couple of corners, the sector 1 and sector 2 times in the ones, looking okay. This could be a solid time, but I'm not sure it's going to be a 0.1. He crosses the line, and it's a 3.99. Not quite where he would like to be.
No, not quite. Tobias Pfeffer up next. 20.2 to the first sector, 46.1 to the middle sector. That's probably about a tenth and a half down what you'd want to see from the pinnacle of the pole time. I mean, Chinchik was a dead in both, so you can see that he's probably tracking just shy of 3/10 off at the Hungarian. Now making his way through the final corner, Tobias Pfeffer in his rookie season of R1 competition, his first LAN event in R1 competition as well. Let's see what he can do on his way across the line. Can he get to provisional pole? Nowhere near. Only a 36.5. What is going on with the qualifying times?
I've noticed this today. A lot of drivers, I don't know what it is. Is it tiredness, fatigue, pressure? The times have not been as quick today as we were seeing yesterday. But here comes Erhan Jajowski, obviously off the back of the win in the previous race, maybe with some more confidence. He crosses the line. The sectors are okay. It's going to be third place, 36.36.
Not bad at all. Again, cementing himself towards the front of the field. Jordan Caruso, though, Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team have looked very strong in this lower bracket group, trying to find a bit more confidence after the despair earlier on in the day, losing out to Virtus.pro and to Team Redline. Now Jordan Caruso, a bit of snap oversteer, actually getting a little bit of opposite lock going into that penultimate corner. Let's see if he's able to keep the rest of the lap nice and tidy. That first sector, though, is not looking great. 22.4 is way off where he wants to be across the line. It could well be plumb last, and indeed it is for the Aussie. Dominic Bly, though, up next, and well, after a qualifying ban in Monza, he needs to show up here today, but the Mercedes just not quite where it needs to be around this circuit.
That looks like another slowdown penalty in the first sector. So easy to do out of that first corner. You have to really be very extreme with the track limits, and obviously falling foul of that, trying to push a little bit too hard. So he still has to push to the end to try to beat all of the others who get a slowdown penalty. Is he going to go ahead of Caruso, who has a 38.7? He does, with a 38.6. I mean, that's one position at least.
Yeah, indeed it is. I mean, every little helps at the end of the day, and just by being ahead of Caruso, even when we always say, even if you get a slowdown, you've still got to press on for the rest of the lap, just in case. Charlie Collins up next has never won around the Hockenheimring, has taken 2 podiums from his 7 races around this circuit, but that middle sector time looks good. That first sector time about a 10th off where it needs to be, but the Porsche not really good at committing to that first curb up to P5. Not bad at all for Charlie Collins. Dane Warren, though, at the minute, 45.9. Hang on. That is a sensational middle sector.
I don't think we've seen a 45 in that second sector in all of the competition so far. That is very, very fast. The sector 1 time, good. So combining this all together, will it be enough to displace Pastor at the front of the grid there? 36.248 is the benchmark he is trying to beat. Couple of meters left in the lap. He is going to go onto the front row.
Wow, only P2 in the end. Yuri Toman, though, is on another blinder of a lap. It's really good to the first sector. It's good enough to the middle sector as well. 46.0. He knows this is a good lap. Yuri Toman has really stepped up the vitality here at LAN. He's tipped his way into double digits in terms of race victories. Let's see if he can continue that streak here at the Hockenheimring. Through the final corner once again. It's a 36.248 to beat. It's a 36.274 to find his way onto the front row. Foot to the floor and across the line. What is it going to be for Yuri Toman? It's provisional pole, but only just.
Incredible lap there. Now it is the turn of Joshua Rogers. He has not been in form, and wow, sector 1, 22.7. Now, I mean, his target to try to beat Blyer and Caruso there for the lower positions, but that is disappointing. Not been the best day for Joshua Rogers. He's normally always on form, one of the best players in the history of the game. But this is not going to be the lap he was looking for. He's going to be down the order. 38 mid is what we're looking at, probably. It's 38.9. He's going to be last on the grid.
Yeah, Joshua Rogers today just hasn't been Joshua Rogers at all. I've not had a chance to speak to any of the Porsche guys, but maybe it could be some illness, or maybe he is just having a bad day. It happens to the best of them. Even Joshua Rogers is human. He's not quite the Rennsport machine that he sometimes finds himself looking like. Vasilios Poliziotis, though, looking to fly the flag for Atlassian Williams Sim Racing. Now across the line. It's not been the best of qualifyings for them, with Tobias Pfeffer and Dominic Bard towards the back end of the field. What can Blitziotis do? He splits the pair of them and goes to 9th place. Tobias Pfeffer, though, up there in second. Yuri Toman is the man on pole.
Yeah, I think that's a really strong qualifying for Team Vitality there at a vital time in this competition. They need to kind of deliver now. And yeah, I think Yuri Toman there with a good result. Let's go back to the studio for some analysis of qualifying.
Well, there it is. The qualifying session is done for race number 2, race number 5 of the day, but race 2 for our lower bracket. And Porsche Coanda do not qualify as well as they probably wanted. Granted, I feel like this is Groundhog Day. I said the same thing in the previous race, yet they finished with the most points, which means they know how to fight through the pack, despite maybe lackluster qualification results. Roger's been having a tough time throughout today's competition. He gets a slowdown. He finishes in 11th. Of course, the rest of his roster not doing too hot either. I do believe there was a Porsche Coanda member, though, that did finish up relatively towards the top. I want to say 3rd. He got dropped down a little bit from that Vitality member, Toman, who ends up getting pole position. But yeah, Porsche Coanda not too hot in the qualifying, but again, they know how to fight back.
They do, yeah, and it was Dane Warren who was the 3rd or 4th place car with a really quick second sector. And I think with the Porsche, I mean, they literally admitted to us on the stage earlier, they've got a very strong race car because I think they look after the tyres maybe a bit better in the race, or they can just get more out of the tyres over a longer stint. And yeah, like we suspected, Vitality were very, very good.
Very good.
But it wasn't Chinchik, it was Toman. And he came in clutch with a 36.1. So
yeah, but Toman's solid, you know, and Toman's been quite good. Chinchik, I would like to see him still performing well, right? Because he's one of the guys we consistently highlight, but that's why you have teammates. Whenever you don't perform well, your teammates can pick up the slack.
Definitely, and I feel like Toman's been the silent hero yesterday and today now again. I mean, he's kind of taken the crown in Vitality, especially today with his performances as well. I think he can be the new star of the team today.
Ah, the new star of the team. I like it.
Yeah, I think Chinchik's either a 10 out of 10 or a 6, whereas Toman's an 8 the whole way.
The whole way.
That's the way I tend to see those two. But the other two can be there as well. Like we just saw Erhan win a race. So.
Yeah, right. Well, you know, consistency is key. And, well, Toman is that consistent racer that you want. You know, he doesn't have too high highs, doesn't have too low lows. He's just, well, I would say not too high highs. I mean, obviously, this is one of those moments.
He's been winning.
He's been winning, right? So, yeah, his highs are quite well, but his lows aren't too low, which is spectacular. Yeah, Vitality, Jim, they have to come back a little bit. You know, they're down about less than 30 or so points from that Porsche Coanda, but given their qualifying spot where they currently sit, I'm feeling it. I think Vitality is about to come back in the points department.
Definitely. I know Porsche, like we know Porsche Coanda is quick in the race,
right?
But this is a tougher track to overtake. It's not going to be as easy as Monza at all. And you have a lot of team members from Vitality in like top 7. I think all of them qualified like 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th.
That's right.
So if they can, like, teamwork makes a lot of difference in this championship, in this format, and with the strategy they have. So if they can use that, they can move up to the front and close down that points gap.
Yeah, without a doubt. Williams, though, a bit disappointing. I really wanted to see them perform well in the qualifying, specifically for Blyer. Blyer gets that slowdown, and therefore he's pretty far down the pack.
Yeah, and obviously he's been their main guy this event as well, so he's had a bit of a poor, well, he had the quali ban as well in race 1. So they're in the mid-pack, but yeah, let's see if they can fight hard. Vitality could really make inroads into that 27-point gap, though, to Coanda in this race, and that's going to be the key.
And that race 3 is going to be spicy, then, if that's going to be the case,
Fuji.
right? Without a doubt on Fuji. And Porsche Coanda, you said it, James. It's like, look, nothing's guaranteed at this point. Yeah, they do have a decent lead, but they can still find a way to blow it. But hey, whenever it comes to Aramco pole position, I want to see why Vitality was the quickest on the battlefield, quickest on the circuit. What were they doing that was so special to put them towards the top? Let's take a look at it, and we'll walk you through it. And Chim, obviously, I want to have you, or it should be James. Let's go to you. Why is this lap the best?
This is the 4th Vitality pole at this track I've done narration on, so this is nuts. So it's turn 1, cut the curb on the inside, and then run all the way out on the outside. So Toman, and the key to Hockenheim qualifying is nailing turn 1, and Toman did that very well. And then into turn 2, taking a tighter line than Chinchik's pole lap earlier, actually. So he's going to have a slightly worse exit, and he's going to lose a bit of time down this straight, the Parabolica, the long left. And yeah.
No, we know that turn 1's the most important corner, and Blyer, Rogers, they both got to slow down in sector 1, which is most likely turn 1. So it's really, really difficult because you either nail it or you get a slowdown.
That's it. Well, here it is, your pole position, brought to you by Aramco, Toman, Pastor, and Warren. It's going to be a race, a tight one up at the top, but it is Vitality who might be leading the charge. It's time to get race number 5 started. Porsche Coanda, can they come back from the pack, or will Vitality continue to lead the way? Zach Sweeney, Steve Brown, let's find out.
It's time to go racing then. Once more in the lower bracket, our 3 teams line up in the top 3. Marcel Chinchik, though, waving his hand. Something is not right for him as he will line up for this race. Starting from 4th place on the grid, we've got 10 laps ahead of us. Yuri Toman from Daniel Pastor, the front row. Dane Warren and Hanyovsky and Marcel Chinchik just in behind as well. But I think we might be going for a race restart in a few moments' time. We'll update you as soon as we can. But Steve, before we get going, what can we expect from this race?
This is an interesting one. I think we've got a big block of 3 Vitality cars there, 4th, 5th and 6th. They're going to look to try and control the race, but it's Williams who also need to do a lot of work, you know, down towards the back of the pack, 3 of their drivers down there. So this is going to have to be an aggressive start, I would think. And the race we've seen around Hockenheim tend to settle down quite a lot. So I'm thinking that the teams do need to be quite aggressive early on, especially as the guys, I'm not sure what's going on here, but I'm sure we'll get racing very soon. It's a little bit more time to overthink this race start, and sometimes that extra time just builds up the pressure for the players.
I mean, yeah, we talk about obviously like adrenaline, and when you're about to start a race, I'm sure you'll know from driving around the Nürburgring, for example, that adrenaline goes straight up, and then immediately it comes crashing back down. But then again, we heard from Jamie Fluke not long ago that he doesn't mind it too much. So which one is it? Is it an adrenaline spike and then comes crashing back down, or do you just sort of ride the wave and deal with it?
I think the more experienced you are as a player and as a driver, the more you get used to this kind of thing. So these guys are mostly very experienced, so this kind of thing probably won't affect them too much. So they, they're going to settle back in. They know what they got to do. Into the Hockenheim turn 1 is always a contentious place. But they're, especially the cars on the inside, they can just ride the inside line. They've got the inside line for turn 2 as well. They're not going to overthink it too much. And it's a case of just really settling into the race. It's so easy, I think, in these races to try to think, I'm going to try and win it on the first lap. But we've seen it multiple times today where you can cause an incident, get yourself a penalty, drop down to the back of the pack. We've seen it multiple times with many drivers. I think we're going to want to play it safe and just and see how the race plays out over the longer term.
Yeah, 100%. And you can't win the race on the first lap. It's the old adage that we always say in racing. You can't win it on the first lap. You can definitely lose it. Don't get me wrong, you can still do yourself a lot of favours when it comes to getting a good start. Did just want to update you, by the way, this is all provisional and again, only based off qualifying. And things, as always in racing, are subject to change. But if it was to end as it qualified, Team Vitality would be leading the points total on 83 to Coanda's 77. Williams trailing back in 51, so they've got some work to do just in behind. And speaking of Porsche Coanda, they line up the last row of the grid. Jordan Caruso from Joshua Rogers in 11th and 12th place. I mean, Joshua Rogers, speaking about his form recently as well, he's gone from the highest of highs right down to the lowest of lows.
Yeah, it's not been a good day for him. I'm hoping for a big performance from him here. I was noticing in the previous races with Coanda around Hockenheim that Porsche has really good traction. Obviously, something we'd expect from the rear engine Porsche to have good weight on the rear wheels to push itself out of the slower corners very well. I was noticing out of the hairpin, it was getting really good grip, and maybe that's something they'll be remembering from yesterday. The fact that they can kind of maybe get someone to go into a little bit narrow into the hairpin to get good drive on the way out. So there's definitely room for improvement, and I think their car is in a good place where they can potentially gain quite a lot of positions from the back of the grid.
Yeah, 100%. And also in qualifying, the Porsche has not realistically been overly great, especially compared to sort of the front-engined Mercedes and the Aston Martin that we've got in this race. Typically, I think because of how much curb you have to use through turn 1, I think the extra weight of the front engine keeps the front tyres planted when you sort of almost launch over the curb, whereas the Porsche with its rear mid-engine doesn't quite have that same planting that it has, maybe on the exit of corners where that's more beneficial, where the inertia pulls the weight to the rear axle as opposed to wanting to plant it at the front. But definitely keeping the tyres alive, one key thing that we always talk about in Rennsport, that tyre deg, or not necessarily tyre deg, but the tyre temperature matters. I mean, obviously you've driven real life cars, you've driven sim cars. How big of a difference, how much more do you feel the slide when those tyres start to overheat? And then conversely, how much harder is it to bring it back down once you've calmed down? Oh, it's so difficult, especially when you're under pressure and your tyres are overheating. You kind of have to drive a bit slower, and then you're under pressure, so it makes it even more difficult. You really don't want to concede the position. It's just one of those feelings you have in racing. You have what you have, you're in the position you are, and the guy behind you wants it, and you don't really want to give it away. So it's always a difficult balance to try to find. You kind of want to overdrive the car still, but these guys are going to have to find that right balance. I'm looking forward to seeing the hairpin on this opening lap. I think we saw it in the race yesterday. Unfortunately, it was Dominic Blyer getting wiped out. So let's take a look at some highlights whilst we're waiting for this race to resume. This is from Jeddah earlier today. Yeah, it is indeed. So this was when Virtus.pro, Porsche Coanda and Team Redline were racing towards turn 1 at Jeddah. Of course, Darren McCormack was trying to really start things strong, side by side with Luke Bennett making his way through. Also in the background, you had the 22, Sebastian Jobe trying to make a good start. And Jeddah was a really electric race, and it really set the tone for the rest of the upper bracket. And the general consensus was, Redline are good, Virtus.pro, really big step up. Porsche, though, definitely on the back foot. And do you think that's something that's still haunting them? I think so. It's really interesting because the upper bracket today was, you could almost say, like a dress rehearsal for potentially tomorrow. Obviously, if Porsche do get through, there's still a long time to go. A silly incident there. So Porsche, I would say, over the course of today are very much on the back foot, and confidence will be quite low. They need to kind of recover that over the course of the next 2 races, just to really stamp their authority on this lower bracket, just to say, you know what? Okay, we've not performed as good as we possibly can. I was expecting bigger things from them, but I want to see them come back and just, stamp an authority and say, you know what, actually,
we deserve to be in the final tomorrow, and we're not scraping through just about.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely do, right? And Porsche Coanda coming into R1 in 2025 throughout the online phase and the balance of performance. So basically, for those now just joining us, so first of all, welcome to Rennsport R1. Welcome to the Esports World Cup, of course, the first week of competition in 2025. When we talk about balance of performance and we talk about all these complex terms, each car, the BMW, the Aston Martin, the Porsche, the Mercedes, they all have distinct characteristics about them. They have different engine placements. So, for example, the BMW has a front engine, whereas the Porsche has its engine placed in the back of the car. That all sort of influences how the cars behave, and because of that, the organisers, to keep everything fair and the different physics between the cars, they do what we call BOP, balance of performance. They will adjust the power, the weight, and the drag coefficient of each car to try and keep everything in line in terms of pure lap times. What that does do is, round a lap, they should realistically all get to the same sort of benchmark, but that does lean into more things. So we talk about the Aston Martin having good straight line speed, but the Porsche having more traction, the BMW being more of an all-round thing. That balance of performance maybe not favouring the Porsche at the first 3 circuits of today, and maybe even more so not favouring them coming into the lower bracket either. I mean, even at a circuit like Spa, where the BOP should favour them, they weren't even that strong.
I think the tracks in this lower bracket are a bit better for Porsche. But this Daytona race, my goodness, this one was really good to watch. Luke Bennett had a really good race around Jeddah. I was very impressed by his performance and a very good defence on the beginning of the final lap, or the 9th lap I think it was, to keep McCormack at bay. And unfortunately in this one he couldn't quite do the same job. I think Daytona lends itself more to teamwork. Obviously the two Virtus.pro drivers managed to get towards the front of the pack, and it was really difficult at that point for the Redline driver to kind of break them apart to try to get. He did get into second and he did a really good job, but unfortunately lost it towards the line. This was a bit further back in the pack, going narrow into the bus stop. So fighting all the way through the order. I think it was a really good battle between Virtus.pro. You know, they were the 3rd seed going into the competition, but I think they've given a really good account of themselves to be second.
Yeah, indeed so. And in all fairness, they've really stepped up today. I mean, we talk about Darren McCormack being very, very strong. That's almost a given. But Kevin Ellis Jr. has really stepped up today as well. I think what we are going to be doing is going back to the race. We have got them back out on circuit. The delay is over. Thank you, of course, for all of your patience. It was race number 2 of the lower bracket, about to get itself underway. Quick reminder, Yuri Toman, Daniel Pajor the front row, Dane Warren from Marcel Chinchik just in behind. Let's see what we can do then for 10 laps of the Hockenheimring, maybe to decide the fate of a couple of these teams. 10 laps. And we go racing. Yuri Toman leads towards turn 1. Daniel Pajor, though, tucking in behind. We've got a couple of cars scrambling wide as well, as side by side Dane Warren tries to get an up and under with 3 wide towards turn number 2. Marcel Chinchik through the middle, gets sandwiched by the 2 cars. Pajor trying to go the long way around, just able to hang on with a good traction there from the Aussie of Dane Warren, keeps him honest. Side by side, bit of bumping, and Dane Warren goes wide. He's going to lose 1, 2, 3 places to his own teammate, as well as Charlie Collins drives his way through. But the slipstream is important. Now we make our way to the crucial pinch point of turn 6.
Pajor trying to get across. I don't think he can. Chinchik just got his nose alongside and into the apex. He's going to go deep. Look at that, just really forcing the issue. Very aggressive driving from Chinchik, and that's good news for Team Vitality. They're 1st, 2nd and 3rd.
It's all gone wrong for Porsche Coanda as well. Look at that, Jordan Caruso just able to hang on from stopping them being lining up the entirety of the back 4. But look at this from Vitality. Yuri Toman, Nijovski, Marcel Chinchik, the top 3, but Dominic Bly has gone in deep going into the Mercedes arena section, and that's going to cost him. Beliziotis, though, has worked his way up to P5, and now Thibaut Casabon is trying to launch a bit of an attack, side by side towards the Mobile 1 arena section, and now through the right-hander. The long way round for Casabon shouldn't really work, but he's able to muscle his way through. Beliziotis now as the outside for the heavily inside camber. Sachs curve, that's going to put Beliziotis on the disadvantage, but he's able to hang on there as they fight for 5th.
I was really talking up Porsche before the race. I think I've given them the curse. I do really strongly apologise for that. But they are down the order now. Plenty of time though, you know, 10 lap race, 9 more to go. We do have time for those guys to try to make their way up the order. Hockenheim has proved to be quite tricky to overtake around, but they have the time in their favour at the moment. But this is looking really good for Team Vitality. Of course, Vitality and Williams really do need to catch up. That only 1 team is going through from this bracket, and 2 are going to be leaving the competition. So it's all guns blazing. You need to go for it now. There's not much time really to make it happen.
Yeah, not a lot of time to be messing around at all. As things stand, Team Vitality would be the top scoring team. Still with one race left to go, of course, at Fuji, and maybe that does favour the Porsche. Again, more moves being made in towards turn number 6. Dominic Blyer under pressure from Caruso and Rogers all around him. It's Williams versus Porsche towards the back end of the field, and a car's gone round. And that's Dominic Blyer at the back of the field. One of the huge names for Williams Sim Racing. One of the biggest point scorers for Williams Sim Racing is now plumb last and effectively out of this race.
Oh, there's another spin there as well. Who was that? That was one of the Porsches. Was it Caruso? Yes, he was just tagged. It looked like by his teammate, in fact. We're going to take a look at these incidents, I'm sure, in a moment. But yeah, really bad news there for Blyer and Caruso. I think Blyer on the exit of the hairpin. You know, they're all fighting for space on the way into the corner, through the corner, and on the way out as well. You're trying to assert dominance over your opponents. And obviously coming to blows there, 2 of them down to the back of the pack and pretty much race over for the pair of them.
Yeah, this swings the favour firmly back into Vitality's hands, and this is R1 competition. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how unpredictable motor racing, sim racing in general can be. Even if you are the favourite, nothing is guaranteed. You are always suspended in a sense of anticipation, in a sense of uncertainty, because your fortunes can flip at a moment's notice, and that's gone the way of Porsche Coanda. Joshua Rogers, Charlie Collins and Dane Warren, 7, 8 and 9, and that's the best of the lot. Jordan Caruso down in P11 scoring a lone point for Porsche Coanda, and of course we might well have some stewards inquiries to look at over the first couple laps as well. We'll keep you up to date with all the information that we get into the commentary box. Daniel Pajal though trying to do everything that he can to spoil the party for Team Vitality out in front. He's flying the flag for Atlassian Williams Sim Racing very, very well. He's got Blitziotis less than a second behind him as well. Let's see if they can close the gap and get after a very dominant top 3.
Yeah, Blyer and Pfeffer down there, 12th and 10th. Not good for what I would say is the lead 2 Williams drivers. Let's take a look at this incident down towards turn 2. It's all kicking off. No, sorry, this is the hairpin, in fact. And this is why Blyer got kind of tagged on the rear end. Just the tiniest bit of contact. He seemed to have a bit of steering angle there, and that's just the reason for him to spin. So really unfortunate moment. I'm sure that is being studied in the stewards room. But yeah, Pfeffer and Blyer have been the standouts, I think, for Williams. But now it's up to Pashtor and Blitziotis. They really do need to kind of make inroads into that trio of Vitality cars at the front. Their points total is looking really bad. They're going to leave themselves with perhaps too much work to do if it stays like this.
Yeah, exactly. We saw there as well, the 93 of Charlie Collins actually did tap Dominic Blyer. That was the Porsche just in behind that made the contact. It was the 92 of Josh Rogers that initially went for the move. He got it done quite cleanly. There you can see Joshua Rogers, of course, previous drivers champion and statistically the best driver in R1's history. He has got countless victories, 44 to his name, 75 podiums. Basically, he's been on the podium for over half of his races. That just screams the level that Joshua Rogers, we know how good he is, but he's just not been quite there today, and it almost hurts to say because we all know how good he is. He's just got to keep his composure and press on. But when we talk about Team Redline, when we talk about Virtus.pro up there, and typically Porsche Coanda, and we always talk about what is the difference, what separates the good teams from the great teams, or even the great teams for the greater teams. It's always that unity, that working together, that uniform that they have between their 4 drivers, that sync that they have, in the sense that all 4 drivers can win a race, right? You look at Redline, all 4 drivers on their day in the opportunity can win a race. Williams right now have got their 2 main drivers not in contention. They need to step up. That's what cost Jordan Caruso to go around. It was a slight bit of contact to the rear end of another car. That spent him round, and that has spelled pretty much disaster to his race.
I think that was very much an unforced error. Just went in, just carried off, carried a bit too much speed on the way in, and just didn't want to go into the back of his teammate there, and once that Porsche has its momentum swinging round on the rear end, it's just going to go round. So I would say an unforced error there, big mistake from Caruso.
Yeah, indeed. So of course, yeah, not exactly what you want to be seeing at all. And like you say, just went in a bit deep, tapped the rear end, and around he went. It's as simple as that. If it's of your own volition, you've got no one to blame but yourself. You've got to take that accountability. I wonder who's going to be taking accountability at Atlassian Williams Sim Racing for, at the moment, not been the best of pace in Hockenheim. Pashtor and Blitziotis, though, up there in the top 5, but they just don't quite have that extra little bit to get past Tomin Yujovski and Chinchik. And even when they do, I mean, Pashtor is within 6 tenths, firmly within that slipstream range, but we know how strong the Aston Martin is in a straight line. even though they've got slipstream, they've still got the brick wall that is all 3 cars to get through, and the rear gunner of Thibaut Casabon just in behind as well. They're getting boxed in from both angles here.
Yeah, it's really difficult to overtake a block of 2 cars. We'll see if Pastor can do this. He is kind of remaining in that kind of pocket, just over half a second behind. He does need to kind of close in to give himself a chance, really, I think, into the hairpin, then maybe into the Mercedes-Benz arena. That's kind of where the overtakes are going to happen, and just put them under some sort of pressure. But, Chinchik, Yayovsky, these guys, they're so good at what they do, and it's unlikely they're going to be pressured too hard. But yeah, Pastor just needs to close up a little bit here. Williams are very much in need of a lot more points, and of course there's much more points available towards the front of the pack. Blyer could maybe get past Caruso, but that's only worth 1 point. It wouldn't really help them out too much. Pastors needs to start making some moves towards that podium.
Yeah, it really does. He needs to start being just that little bit more aggressive. I don't think it's a case of won't. I think it definitely is a case of can't. And there's no reason for him to not be aggressive in this situation. He really has to push, because Williams are clutching at straws here, and as good of an underdog story as it would have been, right? Everyone, I think, who loves an underdog was almost cheering for them. I know Taylor on in the studio was almost like, I would love this story, because they were in the very last chance qualifying. They were in the race off at Daytona, that if they didn't win, they were gone on day 1. To potentially have had the opportunity to go all the way through to the final is sensational, but that likelihood is seeming less and less with every turn of the lap counter that we see in this lower bracket. It seems to swing more and more in favor of the hive that is Vitality. 1, 2 and 3 in this race, and we talk about Chinchik, we talk about Toman, but Yuyovsky and Casabon have both stepped up today. It seems that sort of after being so close to being knocked out, Virtus.pro and Vitality have sort of looked themselves in the mirror and gone, lads, let's sort this out, and they've really arrived on day 3.
Yeah, not many teams throughout this competition have really stamped a massive authority on any of the individual races. We've had a couple of 1-2s and stuff, but a 1-2-3, we don't really see that very often. That is such a big point score. Is it 25, 20 and 16? So that's a huge amount of points to get in one go. And as it stands, I think they'll be roughly maybe about 30 points ahead of the other 2 teams, which is a very nice margin to try to manage in that third and final race after this one. And I think it's a nice, luxurious position to be in when you're at the front and you have a big points gap, because you can kind of drive a bit differently, you can drive a bit safer, you can manage the gap, and you don't really have to take as much risk. The other teams are the ones who are going to have to take the risk in race 3.
Exactly. Right now, Vitality, by the way, are scoring what is 71 of a maximum 76 points that you can score on a race. So 1, 2, 3, 4 get you 76. If you add up 25, 20, 16 and 13, get you 76 points. They're getting 71 and really stamping their authority, like you say, on this group. I mean, again, after Porsche Coander's woes in the upper bracket, I think everyone thought they were just going to come back down. They were going to bounce their way back up like an elastic band, straight back into the finals. But it's not been that easy, and that is the way the pendulum can swing sometimes. You cannot take your foot off the accelerator, both literally and figuratively. The moment that you do, your rivals, like Vitality, who maybe weren't expecting to be beating Porsche Coander, have looked at this opportunity and gone, well, no, we now have a chance to get ourselves into the top 3, to at the very least guarantee ourselves $60,000 of prize money, and more importantly, maybe for the overarching narrative of the Esports World Cup, more points in that club championship. It's swinging the way of Vitality. We're on lap 7 of 10, and Toman 2.4 seconds clear of the pack. He's taken 3 wins the Hockenheimring before. He's very looking good for his 4th. That, though, is very wide from Vasilios Belitsiotis. That's going to allow Casabon and maybe Rogers through as well.
Yeah, I was just looking at this battle. They were just tagged on each other there. Josh Rogers couldn't quite make it through. They kind of got caught on each other. Belitsiotis quite lucky there, I would say. He had a really uncharacteristic mistake there into the penultimate corner, just running really wide under. I guess that's just pressure. That's what it is. Just making a bit of a mistake. Losing only 1 position, I think, quite lucky to do so. But Josh Rogers really does need to make some ground up here, as do Collins and Warren behind him. The Porsche team, not even in the top half of this race, which is very surprising to see. James Walder, I'm pretty sure he said that there could be an upset with one of the top 3 seeds going out, and at the moment it's not looking good for Porsche as he goes to the outside, does Rogers, against Belitsiotis. Is he going to be able to get that traction I was talking about off the corner? He's going to be side by side. This could give him a chance in towards the Mercedes-Benz Arena.
Let's find out. Of course, it's just gotten from bad to worse for BS+COMPETITION. He's now got a 1 second time penalty as well. Joshua Rogers looks to go to the inside of the Mercedes Arena section. That's the beneficial line. However, BS+COMPETITION is going to try and keep his foot in around the outside. The next right-hander is cambered on the inside, so it can work. But around the outside goes Joshua Rogers in that 92 Porsche Coanda. He's immediately on the defensive, and look at his teammates arriving on the scene. Charlie Collins next to attack. He looks to go to the inside of the Mobile 1 curve. BS+COMPETITION has to go to the outside, but it favours him for the Sachs curve. Inside line for the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing driver. The German-Greek hangs on just to 7th place. Charlie Collins in behind, but that attack is far from over. Lap 8 of 10 now just started. We've got less than 3 laps of this race left to run, and it's not looking good for Williams, and it's not looking good for Porsche Coanda.
No, they're fighting each other here at the back of the pack. They're taking points off each other, but they really need to be taking points off of Vitality as well. Kazabon's moved up to 5th. They are getting close to, is it 76 points you said, or 77, a maximum possible score? They are very close to that, with Kazabon there in 5th instead of 4th, but it's looking really strong. We very rarely see a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th. Looking really, really good for them. Rogers needs to kind of maybe, I'm just looking at the order here, I don't think he's really going to be close enough to catch up with Kazabon. He needs to try and help Collins and Warren to get past BS+COMPETITION. That's probably the first point of call here, and probably the best chance of increasing their points haul towards the end of the race, as there's only a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, indeed. So on to the penultimate lap of the race. Toman leads from Yovsky and Chinchik, really doing well at the front for Vitality. As things stand, they're scoring 73 points of a total 76. Just looked as well at the lower bracket averages. BMW M Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing, you know, arguably the favourites now, definitely for the championship. 44 points on average. Team Vitality, 47.5. Granted, they've only done 2 races, and this one is far from over. We've still got Fuji to go, but that stat definitely puts them in good stead. A bit of a snap of oversteer, I think, from BS+COMPETITION just in front. Maybe that pressure getting to him ever so slightly. Got to be careful not to cook his tyres. On to what is going to be the final lap of the race. Lap 10 of 10. Yuri Toman is able to lead. Hanyovsky, though, and Chinchik just being such good supports. I mean, I say they've been such good supports. They haven't needed to be. Pajtor unable to close that gap.
Yeah, they've just been unbeatable at the front. Really, really solid performance from this team. Getting 1st, 2nd and 3rd early on, and just not really looking back at all. Kazabon as well, just moving up the order, doing a really solid job to increase the points haul overall. And, you know, it's a performance like this which could put them really safe for race 3. And as I said, you know, they can just kind of manage the gap. They know what they need to do. Obviously, there's still a lot on the line, and nothing is guaranteed. Qualifying might not go their way, which could make things hard for them, but they're going to have a very solid points haul after this one. And race 3 is looking good for them.
Yeah, indeed it is as well. The EWC mantra, nothing is granted, everything is earned. And, well, you have to show up on the day. Just because your name is Porsche Coanda does not mean you get a free ride to the final. Yuri Toman, half a lap left to go. He's been faultless.
Oh, he's been so good. I think out of all of the drivers today, I think he's probably impressed me the most. He just switched up to another level today. And this is going to be a very well-deserved victory for him.
Indeed it is. He's got a couple more corners left to negotiate. He's taken, so far, 2 victories at the Esports World Cup. This would be his 3rd. He's taken 3 victories around Hockenheim. This would be his 4th. Yuri Toman has stepped up for Team Vitality. Erhan Yuyovsky has stepped up for Team Vitality. Chinchik continuing to fly the flag high. Out of the final corner, Yuri Toman sees the checkered flag first. And what a race it is for Team Vitality. They put themselves in a prime position for promotion into the finals of the Rennsport R1 Esports World Cup in 2025. What a race that was for them, near perfection.
It was a team, it was a story of, you know, 2 opposing kind of energies there, because Team Vitality at the front, they were just kind of cruising. It was nice and easy for them. The other teams are kind of desperate, fighting each other, crashing into each other, spinning each other out. And, you know, as we enter the latter stages of the competition, I think teams are really fighting very hard, and they realise, you know, it's all on the line now. We need to go for it. And Porsche and Williams there, not with the best result at all.
They can see a lot of the Vitality logo. Yuri Toman from Erhan Yuyovsky and Marcel Chinchik 1, 2 and 3. Very close in their best lap time. Daniel Pajtor tried, but in the end, not quite enough. He stopped the complete domination of Vitality. Thibaut Casbon rounds off the top 5 from Joshua Rogers, making amends for a poor show in qualifying. Vasilios Politsiotis hangs on to P7 from Charlie Collins and Dane Warren. Tobias Pfeffer rounds off the top 10 from Jordan Caruso, completing our point scorers, but Dominic Bly, after being spun round early doors, finishes in P12. We're going to step aside, we're going to go to a break, but when we come back, we'll have some analysis after a chaotic race.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
This land is calling.
It's
And welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. One more race to decide it all. Who's going to move forward? Who is going to have their key crushed? Currently, two teams are truly at risk. Porsche Coanda, the #1 seed, coming in from the R1 season, now into today's competition, falling from the upper bracket down to the lower bracket. Are they truly in trouble at the moment? Yes, they are, because Vitality leads the group, and they are doing it in sensational style with 2 back-to-back wins. The question is, can they clutch out when it's needed most in race number 3 going into Fuji? I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by James Baldwin, Chim Balakbassi, and this time around, Felix Van Delft, the BS Competitions coach. It's going to be nice to get his insight. Felix, how's it going?
All right, thank you for having me.
Yeah, without a doubt, man, BS Competition. I know an earlier exit than we were wanting. However, you still have done all the research. You know these teams like the back of your hand. And now that we come into race number 6, would you ever have imagined Porsche Coanda could be at risk to being on the chopping block?
To be honest, knowing their experience across all LAN events that we've had over the past years, it's very surprising to see.
Very surprising indeed. And we look at the full race results from the last race. And, well, it is once again Vitality. This time, though, 1, 2, and 3. And Chim, that's what Vitality needs in order to win this entire thing.
That is crazy. And they've done 1, 2, 3. Is that the first time we've seen that so far?
I think we've seen it one other time.
Mouse
it was Redline. Or was it Mouse?
Yeah.
It was Mouse. You are correct. Yeah.
Wow. What a great race for Vitality. 1, 2, 3, and 5th, obviously. And Porsche, Coanda, that was a tough race for them. Again, a contact between 2 teammates and one of them spinning, just like at Spa. Oh, that's a tough one.
It is a tough one indeed. And I got to say, James, I'm really disappointed in Williams at the moment. You know, I've been trying to hype them up, and, you know, Blyer's been my guy to lead them to victory. Granted, it's not all on him, but they currently sit at 38 points to Porsche Coanda 73 and Vitality's 98. One more race. They need literally a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know what they need, but Williams, they're in trouble.
Yeah, it's a real shame for them. I think realistically they're out, and they've had a good run. They're likely going to finish 6th. I suppose they could nick 5th if Coanda have another bad race. But yeah, like Felix said, really strange to see Porsche's form. I spoke with Lewis McGlade, whose birthday it is today, actually. His 30th birthday.
Okay.
And he's got all the stats, and it's Josh Rogers' worst run in ESLR 1 since its inception back in 2023. So bad timing to have a form like that.
Yeah, without a doubt, he's coming off of the Hockenheim 12th place, dead last. It's just not like him, right? Which is quite surprising. We are heading into our final race of the lower bracket. It's going to be on Fuji. Let's get you caught up to speed of what you could be expecting heading into Fuji.
Mount Fuji's playground, with arguably one of the most iconic and unforgettable backdrops in the world of motorsport. Coming down the long straight and into the hard-braking zone for turn 1, probably the best overtaking spot on this circuit. The Dunlop corner is extremely tight and very tricky to get right. Turn 13 to 15, they're very technical. It's all about throttle control and balance through here. Turn 16 is the final corner. Getting it wrong here will lose you time all the way down the 1.5 kilometre start-finish straight to complete the lap of the Fuji Speedway.
And there it is, Fuji, the last race of the day before we for sure know our top 3 teams heading into grand finals tomorrow for $500,000, the coveted championship title, and maybe for an organization, the first points towards the club championship trophy. But this Fuji is going to be crazy given the fact that Vitality are back-to-back. They are poised to take the win and have a tremendous upset over Porsche Coanda and, of course, Williams there at the bottom. Felix, I go to you because, again, you've done research into all of these teams, and we move into Fuji with Vitality leading 98 to 73 over Porsche Coanda. Porsche Coanda, what do you think their strengths are on Fuji, and do you think they could potentially come back? Because I feel like that's a gap they can recover from.
It definitely is a gap they can recover from. What we've seen during the online season, I think Fuji is one of the best tracks for Coanda, for the Porsche in general, but also Coanda really performed there throughout the online season. Just looking at the stats, if you compare them between the three teams, Coanda is the best team across the board. Williams second, actually, from what I saw in my stats, and then Vitality the worst on Fuji.
Yeah, I was going to ask Felix. So I've heard through the paddock, if you want to call it that, that the Porsche is good in race trim relative to qualifying. Is that the case? Is it one of the strongest race cars?
What makes it easier to race probably is that it just has so much traction coming out of the corners, and especially on a track like Fuji, that last corner, if you can get the traction out, you just get such a good run to overtake coming into the first corner.
Right, okay. Yeah, makes sense actually. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, it's making me a little worried, Felix, that you're saying Vitality, this is their worst map, right? Not necessarily going to be the case in this circuit here as we go into Fuji, but the fact that this is their worst, it's been a back and forth between Porsche Coanda and Vitality. And now Porsche Coanda, from what I'm hearing, might have a bit of an advantage going into Fuji.
Yeah, I think they look strong in the online season, but we've seen them not being able to deliver throughout the day. So they still have to perform now. Try to get the team together, get the form back, and then deliver now.
Well, so let me ask you this. You coach a very prestigious organization. Obviously, your team, BS Competition, a wonderful R1 season. You come into this competition at the Esports World Cup, which, by the way, congratulations for that. Making it to the stage is a tremendous, tremendous accomplishment. So as a coach, what is your priority to make sure you're getting the most out of your drivers?
You're kind of balancing a few things, right? The drivers always have egos. They want to win themselves. Sure. So you're trying to balance, trying to get the most out of the team performance. I think you guys have talked about it already a little bit earlier I think it was the first day, that as a coach, you have to be really precise with your communication with the drivers. Some drivers don't like to be communicated to at all. Some drivers like quite a lot of communication, but you have to try and find that middle ground of informing everybody as much as possible without distracting them actually during the race.
Yeah, so you mentioned egos there. Who's got the biggest ego?
Within our team, this is a tough one. I think Kaike has definitely got the Brazilian spirit in him.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, he's got some fire in him, which is good, makes him quick. But you also have to, again, manage that as a coach within the team.
Yeah, so is it like on an individual basis as to how you approach the radio comms? And, before one-shot quali, which is coming up in a minute, how do you keep them calm? Because I know as a driver, it's arguably the highest pressure scenario you can face in sim racing. Is that one shot?
Yeah, in general, at least within our team, there's basically no communication between me or the drivers themselves.
Wow.
From the start of practice until they're finished with their quali lap. Of course, if there's anything really important, we tell it. But in general, we just keep the comms as minimum as possible so they can really put in their focus on that one single lap.
So, but they're talking to each other, the four of them?
They can hear each other, So within the rigs, they can talk to each other directly. They can mute everybody, but not individual drivers.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting indeed, because, the coach, I feel, are unsung heroes. You guys really are. We always talk about the drivers, but we never really talk about the coaches necessarily or highlight you all, but the amount of work that you put in. I know from other esports that I've personally been a part of, it's like the coaches, you all put in a tremendous amount of hours, whether it be stats, research and development into the teams that you're about to go against in your specific group. It really is wonderful. And Felix, obviously, you have a lot of weight on your shoulders whenever you're coaching a wonderful team like BS Competition.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of weight on your shoulder. Of course, the drivers have to perform, but as a coach, you have to do things, make protests, look out for other drivers on the track. Are they making mistakes? Is there some incidents that you have to protest to? Information that you have to deliver to the drivers can be crucial for a race win or losing a race.
And sometimes you have to have those tough conversations as well, which is never easy to do, especially when you're talking about some hot-headed Brazilians out there, which might be throwing it back to you. But coaches, they make all the difference in the world. Here it is, race number 6 to see can Vitality hold on tight, or will Porsche Coanda come back? Ewan O'Leary, Steve Brown, take it away.
Thanks very much, Taylor. Steve Brown just stepped away to eat for a moment, so Lewis McGlade will be with me for a few minutes. Good. This is the qualifying session for the final race of the day. What a final race it could be. Porsche Coanda are behind Team Vitality. They were favourites to come through the lower bracket. I would say they were favourites to go, or one of the favourites anyway, to go through with the upper bracket as well. But my goodness, are they in trouble this afternoon.
Remember, they came into this top seed. They were number one. They were the ones that were expected to go straight through to the final, and maybe Redline were the ones struggling. Boy, has that changed since they came through into land. And it seems as though the struggles of 12 months ago are rearing their ugly head once again for the Porsche Commander Esports team. We'll keep our fingers crossed for them to at least put on a fight here for Vitality. Remember, in the online season, Vitality were a long way behind Mouse around here to get through into Group A, and they nearly overcame a whopping margin to do it.
And I've noticed as well that we had it in Group A as well with that group round. What did we call dynamic group phase? That was it. That first round.
Well done.
Very good. It was only a few months ago. The Aston Martin is running Group A of Virtus.pro. We've seen what Virtus.pro can do when you put them on 3 circuits, and in a LAN event like this, we know that they're very strong. But, you know, they really struggled in Group A as well. So I wonder whether that Aston Martin maybe isn't the car to have in this final race at Fuji.
I don't know. It's kind of one of those ones. We'll have to wait and see how it is. We ride on board with Tobias Feather, who I think the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team with 39 points to name. They are not moving through into the final of the Esports World Cup. But as we can see, Tobias Feather's working his way through into the final corner. The first sector, a couple of tenths off. Second sector, again, a little bit off where they'd need to be.
Let's see where he's going to end up at the end of the lap. A good pole lap round here would be a 0.4 probably, although some of the standard we've seen today might see you a multiple 0.4s in one session. I'm not sure if this is going to be one of them from Fefa. It's a 0.8 indeed. That is not going to be pole, you wouldn't have thought.
2 pole positions that we've had thus far in this competition at LAN here in the Esports World Cup were both in yesterday's round robin. It was a 36.5 for Kevin Siggy, and it was a 36.4 9.8 for Sebastian Job. So that's the kind of times that you are aiming for. This for Vasilius Belletsiotis, the first sector a 10th down, second sector a 10th and a bit down. It could well go a little bit faster than Fefa, but I'm still not sure that this is. I'm not convinced that it's going to be the pole time here. And in fact, he goes behind Fefa.
He's slapping the rig as well, as he's not pleased with that opening performance. Just a 10th or so away in the first sector for Jordan Crusoe, and in the second as well. It's looking okay as it stands to go to the top. He grimaces a little bit, knowing that maybe he could have got a little bit more out of that time, but not too much more. He will go to the top of the standings, but with what time? 0.6 if I could guess. Let's see what it is. 0.7 indeed. So Jordan Crusoe top for now.
You're trying to join me in the guessing game. I see how it is. 10th and a half down in the first sector for Thibaut Casabon. Middle sector though, right on the money. It's right where we need him to be. This could end up being a mid 36, the kind of time again we're aiming for. A 0.5 or a 0.4 will definitely be in contention for pole position. Casabon out through the final corner. I'm not too sure it's going to be a 0.4. It might be a high 0.5 or a mid to low 0.6. Let's see what Casabon does across the line. He works his way up to it, and it ends up being slower. Poor final sector for him.
Well, he needed to get ahead of Caruso there, really. If he's not going to, then Erhan Yoyoski needs to. At the moment, that middle sector's not saying too much. A 35.8 is, well, we've seen better, put it that way, in this qualifying session so far. He's not giving us any reaction just for the moment, as he gives us this now long run towards the start-finish line, the end of his qualifying lap. Bit slow of a session so far, but Chinchik surely will change that. Yoyoski goes into third.
We'll see Marcel Chinchik working his way around, and big slide as he pushes his way through the penultimate corner at 15. Now up towards turn 60. I think that's cost him a fair amount of time. The first sector was already a little bit down. The second sector is right on the way. He's really good in that second sector, relatively speaking, but I think he's lost a 10th or so in the final. What will Marcel Chinchik do up towards the line? He needs to at least get amongst his teammates. Maybe a 0.6 would help him. It is a 0.6. Now bear in mind, Porsche Coanda, they qualified around here twice yesterday. Their best time of those 2 sessions was a 0.6.
And that was from Josh Rogers. He managed that on both occasions, 0.632. So they have gone faster. In fact, also Caruso did, but he's already been and gone, and he couldn't repeat those same heroics. Williams do excuse us for missing them out a little bit in this session at the moment, but they are very unlikely to go through. It would be extraordinary if they were able to do it, and they probably need to finish in the front 4, and that does help from Dominic Blyer.
Yeah, great great lap time. This is the one we really need to see, though. Joshua Rogers struggling a little bit in that middle sector, though. The first sector is about half a tenth off of where we'd expect it to be. But to be fair, if he's aiming for a 0.6 or maybe even a 0.5, this might just be good enough if he nails the final sector. Has he been able to hook it up? We know the Porsche as well runs quite well in the race around here, or at least so far we've been told by Porsche Commander's .1 fan, Mac Backham. Up towards the line comes Joshua Rogers to set the time. Is it good enough for provisional pole position? Yes, it is. A 36.588.
That is the best time we've seen from Josh Rogers at this circuit this week, and it's right when they needed it most. Their final two drivers, by the way, will be the last two in the session as a whole. That is going to bring this qualifying session to an exciting close. Daniel Pastor rolls his eyes at himself. He comes out the final corner. This is going to be right around his teammates down towards the bottom end of the field. Needs to hold on to the steering wheel. That would help towards the start-finish line. But this is going to be down towards the back. Pastor goes 7th.
Frustrating there. You could see that big slide through the final corner. First sector here from Yuri Toman is pretty decent. Second sector, also, to be fair, pretty decent. This could eclipse Joshua Rogers' lap time. Let's see what it'll be from Yuri Toman as he nailed the final sector, though. We join him at the final corner. Can Yuri Toman... I mean, he doesn't look particularly displeased by the lap. This could be a 0.5 from Yuri Toman. Could he steal it away from Joshua Rogers? Could he steal it away from Porsche Coanda? No, he cannot. Denied as he sets a 36.603.
He fist pumps, though, because that was a good lap time and he's near Rogers. He can certainly be a nuisance down in towards the first corner. What about Charlie Collins now? This is not bad, but is it going to be anywhere near his teammate Josh Rogers like they need? Charlie Collins needs to rediscover some of that online form here in this LAN event, if possible, up towards the line. What is the time going to be for Charlie Collins? It is a 10th away from his teammate. He's down in 5th.
Big lap time then. Dane Warren ready to come in. He's got to set a good lap time here. It is top, really top, front row, basically, or nothing. It's got to be up there. What can Dane Warren do as he works his way through the final corner? Look at the expression on his face. Joshua Rogers might be on pole position, but he doesn't look happy about it. He needs the assistance from his team. Up towards the line comes Dane Warren. It's not going to be good enough for pole position, but where does it put him on the grid? Warren will be the final car across the line today in qualifying, and he goes amongst his teammates Collins and Caruso.
They're going to have to be aggressive down in towards turn 1. That's the most displeased pole position driver you've ever seen. Josh Rogers has done the business, but his teammates not quite. There's a pensive look on his face as they all wonder and consider whether they're going to be racing tomorrow. Let's analyse that crucial qualifying session on the desk ahead of race 6.
That's right, crucial qualifying session indeed. This is going to be a crazy one, to say the least, going into Fuji to end the day. The question is, can Vitality & Co. hang on tight? And answer, I'm not so certain. I'm really not, because, well, this is allegedly one of their worst, at least online maps. Will it be okay for them today? Obviously, looking at the qualifying stats, you got to think to yourself, Porsche Coanda, they've got a tall task ahead of them, but I think they can handle it.
They've got pole and they've got some of the midfield places, but it's not enough. So they need to be super aggressive. Like Ewan said in the commentary, turn 1 for them, it's got to be full send. Otherwise, they've got a strong race car, so they could play the long game, but still, Vitality are there in 2nd and 3rd, I think, or 3rd or 4th. So yeah, a lot of work to do.
Yeah, nice to see Rogers, Felix, finally back up at the top in pole position. He's had a really tough day, but one thing about Rogers is we know he's a fighter, right? He's going to fight to the very end, and it's nice to see him when it matters most. The pressure is truly at a peak. He doesn't choke. He gets first place.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those guys that is able to recover from having a bad spell, and you can see it put it on pole position. Although, I have to say, Fuji, pole being on the left, is definitely not the best place to be necessarily. 2nd, 3rd, we've seen it also throughout the online season, can get a good run.
That's a really good point. Yeah,
that is a good point. And Chim, by the way, Vitality then would potentially be an advantage if what Felix is saying is true, which I fully believe it is.
They might be, because they're going to have the inside line to turn 1, which is the most important line. But like James said, Porsche Coanda guys going to have to send it into turn 1. And I hate to admit it, but if there's going to be a send coming, there's going to be a chaos coming as well.
Without a doubt, the Chaos Warlord has spoken. Let's take a look at our Remco pole position and analyze our fastest time, which in this case was Rogers from Porsche Coanda. James, you normally handle this. I don't know, Felix, do you want to take a stab at it? You are a coach after all. Maybe analyze his route here?
Let's see. I mean, of course, you're lining up the corner here on the outside. Like I said, the Porsche has a really good exit here. The traction is just really good, smooth on the entry, and then just try to forward, get the traction out. Very long straight, of course, so just picking up as much speed as possible. I think braking point is just around that 150 meter board.
No, I think we've seen the Porsche be very quick in Sector 3 because you looked at sector times from Rogers coming into until Sector 3. It didn't look amazing, and then Sector 3 he gained a bunch of time and got pole position.
Yeah, exactly. Turn 1, you hook it just on that curb. Maximize the exit, of course, and straight away line yourself up on the right-hand side for the left-hander. Turn 3, also one of those corners where the track limit is so easy to get on the outside, but also overtaking opportunities available here because the next right-hand corner.
Yeah, and you've got the long right-hander here. And Felix, you mentioned the start earlier. What is the start procedure for these drivers this year? I mean, the driver on pole, I presume they see green lights when it's time to go? Or, I mean, you've done plenty of practice starts with BS. How does it go?
Yeah, so all the drivers see lights going off. So it's just the drivers line up. They have to stick to a certain speed set by the rules set by the safety car initially when they drive out. They keep driving until green lights and everybody goes at the same time. But you cannot go out of your line until you cross start-finish line.
But as the pole position holder, are you allowed to accelerate before P2, or you have to wait until green light?
You have to wait until green light. So green light decides.
Okay, you're side by side with P2.
Yep.
And you accelerate at the same time as well.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Hard to gain an advantage.
Yeah.
Unless you rely on your reaction speed.
Pretty much.
Well, hard to gain an advantage. That's the perfect way to put this final race. It's going to be a nail-biter without question based off of the qualifying positions. If the race ended right here and now, it would be Team Vitality with the overall point lead with 138. Porsche Coanda at 121. Williams, not really in contention. I hate to say it. I really do. They've had a wonderful tournament. They've made it this far. You got to congratulate them. But if the race ended now, they'd be at 58 points. I think it's roughly mathematically impossible for them to unfortunately make a bit of an impact. So now the question is, can Williams potentially play spoiler to one of these rosters trying to make it to the final day? This is going to be a wild one. And like I always say, chat, please let us know what your prediction is. Give the energy to your favorite team because this is the final race of the day, the final chance to final dance for one of these rosters. Matter of fact, two of them. Let's get it started. Race 6 on Fuji. Ewan O'Leary, Lewis McGlade, take it over.
Thanks very much. Lewis McGlade has turned into Steve Brown.
Yes, everyone. I've got a different voice now.
Yeah, changed voice. We're changing around commentary positions and screwing with Taylor's notes, which is not particularly helpful. Anyway, this is the final race of the day, and my goodness, what an important race it is as well. Here at Fuji, 10 laps separate Porsche Coanda or Team Vitality from a place in the World Cup final. And at the moment, Team Vitality certainly are favourites. They're lined up 3 on the inside there, mostly ahead of their Porsche Coanda rivals as well. There is going to be some real aggression down in towards turn 1, which could make or break your tournament. Let's see what happens as the lights go on here at Fuji and we get ready for race 6 of day 3. Josh Rogers with that pole position, looking to lead his team as he so often does into this tournament. He sees the green flag and we are racing, but look at the teammates on the inside. Yuri Toman gets a push from Marto Cintic and now they're trying to follow through. 3 wide, they're surely going to make it here as they go in towards turn 1. It's a big dive down the inside from Dominic Blyer, who goes straight into the side with 5 wide through turn 1, 5 wide, and out the other side it looks like Team Vitality are going to be 1 and 2 here. 4 wide in the background meantime as Charlie Collins tries to take a place. Charlie Collins is gone and one of the Porsche Coanda drivers crucially spins off to the side of the circuit.
This is already going out of favour for Porsche. They're going to, oh my goodness, have to do a lot more work from here on in. That was absolutely disastrous. Charlie Collins dropping to the back. He's not going to be of any use from here to the end. And, wow, elbows out already on lap 1. We knew it was going to get aggressive, but maybe not like that.
The only hope they've got is that Vitality somehow will get some sort of penalty for it, but I'm not sure where that's going to come from. Side by side for Jordan Caruso in the meantime. Tobias Pfeffer's making his way past, and this is rubbing salt into the wound right now for the Australian. He's fighting over 9th place. There's only a point involved in this, and he's going to spin as well. Oh, he just saves it, but he loses another place. Jordan Caruso's down to 11th. Charlie Collins is 12th. This is catastrophic for Porsche Coanda.
Yeah, at this rate, I mean, they're going out. Rogers at the front. He is the man who needs to deliver right now. He is on the back of the Vitality duo heading onto the main straight. He needs to make this happen for his team. They're relying on him right now. Dane Warren down there in 7th. And then the other two teammates, plumb last, 11th and 12th. So Rogers is the man. We know he can do it. Heading towards turn 1, it's not going to be on this lap. I was also interested that he started on the left-hand side, so it wasn't ideal.
Sorry, Yoyoski went off there. He was on the grass, he was all over the place, and Erhan Yoyoski goes wide. That will be 1 place for Dane Warren. Comes almost straight back into the side of Daniel Pastor in the Williams Sim Racing Mercedes. Yoyoski gets himself back into 9th, so there's a few points lost for Vitality, but they will be okay with this, given they're 1 and 2 at the moment, and they'd be outscoring Porsche Coanda as it stands, that's for sure. Team Vitality would be in the World Cup final tomorrow if things stay as they are.
Yeah, I was just noting that Josh Rogers got pole position, but he started on the left-hand side, so he didn't really gain control of the inside line, which is so crucial here at Fuji. So yeah, both Vitality drivers able to kind of push each other towards the inside and pretty much get control of this race in the early stages.
And what they needed was another one of their team members out there as well. But yeah, you're right, on the outside line, if you get pole here at Fuji, which is not ideal, it is the racing line, but it does allow someone down your inside, and that's what Marcel Cinchik and Yuri Toman were both able to capitalise on. As they run, Porsche Coanda are a massive 55 points behind Team Vitality. That's after lap 1, so Erhan Yoyoski's off-track moment there isn't counted, I don't think, but even so, 55 points is absolutely massive.
Yeah, I think this is going to have to be more than just Rogers going for the race lead. He's almost going to have to disrupt them completely and back them up into the pack so that his teammates can have some sort of chance of gaining more points. It's not going to be enough for him just to win this race.
It would be an absolutely seismic shock if Porsche Coanda were eliminated at this stage of the competition, but at the moment that's what it's looking like. If they were to drop out here, they would finish 4th, which would be better than 2024, but it's nowhere near their 2023 success, which is now feeling like an awfully long time ago in the team's championship. That was at Gamers 8, of course, in 2023. All 4 of them, well, not all 4 of them, sorry, Jordan Caruso wasn't involved, it was Charlie Collins, but Warren and Rogers very much a part of that team. And as I say, that memory will feel a long time ago. Let's have a look at the start again here. This is Charlie Collins' spin.
Yeah, oh my goodness, yeah, there's 4 abreast into the left-hander of turn 3. That is never going to work. And unfortunately, he was ahead, but just got tagged on the rear quarter panel. That was enough to send him spinning right down to the back of the pack, where he can't really help his team out anymore.
This is Jordan Caruso's spin. That's side-to-side contact with one of the Williams, and I wonder whether... No, that's not what the penalties come through, actually. Mercedes-AMG got a 5-second penalty, and 5 penalty points as well. That's quite severe. That's for turn 1 at lap 1. I think it was he who dived down the inside, maybe at turn 1, actually, not Blatter, as I thought at the time. But 5 seconds would drop Mercedes down to 11th as things stand. It would help 2 Porsche Coandas and 2 Vitalities, so it won't really make much of a difference. Dane Warren making places would make more of a difference, and look at that, Blair doesn't want to let it happen here. They're racing for pride at the moment, Williams Sim Racing, and that's outside line then for Dane Warren in towards turn 1. Too late on the brakes there from Blair, and the Australian is not able to get past.
Yeah, there was a good defence, move to the left-hand side, sorry, the right-hand side, cover the inside, and make sure your opponent goes to the left. And he just made sure he didn't outbrake himself, forced Warren the long way round, and it was just a textbook defence pretty much there.
Let's have a look at this again. I think that's Bellatiotis, isn't it, down there? Look at that. That is a dive bomb and a half. 5 wide they were through turn 1, but You know, it's the Charlie Collins spin that has really done it for them. I mean, Rogers being in third is not an unsalvageable situation. They can still get Rogers to win from here, maybe, although it is difficult. The real problem, I feel, is, you know, Charlie Collins spinning round down to 12, and from what I can see, just misjudged the fact there were 3 on his inside, and he maybe thought he was clear. I'm not sure.
It's always a difficult situation when you've got multiple cars side by side. I think side by side with 2 cars is kind of okay. You can judge the other car. It's only 1 car to think about. But when it's 3 or let alone 4, that's when things get really difficult. But yeah, Collins dropping down the order, of course, he's going to lose lots of points. But by him dropping down, all the other teams are going to gain a lot of points as well. So it's pretty much a double whammy. You could say a triple whammy because he's not up there to back up his teammate. We've seen time and time again, it's really difficult for a driver in third to attack when the guys in the first 2 positions are in the same team.
It certainly is. And that even applies here at Fuji, where there is less slipstreaming, and that does matter less, but it still matters, as you can see. 1 and 2 Vitality. Toman and Chinchik ahead of Josh Rogers. Mercedes-AMG is continuing his run out at the moment, and looks like Bly maybe slowing everybody else up. Maybe whether it's on purpose or not, I'm not sure. Big slide for Warren now. Oh, he just about saves it. And here comes Timo Kazimon on the outside. Another place for Vitality. They're securing their place in the World Cup final right now as the pre-race favourites. Porsche Coanda fall through the field. Here's Tobias Pfeffer down the inside now. He bumps and barges Dane Warren out of the way through turn 6, and he's got through as well.
Now we've got Yayovsky on the back of him as well. This could be a disastrous lap. Already losing 2 positions. It could be 3 as they head down towards the hairpin of turn 10. Dane Warren actually going defensive, forcing Yayovsky the long way round. He's going to have to settle in behind, but that is not good news at all. He kind of was aggressive. It didn't pay off, and instead of going forward, he's gone backwards.
Yayovsky there backing out of the side-by-side with Dane Warren. His instructions will have been, do not get a penalty for goodness sake. He is in 9th place, and Vitality are in a good position now with 3 in the top half. Although they've only done the first half of the race. There's Yuri Toman, who's winning again, or leading again anyway, as things stand. He's had a wonderful time here at the Esports World Cup in 2025. Took 2 victories just yesterday, or the day before rather, on day 2. He is, was that day 1 2 days ago? I don't even know. Yeah. It was day 1. He was excellent that day, and for a driver who doesn't win a lot, he's winning quite a lot in this World Cup. Here comes Chinchik though, and there goes Rogers. Rogers down the inside of Chinchik there. He had a look. He's doing what he can, and as you said, he's got to get in there. He's got to slow everybody else down because his teammates need to make a lot of overtakes too.
Yeah, this is a really difficult situation for Rogers. At least he's going for it. He looks quick. He looks fast. He gave it a good go there. He's still got 5 laps to try to get this job done, and I'm really looking forward to seeing if he can get this done, because if there is someone who can do it, it's Josh Rogers.
Absolutely it is. He's the man you'd want up there at the front of the field, and at the moment he's challenging Chinchik, but he's not quite past him. He's got to start doing it soon as well, because don't forget, all those things take time. You've got to make the passes, and then you've got to do the slowing down and the battling. They are not far away, I suppose, which is the advantage. Charlie Collins actually is not too far away from the back end of the field as well, so he doesn't need too much slowing down, but then he's got to leave his teammates some time to make overtakes too, which, as I say, takes time as well. Through the final sector, Chinchik all over the place a little bit here. Whether Rogers is going to stab it down the inside here, and he does. Into the final corner, he's got to do it in unusual places now as well. And Toman now has got a choice to make. Oh, and a block from Rogers. Chinchik's going to get the toe, and he's going to get straight back through again.
Yeah, really difficult scenario there for Rogers. He was trying to force his opponent wide, couldn't quite settle in behind, and as soon as the 2 Aston Martins are in a line together, the slipstream effect is going to be not favouring him. So he drops back down. Is he going to be able to overtake into turn 1? Not on the way in. Goes very deep. He's going to have to rotate the car to get a good exit. The Aston Martin just forces him out, really muscles him wide, and I think the Vitality driver is going to do just enough here.
What he's done is secured Yuri Toman a race victory by the looks of things, and he's backing Josh Rogers into Belotsiotis. Again, that might help Porsche because the Belotsiotis-driven Williams has actually got a 5-second time penalty, and Charlie Collins is even quite close to 5 seconds behind him now, so that could put Belotsiotis last. But this is allowing Toman to win, but that's not a disaster if they can shove Vitality down the field by quite some distance. They need all of their drivers in front of all the other Vitalities though, and therein lies the problem. Here comes Rogers again. Outside line coming down into the hairpin of turn 10, and he brakes later this time. He's still alongside in time for 11. There's contact between the two of them. Oh, there was always going to be. Chinchik holds on, and Rogers still can't find his way past here.
Yeah, this is really good defence from Chinchik. He knows it doesn't really matter too much if he just can back up Rogers and let Toman win this one. So he's just defending. He doesn't really need to finish right behind him. He can just afford to lose the time and just back him up into the pack and just really assure that 25 points for the win.
Yeah, now Dane Warren and John Caruso have got to start making their moves as well, and Caruso has. Stabs it down the inside of Yayovsky in towards the final turn. Now Chinchik doesn't have a teammate to get the toe off. It could be a bit more difficult, but here comes Balasiotis in the background. He's got to make sure he doesn't get boxed in here, Rogers. Oh, there's contact. Oh, he's nearly in the fence down the front straight here. He just about gets away with it. Balasiotis very nearly having a huge effect on this championship, and he might still do. Down the inside he goes. Chinchik hangs back, and he goes through on both of them. Rogers is struggling now. Chinchik's going to be in the clear, and Porsche Coanda are in massive trouble. Vasilis Balasiotis making his mark on this race. Side-to-side contact. He's going to be off here. Josh Rogers, there's going to be a crash surely. Whoa, there is. Balasiotis goes around. Rogers is down in fourth. That surely is that for Porsche Coanda in the World Cup 2025.
This is desperation from Porsche and Williams. And we saw this in previous races. They're just fighting each other far too much, with Toman and Chinchik just controlling the race in a calm fashion. They're doing all they need to do, and it's a lot of desperation for the other two teams. They know that this is the last chance. This is the final race of this lower bracket, and let's remind the viewers that the top team will go through. The bottom two will not. They'll both be leaving the competition.
I also remind you that Porsche Coanda were the #1 seed coming into this week. They got a bye through day one because they did so well alongside Team Redline and Virtus.pro. Look at them there. I was down on the stage actually after the end of the last race, and I just thought that is a dejected team at the moment. A team who expected to be back at the hotel by now. And look at this, Charlie Collins there does get through on Daniel Pastor, but that was quite close to disaster as well. They are all gaining places here, and they are getting those Porsches further towards the front. Josh Rogers is going to finish fourth, but with Vitalik getting a 1 and 2 and the podium places locked out, it's almost impossible for Porsche Coanda to do this. And Daniel Pastor doesn't go down the inside. That's and off in the front there. That was Dane Warren going wide just in front of his teammate Jordan Caruso.
Yeah, the gloves are off now in this race. I think all they can really try and secure is 5th rather than 6th. And of course there is a prize difference for 5th and 6th. This is Josh Rogers and Balasiotis, ending in Balasiotis spinning around through turn 4, and just a really awkward moment between the three of them, and he's sent spinning towards the back of the pack.
Well, it looks like Williams Sim Racing are going to be, well, they're quite close. They're getting quite relatively close to Porsche Coanda, so maybe they will be able to get 4th in the end. But anyway, we'll clean that up a little bit later on this afternoon. The big story is that Porsche Coanda could be out on day 3 of the Esports World Cup. An absolutely stratospheric shock, I would say, here on Rennsport. The favourites coming in just about, going to be knocked out before they even reach the final, get the chance to race for those $200,000 for the race of the event winners. There, down the inside goes Charlie Collins. He's rather done all he can since that move down to the back end of the field on lap 1. He is going to draft past Yayovsky, I think. 7th, 8th and 9th, those Porsche Coanders. They're in a line, but not scoring many points.
Yeah, I was saying after his spin on the first lap there, he wouldn't really be much help, but he's actually gained a couple of positions, to be fair to him. So to drag yourself back into a race when you're off the back of the pack by 5-6 seconds, it's a demoralising position to be in. But he's done a good job here. As Yayovsky tries to fight back, I think his teammate Dane Warren ahead is just going to have to give him some slipstream here as they go side by side in towards turn 3. We've seen what can happen through here if you get it all wrong. Are they going to give each other enough space? Looks like they are, and eventually it resolves in the favour of Yayovsky.
It certainly does, and this is the final lap of the race. So Porsche Coanda now requiring a miracle. As down the inside there goes Daniel Pastor, has a little bit of a look as well on the inside at turn number 6. But Team Vitality have done a very good job in this lower bracket here this afternoon. Yuri Toman's been on fire this week. We've already spoken about him. but them as a whole, the team as a whole, they've finally got it together. Erhan Yoski scoring 45 points in the first 2 races is absolutely massive since he scored pretty poorly a day or 2 ago. He stepped it up, and so have the rest of the Vitality team, and they are going to be in the Esports World Cup final as a result. Yuri Toman comes out of the final corner, and Team Vitality are going to be in the Esports World Cup final. He looks around at his teammates who are still racing, but they will surely know soon that they are in the final. Look at the celebration from Toman up on the top right of your screen. Team Vitality are the final team in the Esports World Cup final here for Rennsport, and the #1 seeds coming into this event, Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team, are out of the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, that is a huge shock to see Porsche eliminated. Vitality, I'm really looking forward to see what they can do tomorrow. They look really strong here.
Look at the contrast of emotions. Elation for Vitality, absolute despair and agony for Porsche Coanda. They cannot believe it, stunned into silence, rooted to their seats, heads in hands. Emotions down there for those guys. It's another disappointing World Cup campaign for Porsche Coanda. They finished 4th in 2025, 5th in 2024 after winning the year before that. On the other side of the stage, it's Team Vitality who are celebrating. They've still got a job to do on day 4, but my goodness, they've done well to reach this top 3. Don't forget they had to race through day 1 as well, which is something that Porsche Coanda, Redline and Virtus.pro didn't have to do. Williams accepting their fate. They've had a good tournament to finish in 5th. But look at that, Porsche Coanda still all sat down, absolutely stunned into silence. Yuri Toman wins the race by nearly 3 seconds in the end ahead of Marcel Chinchik. Both of those two having a fantastic week. Dominic Blyer rounds out the podium with Josh Rogers doing all he could in 4th, but he couldn't do it all alone. Thibaut Casamon rounds out the top 5 with Tobias Pfeffer running out the top half. Jordan Caruso was next ahead of Dane Warren, Erhan Yoski and Charlie Collins rounding out the top 10. Daniel Pastor and Vasilis Bertsiotis round out the field. Extraordinary, Steve.
Really good performance from Vitality. Yuri Toman, I've been super impressed by him today. He really has delivered when it really mattered. And I think Vitality actually have a good chance tomorrow. I know obviously they're up against Redline and Virtus.pro, the 2 strongest teams in the competition so far. I think they can really take the fight to those 2 teams.
Unbelievable. Not many would have predicted that at the start of the day. In fact, Team Redline, Porsche Coanda, by most were tipped to go through from the upper bracket, which would have seen them home and hosed by now, back at the hotel probably.
Yeah.
But they ended up at the lower bracket and they are out of the tournament. Team Vitality go through. Let's get some reaction from down on the stage.
Incredible scenes here at the Saudi National Bank Esports Arena as Vitality have claimed their spot in the finals and they will be fighting for that title on Friday. I'm here joined by Yuri. Yuri, I have to say, incredible performance throughout the day. Being able to get 2 wins in a row out of the 3 races. Talk to me. What was going through everyone's mind? And specifically, how were you guys able to change your performance from yesterday coming into today? He is the man, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, actually, yesterday I was a bit disappointed because I somehow didn't really have the feeling in the wheel, didn't really feel the car. But for me personally, today it changed completely. Like it was like in the first day, and I could feel the car very well. And yeah, from the very beginning, I think all of us had a good pace. Erhan was on pole in Monza, was P2. Unfortunately, the other guys had quali bans. But yeah, through the whole 3 races, we had, I think, great quali pace. We managed the race super well, worked together, and yeah, so super happy to be in the final.
I mean, you should be, because you are going to be going to the finals. I do have one more question to ask you. Going from, I want to say, barely beating Maus yesterday to now making it into the finals, it's going to be you, it's going to be Virtus.pro, it's going to be Team Redline. What was the change, I want to say, going from barely making it to now dominating the lower bracket?
It's tough to say because we had a lot of bad luck yesterday, a lot of like unfortunate events, unfortunate crashes, incident points, which got us some negative points for the team standings. But yeah, today just I think everything more like clicked more, and we were on it more, and yeah, I don't know really like what's exactly the reason why the difference is so big compared to yesterday, but I hope that we can keep it up for tomorrow for the top 3 fight.
Thank you very much for joining us. I do have to say, your performance today is sensational for yourself and Vitality. And you know what? You have 2 keys to crush as well before you continue your journey to the finals. Thank you very much for joining us, and we're going to head on over back to the studio.
Well, I tell you what, it wasn't the ending we expected, especially if you go back to day one's conversation, but it was the ending that happened nonetheless. Vitality, 3 in a row. Toman with 2 of them. Hey, you got to give it to them. They performed so incredibly well. They go to the finals tomorrow to compete for top 3, top 2. I don't know. Do they defeat Redline? Well, now it is a possibility, and it's up to them to decide how far they want to go. $500,000 up for grabs, $200,000 for first place. But man, it is a heartbreaking defeat, not only for Williams, but also for Porsche Coanda. They came in as the #1 seed from the R1 season. They performed well yesterday, but when we get to bracket play, they unfortunately cannot catch a break in the upper bracket. They are defeated by the likes of Redline as well as Virtus.pro. They go to the lower bracket with high hopes. Race 1 looks great. They're leading by 20, 30 points, but race 2, they fall behind a little more. Race 3, it becomes an impossibility by lap 1. Felix, a heartbreaking defeat for Porsche Coanda. That's the way the competition goes, though. But talk me through the lap 1, because, man, that's where it all fell apart for Porsche Coanda.
Yeah, we saw it, as I mentioned already before, that pole position is not definitely necessarily the best place to be. We saw Vitality working together, getting a good turn 1, but of course also the desperate move, I would say, from the Williams drivers. Yeah, ending basically his chances after the first corners.
Yeah, and that was the thing I mentioned, Chim, was like Williams, they could play spoiler. They didn't really have a chance necessarily. I mean, a Hail Mary chance at best to maybe come back in the points department. But they did play spoiler in some way. Granted, they didn't do it on purpose. They were just playing some good old racing tactics. They get desperate because they want a good fighting chance. Unfortunately, it ended up undoing, Porsche Coanda.
Yeah, I mean, Williams needed something special. I think they tried a bit too far. That was just a bit too much, too desperate. I don't think that was really a fair move, I would say. If there's a potential penalty coming their way, I wouldn't be surprised. And yeah, Toman again, 2 out of 3, same as day 1. He did another 2 out of 3. We said he is the secret star player.
Yeah.
And he came up to the challenge, absolutely delivered. 1-2 for Vitality. Domination in lower bracket today.
Yeah, and James, I think you said that right. If I'm not mistaken, the secret sauce for Vitality was Toman, because, his peaks are quite high, but his lows aren't very low, and that's apparent in back-to-back wins, which only few drivers have been able to do over the last 3 days of competition.
That's right, and 24 hours ago, we were sat here, me and Mac, Vitality were out.
Without a doubt.
They finished 6th, and then the penalties brought them back in, and Maus got eliminated, and we sit here, and they're through to the final, and there's every chance they could take it to Redline and VP and maybe win the whole thing. So, this tournament is just so up and down.
Absolutely is.
Fun to watch, though.
Without a doubt. I'm super excited for tomorrow's competition. And, well, it's always great to hear the team communications. And this one might be a little bit special coming out from Vitality as they get a tremendous win. Let's listen into their team comms from the last race.
Let's go. No, they're pushing.
There's a Williams on the right, careful.
It's fine, go. Do anything, they push me from
No. Give me.
Yeah,
more.
you have.
More? Focus, chill.
Okay, not yet.
Focus,
okay.
Less speaking. Calm down.
Bro, what are they doing, honestly?
We are faster in the straight. Attack him, give him slipstream.
You will,
me. Give me. Go side by side, just defend like crazy.
Don't squeeze. He's there.
No, don't do stupid things.
It's fine. They crashed. Turn 4, careful. Turn 4, 5, careful.
I fucking love you guys.
I love you guys too. Let's go.
Come on. Let's go. Come on. Yes.
It wouldn't be racing without an explicit being thrown in there, but you can clearly hear the happiness, Chim, as Vitality was leading their way to victory.
Yeah, just an amazing race for them. Congratulations for making it to the finals. And what's really important for them as an organization as well is, in Esports World Cup, you have 28 different titles.
25, yes.
25 different games. And Vitality is also going for the club championship.
Good point.
Them making it to the finals, the more organizations they beat, the more important it is for them, the overall thing. And so I'm really happy about them.
That's actually a wonderful point. We were looking at the start of the day day, potentially not having any organizations representing the club championship on the finals day. But Vitality made it so, which is tremendous. Now let's talk the history of Vitality, because Felix, last year, second place, just behind that of Redline. This year, I can't lie, they didn't look that great. I really thought they were going to fall short, but now they have a real chance, actually a absolute chance, to face off against Redline tomorrow, potentially dethrone them for the back-to-back championships.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be tough for them to dethrone Redline because they're just so strong overall. We've seen it from time to time again. But we've seen good pace throughout the days. A bit of a struggle yesterday, but they perfectly recovered today.
Without a doubt. And how realistic, I mean, obviously it's going to be hard like you said, but they keep the same roster, which is tough because, roster changes happen galore, especially if you don't perform well. But second place, they said, you know what, we do believe in our team. We believe in our four-stack ability to come back next year and even stronger. Granted, their R1 online season wasn't that great. They came in as a lower seed. They've had a long tournament because they had to play from day 1 to day 2 to day 3, but it seems like it all paid off.
It definitely did for them. And to be honest, it is long days, but also they're probably one of the teams with the most amount of practice now on the rigs.
Yeah, that actually is true. And that's something we've been talking about, not only from a stamina perspective, but the teams that come in day 1 have an additional day on the very stage to compete.
Yeah, I think at this stage, I think it's very neutral now. Everyone's very well rehearsed in these rigs at the LAN. They're used to the pressure of the crowd and everything. So I think tomorrow it is down to who is the best, and that's it. You know, who's got the most raw pace, who can deliver it under the most pressure. As you said, I think Redline will most likely be that team, but interestingly, you got 2 teams with Aston Martins in there. So you got 8 Aston Martins and 4 BMWs. That could play a factor as well.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Felix?
I mean, it's good to see multiple cars. In the end, you see that the BOP process that is all around behind the scenes going on seems to work quite well. But of course, there's going to be strong points for some cars, weak points for other cars across different tracks.
Well, fair enough. There's a lot that's going to be happening, and of course, Lewis, if Lewis doesn't mind coming on over here, which I guess he will in just a second. Lewis McGlade is just outside, but yeah, Lewis, if you're out there, come in, man. I want you to come on in because obviously you've been doing a phenomenal job. Yeah, come and sit down if you don't mind. Well, you see, look, we got the streamers going for you because it is a special day, obviously. The Big 30. Welcome to Unk status, my boy. It's great to see you.
I'm old. It's official. I have become aged.
You have become aged. That's a way to put it. Anna, if you don't mind coming on in. Vegeta, if you don't mind, tell Anna to come on in. Bring in those donuts. Bring in the balloons.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, God.
And we got a picture. Come on in. Come on in. Bring it all in. I'm ready to see it. It is Lewis McGlade, who's, by the way, sensational for the sim racing scene. And just honestly, for this event, has been wonderful with the stats, with everything that's been going down. We owe so much to him. And
show it to the camera.
Wow, show it to the camera. Get that solo shot over here. Let's bring it in. Yes, and look at this.
Thank you. This
pile of donuts.
Are you going to sing?
There wasn't planned. Do you want us to sing?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday,
what's your name?
Lewis. I forgot how. Happy birthday to you. Go ahead and blow the candle out. Hey. What was your wish? Let me guess.
You can't say.
Was your wish tomorrow for Vitality to win the whole thing and keep the great storyline alive?
I can't tell you that. It wouldn't come true. Tell you what. I'll tell you tomorrow once it's all done.
Okay, fair enough. Tomorrow. So it's locked. It has to do with Rennsport. But seriously, Lewis, you've been wonderful. For me personally, coming into sim racing for the first time ever, we sat down, we talked for an hour and a half. You gave me the lowdown of what R1 is, and you got me really excited for it. But even for all the other talents, I think we can say super appreciative of your stats. You're constantly working hard. But I'm going to give you the mic. I'm going to stop talking. Let us know what. First off, it's your birthday. Say whatever you want to say. It's your day.
I don't know if I can do that.
Well, be a little bit careful. You are a bit of a wild guy. But seriously, you've been here for the longest time. You've been carrying the R1 scene. Go Go ahead and say your piece.
No, I mean, look, I think this competition's been so much fun. Obviously, like we've got such a great team of talents. Not so much Felix, we'll ignore that. No, it's such a good thing to be in the sim racing community, which is quite tight and wholesome. Like we do have, obviously the splits, the anger and the aggression out there, but we've had so much fun. We've had a great competition so far, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that again tomorrow, and hopefully we get a good final. I'm hoping, red line, they don't run away with it. But
do you think you'll be commentating on sim racing for another 30 years?
Ooh, well, you think I've been commentating for 30 years?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
You've done the first 30, now it's the next 30 now.
I have been in sim racing since 2012, end of 2012, yeah.
Oh, have you actually?
Yeah.
You've been commentating sim racing since
I started as a commentator, and then I was a driver, and then I went back to commentating. So.
Why didn't I know that? That's when I started my career, but in a different title, naturally. Yeah, so we've literally been commentating the same amount of time. That's insane.
No, we'll see. We'll see how old I get.
We'll see how old I get. Well, that's always the goal in life, to see how old you can get, I guess. It's hopefully you go pretty far. What is in that box, by the way?
I don't know. Have I got to? You might have to hold this microphone.
Here, I got you.
There you go.
Yeah, what in the world?
What is that? What is this? Is that a big marshmallow covered in chocolate?
Is that a big s'mores? Like, yeah,
it definitely is. I don't know. Eating this.
I don't even know how you can show that without it just falling down.
No,
all over the
wow,
place.
this is impressive. Impressive.
I want some of that.
Thank you, by the way, to Anna, to Norton as well, and I'm sure everyone else has been a part of it. And thank you as well for trying to embarrass me.
The packaging of that.
I know.
There he goes.
Is incredible.
He's straight in.
Oh my!
He's
rating.
Hey, it gets brutal on the desk sometimes. With the segments, they just go nonstop. So he said, "Let me dig." Anybody else want a donut? You got to watch your figure.
Honestly, I do, but I really want that. I haven't had a donut in years.
Really?
He's really? Look at this guy. He's going in. Well, let's give him some time to eat off camera because we have our first key crushing, and that does sober the mood up a little bit. Unfortunately, for two wonderful teams, Porsche Coanda and Williams, they unfortunately exit the tournament in 4th and 5th place. Vitality, though, well, they're not sad, are they? They are all smiles, and unfortunately, this will be Williams, who had such a great run. We talked about Blyer and his performance and how wonderful he was as a competitor, but the key going into the Crusher, Lewis, Vitality's happy, but Williams, they've got to be heartbroken.
I mean, look, all the teams, I'm sure they were happy. I will say, they don't look quite as happy as Erhan did when they crushed Mouse's key yesterday. There was some positive. He still looks pretty happy, to be fair. But it's such a disappointing moment when you're a team and you get crushed. Can't imagine what Porsche Coanda are feeling right now.
And they haven't just crushed a key; they've crushed Porsche Coanda's key.
Right.
That is a tough one.
It is a tough one, man. Indeed.
I wouldn't be surprised if the key crushing machine actually broke while doing that.
It's a possibility. It's a possibility, man. One more key to be crushed, and that footage is getting loaded up. But it is heartbreaking because, you looked at Porsche Coanda when they lost. We were out there, and they were just so heartbroken. I mean, heads in their hands, nearly on the verge of tears. And I don't blame them. I don't say that easily. It is so hard to see that footage.
Yeah, I mean, look, Porsche Coanda, they've come into this not as a team that were, expecting to, compete, to kind of like, we're happy with whatever. They were expecting to get through to the final. They were expecting to take on Team Redline. They were expecting to win this competition. They came into this as the number 1 seed. They know how fast they are.
Right.
And, after the disappointment of 2024, where they kind of struggled a little bit in the final. It seems as though it's just almost kind of happened again. It's just not quite clicked for them.
Yeah, it hasn't clicked, unfortunately. Let's take a look at our standings to solidify it for you guys out there about who ended up moving forward, who ended up falling behind. It was a long day specifically for Porsche Coanda. They started off in the upper bracket, but it didn't go too well for them, so therefore they dropped to the lower bracket, which was much the same. It leads us to our grand finals, and Chim, it's going to be an absolute banger.
Absolutely, and honestly, when I think about Coanda is heartbroken, obviously they didn't want it to end here, but I have to think about Mac Beckham here because he's going to be He's probably the saddest person on earth right
He
now.
was devastated out there.
Yeah.
But he's unbiased, though. Yeah.
Mac Beckham, unbiased, with the jersey on, coming to breakfast, by the way. I just want to point out. But it is actually, probably is a good thing he wasn't on the desk when Porsche Coenda, unfortunately, ended up losing. And Felix, I had a chance to ask you about Porsche Coenda and how shocking it is with their elimination. But Williams, too, like, again, they fought so hard to get to that point.
They definitely fought hard in the literal sense. I think that last race they really put everything in. It didn't work out for them. Definitely one of those teams, especially with somebody like Dominic Blyer, really performing at the top of the level. Yeah. Pretty much every race. But he didn't really have all the time, all the teammates to support him. Yeah. And to reach the final, you need 3 drivers at least to get there.
Understandable. 3 of the 4, well, that's what it takes to find success. It's sadly time to crush another key. Let's roll the footage as Vitality probably once again all smiles as they defeated 2 teams at once. They hold up Porsche Coenda's key. And yeah, like you said, Jim, actually, it would break the crush. What broke the footage, Jim?
Man, that's a tough key to crush.
It is. Well, there it goes. Let's see if they can get the job done. As well, they press the button, and well, it is actually struggling to go down. Jim, I say you spot on. Honestly, Porsche Coenda's key not going down without a fight. That's Chinsky at the front there, all smiles, but still looking nervous as he typically does. He doesn't want anything to fall outside the machine. And well, there it is. The hopes and dreams crushed. The hopes and dreams of Porsche Coenda to make it to grand finals once again, to challenge the top end. Well, not going to happen, unfortunately. The keys are gone. Our top 3 teams are solidified. Redline, Virtus.pro, and Vitality. And Lewis, Virtus.pro, man, they played so well today. Should be raced so well today. Even though they may have struggled just a little bit yesterday, they still finished top 3. They get second place, and at one point was even leading over Redline during their group play.
Yeah, for sure. They've looked really strong. They've been, a team that maybe doesn't quite have the consistency of a team Redline, but I think the most important thing that they've proven today is they can take on Team Redline. They can go on and win this competition, and I'm very curious to see whether they're going to come back tomorrow. McCormack and Kevin Lance Jr. They were both very, very fast.
True.
And even through a couple of those races, they didn't even really have the assistance of Statsenko and Fiala. If they kind of bring their A game tomorrow, then Virtus.pro can win this whole thing.
That's crazy to say, because we've also been saying Vitality might also have a chance. Of course, Redline is the dominant team going into finals. They are the title defending champions, but just as we witnessed with Porsche Coenda, you can have a good day yesterday, but on the day, it might not go your way. Tough break without question, but $500,000 on the line, and well, a big opportunity to score those much needed points. The keys have been crushed. Tomorrow is going to be coming at you very, very quickly. Of course, scheduled, most likely going to be looking, I think we have 8 total races potentially.
Correct, yeah. I will say, here's the thing. So this is something that you might know from home. The schedule's changed of the circuits. It's a slightly different order than people knew before coming into it. How fascinating is that?
What's changed? Let's hear it.
Hockenheimring's first. It was supposed to be Jeddah first, but it is now Hockenheimring.
Hockenheim. So how does that change the battle, you think?
I just think for some of these teams, if you're not confident in Hockenheimring and you were maybe expecting that to be like race 4 or 5, I can't remember what it was originally. I think it was about 4 or 5, and now that being the first race, I don't know, maybe it just knocks you out of the rim. It shouldn't be too much for the drivers. Sure. It's just one of those things where maybe they're just thrown out of it a little bit.
And it'll also be match point, which is something to consider as well, which that's going to be spicy. That's how it was last year. It ended in 5. Cannon ended 5 this time again. Chris Donnie's been doing wonderful work all around the venue and the Boulevard, but this time it's going to be a bit of a sobering interview. He's talking to Porsche Coenda after their exit.
Okay, I'm here with Josh Rogers. Josh, it must have been a huge surprise for you guys. Obviously, massive commiserations, but it's hard to ask. But what's the feeling on the camp right now? I think we know the answer, though.
Yeah, obviously, it's not great, is it? It hurts and it stings. We put so much into this, and to go out this way, I think is certainly not how we wanted this event to go. But we can still be proud of everything that we not only did today, how we held ourselves. I think also, especially after getting knocked out of the upper bracket, we didn't have very long to kind of pick ourselves up and boost the morale, and I think we did that so well. So we can still be very proud of how we managed that, and yeah, we can come out of this event still being confident in our ability, and you know, all these teams are so strong. So you know, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, as they say, and yeah, we'll certainly come back stronger from this one.
Speaking of the teams and their strength, was it a bit of a surprise to you how strong Vitality were, or is that just one of those things people turn up on the day that's racing?
Yeah, no, not at all. Vitality is an extremely strong team. Sure, maybe they didn't always put it together in the online season, but they're 4 drivers that you can always depend on, and they're always going to be there. But to be honest, that same can be said for all of these teams. This series is so competitive. Every driver is here for a reason, and yeah, like, you can never take a certain team for granted, for sure.
And I think, you know, something to highlight as well, just standing backstage there, some of the members of staff like visibly upset. It means a lot, not just to you guys, but to all the team as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like I say, we put so much into this. Obviously, I've been keeping it together so far, but maybe that changes later. But yeah, it's a big thing, right? This is our big event of the year, and to not be seeing through the final day when we came into this so strong, it's obviously tough. But you know, we'll build on what happened, and like I say, I'm sure we'll come back stronger, and we're for sure the kind of group that is always there for one another, and we'll pick each other up, and yeah, I have no doubt that plenty of that will happen.
Well, I look forward to the comeback, and hopefully we'll see you here next year. Thank you, Josh.
All right, an interview that I thought was going to be a bit more emotional. Luckily, it seems like they're still in high spirits, and you love to see that. Porsche Coanda is such a talented roster. I don't want them to lose hope. I know the loss stings, without question. But even still, they're still one of the best rosters in the world. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Kitty top plays. We had so many wonderful moments and key figurehead, key leaders. James, we'll go to you first. What are we seeing?
We're at Daytona, and this was earlier on, obviously, with 2 Aston Martins, and then that was one of the red line cars getting absolutely, well, spun round at turn 1 into the Porsches, and that just shows how desperate it got at times today in the bracket stage.
Yeah, obviously, I think I might have been Rietveld, I think it was, that's been half spun there. Obviously, this is kind of the competition that we were expecting throughout even the final, being Porsche Coanda versus Team Redline. This was behind what was effectively a dominant force of Virtus.pro, who were taking control right from the off, of course, back in the upper bracket, and they looked, you know, relatively comfortable at this point at Virtus.pro. Porsche Coanda and Redline didn't.
Yeah, without a doubt, this was when we started to truly realize Virtus.pro might have a real chance to, I don't know, dethrone Redline, but more importantly, qualify for the finals the next day. Felix, we have another play right before you.
Yeah, coming into turn 4, turn 5 of Spa is one of those corners that it's so tight. If the car just jumps off, you spin around. Coming into Monza, again, one of those corners. Just a small mistake from the car next to you, and you're spun around.
And we do have the Vitality, obviously, fighting tooth and nail to try and get ahead, I believe, of Williams there. Williams coming onto the inside, cutting it a bit close, and it does get a bit dicey, but Vitality manages to hold on tight to the corner. Can Williams overtake it? No, just barely. But it was a battle, though, between Williams and Vitality, who eventually end up overcoming.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with Rennsport is you don't have a rubbered line like you do in real life, so I think that's why we see so many cars able to hang it around the outside and overtake around the outside, which typically is not often seen, is it, Lewis, in traditional motorsport?
No,
but
absolutely.
You see it all the time in ESL R1.
Yeah, it's obviously very interesting. I mean, we've seen a lot of contact here, and this was kind of like, especially for how they race around Monza, you kind of see it quite a lot. Of course, this being the last race, Porsche Coanda being way out of position. They had some drama earlier on in the day, and it kind of just carried on into this race. Vitality really took control when they were racing around Fuji, and Porsche Coanda just seemed to struggle. And even when you've got drivers the likes of Joshua Rogers, the most successful driver in R1's history. I know we got a pretty decent one on the couch, it's fine. But yeah, it's Chem. It's just been a bit of a struggle to see, and it is sad to see, to be honest.
Yeah, sad indeed, man. Chem, exciting day though, right? I mean, you're looking at those top plays all day today as we were watching the races offline. You just couldn't help but get excited.
No, honestly, today was a great day. It was really exciting, like you said. All the races were fun, and as we got more and more towards, let's say, the elimination phase, with those final races of the brackets, first the upper bracket and then the lower bracket, they gave us some great racing. Hard but fair, sometimes questionably fair, which happens. It's racing. But now it makes me even more motivated to see what's waiting for us tomorrow.
That's right. What's waiting for tomorrow? What's waiting for the next year? I don't know. Sim racing is looking great. And Felix, got to ask you as we do close out the day, what do you think about the event as a whole? You know, your team came into play. Obviously, an earlier exit they were wanting. But regardless, when you first showed up, you saw that stage, such an improvement from last year. What were you and your team thinking?
I mean, we were thinking we were going to be here today.
Well, sure.
But unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. It's just such an amazing event to be a part of. Everything around it, everything is so precisely made. The stage, everything around it, the catering, the hotels for the teams, the shuttles. It's so amazing to see.
Yeah, without a doubt, and it's been an amazing first entry for myself into sim racing. Jim, we'll start with you. Final words as we close out the day.
Oh, should we make our predictions for tomorrow?
If you want to get spicy,
what I want to say is I can get spicy, but my hot take was correct, and
Yes, it
Porsche
was.
Quanda is going home. Unfortunately,
That is.
I wouldn't want to be correct on that, obviously, but. Yeah, they're going home.
You are.
They're eliminated, but I am. Now, I don't know if I should board the Vitality hype train. I'm going to go spicy again. I want to say Vitality can win this thing.
Okay, fair enough. Vitality, hey, if they continue to win race after race after race, they're doing something only Redline has been able to do. So,
True.
hey, I might be able to hop on that train. I'm gonna give it a night of thought, though, and truly crunch the stats, maybe with the help of Lewis, and see what we're thinking. Felix, thank you so much for joining us on the desk. What are your final words as we get out of here?
I think Redline is going to get it. BMW, M-Team Redline, Red Bull Sim Racing, I think they will get it.
All right, fair enough. Lewis, happy birthday once again. Big 30, baby. You love to see it. What's your final words as we get out of here?
Honestly said, I think Redline, I get the feeling they're the favourites for it. They are the ones in position, but Virtus.pro and Vitality, they've both proven their capability of taking down giants, and maybe they're going to do so again tomorrow.
That's it. And James, always great to see you. Happy
Likewise.
that you had a chance to eat a donut at least and get your fill. I'm sure you're going to have another one once the camera ends.
Definitely.
What's your final words as we get out of here?
The scale of the upset we saw today was huge. Porsche Quanda going out, but yeah, tomorrow I think is Redlines.
Without a doubt. Okay, Redline's got a lot of supporters. Vitality, it's a bit mixed, but we'll see how tomorrow's going to unfold, because it is going to come your way very, very soon. The final day, the final dance, and chance. Will Redline go back-to-back? Will we see Virtus.pro become champion? Or will the underdogs of Vitality not only punch their ticket for the Club Championship trophy, but more importantly, make a tremendous upset nobody saw coming? For myself, Taylor Reflections Noble, our production crew, of course, our talented talent, and you out there in the chat, make sure you hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. We return tomorrow for the finals. You do not want to miss out.
This land is calling.
get it. No time off, no days off, but we still back like we never left. We faster, we stronger, we better prep. We as good as they come and it's gonna get. Come and see the best and why we lead the rest. Let them cry and let them fuss. It's true that we don't worry about what others do cause they too busy watching us. Big goals, big plans, carrying the weight like a kickstand. Cause if we don't carry it, others might bury it, then we'll be sinking like quicksand. And timing is everything, this is our time and we'll shine with the brightest and best of them. We said we gon' shine with the best of them. We ain't worried about the rest of them. Get ready, get ready.
Another team fights the dust.
Get ready, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? We as ready as they come.
They're of the very best, going toe to toe.
Face the challenge, never run. The only goal is number one. If you ready, say you ready. We'll be ready. Now it's time to get it done. I'm ready. We're ready. I'm ready. Yeah. I'm as ready as they come.
Tension towards the last play.
Face the challenge, never run. If you ready, say you ready. I'll be ready. Now it's time to get it done.
Welcome to EWC Spotlight here in our state-of-the-art studio at Boulevard City, where for the next 7 weeks we'll be bringing you all the action from the 2025 Esports World Cup. Tonight, all eyes are on the opening ceremony. We'll be joined by big-name guests, a team of experts, and of course some of the biggest stars from the world of esports. We'll be live with you every Friday, Saturday and Sunday throughout the tournament, bringing you all the news from the week's gameplay, live finals as they happen, as well as some fun along the way. And don't worry if you're new to gaming, because we've got you covered.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup, the pinnacle of esports competition, waged over 7 action-packed weeks, featuring the world's best players competing in the best games for a chance to take home a share of our life-changing prize pool. There's a ton of money on the line, so let's break it down. $44 million will be split across game championships, qualifiers, and achievements, with the remaining $27 million reserved for the best performing clubs across all tournaments in the Club Championship, where we'll crown the best esports club in the world. However, earning that title will be no easy feat. Throughout the Esports World Cup, clubs will earn points based on their placement in each title. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the top 24 clubs will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of Best Esports Club in the world. And it doesn't stop there. For these 7 weeks, Riyadh Boulevard transforms into the ultimate gaming festival, featuring everything from heart-pounding community tournaments and creator meet and greets to all-star show matches and live performances from global music icons. Rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Tonight we'll be bringing you all the action from the official opening ceremony, including plenty of celebrity talent who'll be stopping by and talking to our roving reporter, Betty Glover.
Hello and welcome to the red carpet at the Esports World Cup. This, everybody, is where all the magic is going to be happening. Later on, we are going to be seeing performances from Post Malone as well as some other world-class singers. But let me talk you through how this World Cup red carpet is going to be working then. Well, firstly, the stars are going to come in via their cars and get out here. Then, if you follow me, let's go over here, everybody. They're then going to go into the glam bot over there. That is a red carpet staple, isn't it? And then if we come over here, the big stars are going to be getting their photos done right in front of this wall. I can tell you that we are ready to go. We're going to be speaking to some big names here tonight. Magnus Carlsen doesn't get much bigger than that when it comes to the world of chess, does it? MS Dossery as well. He is going to be here and talking to us, as well as His Royal Highness. I, for one, cannot wait. We are ready to go. The lights are on and the red carpet has been hoovered.
Absolutely right, Betty. We cannot wait. It's going to be a sensational evening. I'm delighted to say joining us to discuss it, Ian Chambers, of course, presenter here at the EWC, and joining us, two of the best YouTubers in the world, biggest YouTubers in the world, Chunks and AJ Shabil. How you all doing?
Good, man. Can't complain. Happy to be here in sunny Riyadh. Just excited, man. Can't lie.
It's incredible. You get the feeling, don't you, just what a big event it is. So many fans here beside us and inside the arena for a little bit later on where they're going to have a huge opening ceremony.
It's massive, isn't it? I mean, when have you ever seen an event of this size done on such a massive scale for gaming? Like, me personally, as part of the esports scene, it's just a joy to watch. And we were just chatting a minute ago, AJ, about how big it feels and how excited you are to see it all unfold.
Yeah, I was here last year, and I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. There's going to be, of course, plenty of twists and turns along the way. Do you like gaming yourself? You play?
He's the bigger gamer. He's the biggest gamer in the Daytona squad, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Valorant, just talk to him nice and proper.
You're a big Valorant man, yeah?
I'm a big Valorant
Battle Royale, man.
And I'd just like to put that out there. I was immortal, guys. Just, you know. Guys, just calm down, guys. You know, I hate that. But no, I do play a lot of games. Could I have done esports? Maybe not. Maybe not that good. But, you know, we all try.
It's funny, isn't it? Because you think you're really good, and then you see the professional players, and you're like, okay, maybe I'm not as good as I thought I was.
It's a whole different game.
It is, different ball game.
You start to see, by the way, you know, you say it's leveled up. Things are incredible this year. We're going to get an example of that a little bit later on this evening with the opening ceremony. You know, ever thought about it yourselves? You know, Beta Squad has a great relationship with the esports community, whether you might be a CEO of a team, maybe run a team in the future.
Definitely sounds like a vibe. Why not? I'll be up for that because I'm good at giving, you know what I mean, good moral coach. I can speak to the players, but when it comes to playing the actual game, I'll leave it to the professionals.
You're an inspirational character. If there were to be a CEO of one of these Esports World Cup teams, would it have to be Chunks?
Yeah, I think he's got it in him. And also, if the game was Clash Royale, I think he would be the man to play.
See Clash Royale? That's my game.
That's you.
Yeah,
that's you.
That's his game. So Game and Teams was there.
What would you call the team? Would you call it Beta Squad?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Expand the brand.
Yeah, come on, expand it.
For those unfamiliar, Ian, of course, it's almost like the Olympic Games of esports, isn't it? We're talking about teams here. Yes, there are individual players who will be doing their sports, but of course, there is that wider carrot that we saw, the $7 million prize for that team who can make it right to the top of the leaderboard in 7 weeks' time.
Yeah, I mean, the total prize pool is $70 million. And then we talk about the individual games that all have a trophy on the line, but let's just talk about this club championship prize pool, that total amount of $7 million dished out to the organisation that comes out on top. And those points are tallied up by, if you come and finish high in one of the games, you get specific club championship points. Now, the team at the very end of the entire tournament that has the most amount of points is crowned our club champion. And you don't just get all of that moolah slotted into your bank account, you become legends. We saw that with Falcons last year, you know what I'm saying?
Have you been spending some time here a little bit walking around? Because, you know, we can see, of course, some of the fans here who've come this evening, but lots more going on. We saw the red carpet. There's going to be a huge event, sold-out event here a little bit later on. Do you feel a buzz around the place?
Yeah, 100%. I'm seeing the vibes are incredible. I've got to know a little bit about the teams here. Falcons, I'm hearing they're the GOATs right now. Yeah, so obviously I'm Team Falcons because, you know what I mean, Glory Hunter. I just like to support the best team. So far, you know what I mean, Falcons, I'm invested.
And you know, we said there's going to be a celebrity flavour to the red carpet a little bit later on, including both of you. So we're just saying, we got some superstars beside us right now. I mean, you can kind of be self-deprecating a little bit, but, you know, we're going to have you down there a little bit later on. What are you expecting to see when you hit the red carpet?
Well, I've met a lot of people here who also obviously enjoy games and stuff, and usually I'm hiding away in my room playing games, so it's nice to actually meet everyone. But I'm hearing some rumors of some people being here. I'm not going to say anything, but CR7 I heard is in the building. I'm not sure if that's true.
We've got no idea at this point in time. We should wait and see if there are any special surprises a little bit later on.
But it's crazy. You'll see it when you're driving into the Boulevard. You're seeing pictures of Ronaldo everywhere because that affiliation with the Esports World Cup. It's crazy to see CR7. What game do you think he plays? What do you think? It's got to be.
I don't think he has time. I think he runs outside non-stop. That guy is an athlete.
He's got time. He goes straight to his team. He picks himself. He starts scoring goals. That's just who he is. That's just who he is.
Fair enough.
And he hits his own celebration as well.
See him Post Malone as well.
Post Malone
going to be incredible. You fan?
Yeah.
Big
come
fan.
On. Everybody is. You know what I mean? So excited to see that too. It's going to be a great night in general, man. I'm excited to be here.
It's going to be fantastic. The guys are going to stay with us for just a little bit as well. We are just under an hour away, actually, from that star-studded opening ceremony here in Riyadh. Months of planning and hard work will officially get underway. Here's just a little taste of how it's all come together.
Hey, it's Ariel. I'm the executive producer of the opening ceremony here at the Esports World Cup. I wanted to give you a little quick tour around backstage, so let's go in.
Working on the big stage is something that we all dream of our entire life. The possibility to tell stories that people will remember and telling those stories to passionate fans around the world, that's what we live for. And then the challenge of bringing hundreds of people together to try to build that moment up, all of that is both what's terrifying and what's absolutely the most privileged and amazing feeling.
We've always been about doing things that the world hasn't seen before. We wanted to push boundaries in every way that we could. The scale of this event is really hard to understand.
We've created really dynamic storytelling mechanics, and while I can't take the camera and spin it around this way, really excited to get feedback and to see how our ideas on paper got translated into this massive set. While the Esports World Cup is incredibly young, we hope that we can build on this tradition, and in time people will come to look at the ceremonies for the Esports World Cup similar to the way that they might look at the opening ceremony for an Olympic Games, that it has that sense of pageantry, but it connects. The thing that matters most is that the gamers, that you see something in there that you relate to, your game, your genre, and if you see that, then it's all been worth it.
So we got some clues there as to what we might see a little bit later on. It's going to be very interesting. Interesting to hear that the organisers here have worked with the team that put together the halftime show at the Super Bowl, known as the biggest show on earth, of course. You've been to a Super Bowl before?
I've been to a Super Bowl.
What was the halftime show like?
It was absolutely incredible. I think that was the one where there was 50 Cent. It was like Mary J. Blige.
Oh, and Dre was there. Dre and Snoop.
Yes. Genuinely incredible day. So the fact that they're here to you know what I mean, supervise this and actually organise this, I know it's going to be incredible.
Post Malone as well in the opening ceremony a little bit later on. Absolute superstar, travelling across the world to be with us as well. We're delighted to have him, but you're looking forward to seeing him, right?
You know, as I landed, I felt his aura. And I knew Posty was somewhere nearby, and I hope to see him later on tonight. I can't wait.
If you see him, are you going to call him Posty? Are you on that level?
Yeah, we're on that level. It's just me and my guy Posty.
You'll be escorted out of the building. I'll tell you that for free. Yeah.
His presence, though, an indication of where this is going, but also the importance that the organisers want to show the global esports community, how much they value them as well.
It feels like there's going to be a tip of the hat to all the fans watching at home, because we've got 7 weeks of play. what the creative director was saying there is that there's going to be elements for everybody. So keep an eye on it. When you get to see it live,
from the opening ceremony this time around, what do you think?
the thing is, when you come to Riyadh, you never know what to expect.
Expect the unexpected.
Expect the unexpected. I'm sure that you two, since you've already arrived, you've expected the unexpected, right?
I've been blown away already.
Yeah,
So,
genuinely, yeah.
I can't wait.
I don't know what to expect. I just know it's going to be great.
Going to be absolutely fantastic. We've got it coming up for you just a little bit later on as well. We're going to be heading over to the red carpet now. We saw Betty just a little bit earlier on. We'll come back to her in a few moments' time. In fact, Betty, of course, trying to get to all of those stars, and there's going to be plenty of them out there. She'll just try and grab one at the right moment for us.
Absolutely. I don't think she'll have a tough time getting their hands on somebody of importance over there, because all eyes are on Riyadh right now for this opening ceremony, because we are kicking off the Esports World Cup in the biggest way possible.
Okay, let's head to the red carpet now to join Betty. Who's she got with her?
Well, I'm very pleased to say that joining me now is His Royal Highness. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you.
How excited are you? Because this is, of course, the second edition of the Esports World Cup. It is bigger, it is better than it was last year.
It is. I am enjoying most of it. Once I'm done with the interviews, I'll be able to enjoy much more. But I'm also very excited for Post Malone. I'm a huge fan, so.
Are you?
I am.
Oh, what's your favourite song?
He had one that came out recently saying, what was it called? I Had Some Help.
Banger.
Yeah.
It is a very good song.
It's a really good song.
Let's talk about the Esports World Cup then. What is so special about esports? Because I know you love esports.
I do. And one of the things that I love about esports, and I think that's special about it, is your first introduction to the person you're playing against is not their look, background, history, race, gender, but it's their skill in the game. It's who they really are and at their core. And there's nothing like that in the world. And you get to build your respect based on who you are, not your history, not your background, nothing of that. And you also, especially when you talk about the athletes as streamers, you have a one-to-one connection with your fans when you're streaming that you can't get in any other sport. I mean, could you imagine, on a stream when someone comes in and it's their birthday and the streamer says, oh, it's so-and-so's birthday, everyone say happy birthday. Could you imagine Cristiano Ronaldo coming into a stadium and going, hey, it's Faisal's birthday, everyone say happy birthday? You can't do that. And so that connection to the fans, between the fans and the players, and that ability to really stake your claim are two things that I just love about gaming and esports.
It's also sort of bringing not just the competitive side, but also the culture of sport together as well. How do you think that's going to be reflected here tonight?
Well, tonight, I mean, everything about this is a big event. It's a red carpet, but it's a very Saudi style. And it's part of what we get to bring to the table is a little bit of the fun, a little bit of our style, and do things just a tiny bit different, maybe a little bit more fun. But it's what I would say is this is the best opportunity to come down and see what we're doing, because it is going to be different from any other tournament. Things like the crushing of the keys, the way we're doing the red carpet, the concerts, we're having a little bit more fun than most events would do.
The crushing of the keys is something that really intrigues me. It's my favourite part as well. Why have you guys decided to do that?
Well, we wanted the opportunity. When you look at any other industry in the world, they talk about gamifying that industry, making it a little bit more fun. And I often ask, why isn't anyone gamifying gaming? Why aren't we having a little bit more fun in an event that brings so much joy to the world? So we were trying to figure out what could we do to add a little bit more of the competition, a little bit more of the fun. And that moment when the team hands over their key to the other team to be crushed is the most diabolical moment. And I love every minute of it. And for me, it's that story of, it's not just the handing over of the key, but you wait all year to do that to someone else next year, and you don't want that to happen again. And it creates that storyline behind it that adds a little bit of intrigue, adds a little bit of fun, adds a little bit of competition, which at the end of the day is what esports is.
It's brutal.
It absolutely is, and I love it.
And just finally, who do you think is going to win the whole thing? Hard question to put on you, I think.
There's a lot of teams that have grown from last year, a lot of teams that have high expectations. I mean, obviously we're looking at Team Falcons, who won it last year, homegrown team. Team Liquid are looking strong this year. AG Global has grown, T1 has grown. So I think, I'm not sure I could tell you who's going to win, but I can guarantee it's going to be a lot
Mikey J still here. We'll be back with the gentleman in a few moments' time because, of course, this promises to be a truly special competition. Intense rivalries out there, and last year it went right down to the wire. So let's remind ourselves of what happened just 12 months ago.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. The biggest, largest, most valuable esports tournament that has ever existed in the face of this industry.
It's about the players. We want to make them stars.
Who now does have a kill. Oh, he's absolutely unbelievable.
Neymar, he's not left hand. Let's roll.
Nothing makes shit. On a bit of a hot streak off of their win from a couple of games ago.
Look who's coming though. Team 2, that's Fnatic. The Falcons, they want to take out Banana Nation.
My eyes up. Sky's the limit. You can reach the top if you don't stop. I'm not the one to size
Falcons are now the greatest Warzone trio the world has ever seen.
For the heck of it, even marksmen call me sniper.
Shanghai is your Esports World Cup champion.
We go. See it in my face. Feel it in my soul.
T1 will be your first Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends winners.
He goes up the high ground. The Ginnery, twisted mind with a sliver of high ground.
Cleaning up here. Blacklist International 4.
There's a lion 12 to it.
Determined not to pull it through. Confidence is
The
feeling
Free Fire victors at EWC Team Falcons.
Team Falcons just confirmed the winners of the Club Championship at the Esports World Cup.
Team Falcons.
confidence is feeling bulletproof. I won't stop cause I can't stop and I couldn't stop if I wanted to.
It was truly spectacular. We've all come hoping 2025 can be even better than last year. And I'm sure our next two guests agree. Two-time NFL champion OC Humanura is here, and a League of Legends legend in the shape of Tyler One. Tyler, you were here last year. We saw you. Different haircut, obviously, this year, but we saw you at the top of that little video there. Listen, can this year surpass what we saw last year?
Man, I'm going to say absolutely. I think everybody, it was their first time last year, so they were like feeling the water. Everybody knows what this is all about nowadays. And even like League of Legends, yeah, T1 came in hot. They're probably going to come in hot this year. But you guys added chess to EWC. That's going to be crazy. That's so close. Street Fighter is going to be nuts. I'm so excited.
Now, we know you've been a professional esports player right at the top of League of Legends, but OC, tell us, we know you've been at the top of the NFL, of course, but what is your relationship like with gaming? What brings you here?
Before I answer that question, I got to tell you something, Hugh. A little while ago, I was standing over there. My main man, Tyler, actually had the audacity to tell me he's a Dallas Cowboys fan.
Brother, listen.
A Cowboys fan.
I played my stepdad, first of all, so it is what it is. We don't choose to be Cowboys fans, I'm just saying.
You're absolutely right about that. Yeah, no one's really choosing to be a Cowboys fan at the moment. Was it Madden, that huge game that, of course, you were a character in at one stage, that got you hooked on gaming, possibly?
Was not Madden. It was actually N64 GoldenEye. I don't know if you guys remember that game. Yeah. GoldenEye. You guys ever played that?
That's a good game, bro.
Yeah. That's what got me hooked. Started playing a little Madden. Obviously, when you're in the game, you have to play the game. But really, the game that really had me focused and had me playing a lot was FIFA back in 08. Tore my knee up. My friends bought me the game, played it the entire year when I was injured, really got into it, been playing it ever since.
EAFC. It's just a big thing. It's one of our games, of course, this year as well, but so many friends, groups of friends have rivalries. Who's the best in Beta Squad?
Come on, bro. Like, let's not even do this.
It's me. Hands down, is it?
It's obviously me.
It's me.
What are we doing right now? We're lying on big TV.
No,
you know what? It's him.
Should we go on the stage?
I'm ready. I'm ready
too.
Listen, we can try and hook it up. We'll try and get it as soon as we possibly can. Definitely you, Chunk.
Definitely.
Hands down.
It's 100% me.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's one of those games that I think so many people have at least seen kids or cousins, family members, whoever playing, and of course so many of us have played it as well in our childhoods. But we get to expand now, don't we, Tyler, into the huge realm of gaming with the titles that we've chosen for this year's competition.
Yeah, and like I said, you guys added so much more this year. I wonder what next year's going to hold. You guys going to keep on just adding more games till every game's in here? Hopefully. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of new titles this year. I'm really looking forward to it.
League of Legends is one of the titles. You've been great in that. What does it take to be one of the top players on that title?
So League's a bit different because there is game-changing updates to that game every single year, every single half year. And they're just coming out of one right now. So a team that's good 2 months ago is not necessarily going to be good this year. So it's up for grabs for anybody.
Okay, all right. We'll be keeping a close eye on it. Gentlemen, stay with us. We'll be back very shortly. Take a look at behind us. Boulevard City, absolutely brilliant. We'll have fans here very, very shortly indeed. The action already, by the way, underway. We know the margin for error. Of course, we saw it last year. Very, very slim. The overall winners were the dominant Team Falcons, and they will be looking to successfully defend their title in what is actually a home tournament for their CEO.
EWC trophy and to lift it here in Saudi Arabia.
Please welcome to the stage your club winners. It's Team Falcons.
The best thing that happened in my life.
Team Falcons are the pride of Saudi Arabia.
The definition of Team Falcons DNA is winning.
We are the team who will fight for trophies.
We're not gonna lose. We have to win. Priority is the same. We want to win this next EWC, and that the goal have been set.
مستعدين لكأس العالم بإذن الله بدعمكم ووقفتكم معنا بإذن الله بنجيب الكأس.
ترى الخير يا كابتن.
ان شاء الله الاول هذه المره باذن الله.
الاول ما هو عشاني عشان فارس ما يرضى الا بالفتره.
Our CEO right now it's Msaad Dosri, and he's the FIFA World Champion back in 2019. Being a CEO as a player gives me a competitive edge. I think it helps me a lot into knowing how the players think.
Falcons is definitely one of the first teams that have opened its doors to having females. We want to set an example that females can work in esports as well.
This year gonna be tough. I can tell everyone that we are ready. We upgrade the teams, we enter the new games.
EWC is a very special event for the players and the organization as well. Our goals for EWC is do or die.
Falcons is definitely built on the fact that we have the best of the best.
I've always want people to remember Team Falcons as the team who would always win. And it's my job to ensure we deliver that.
They've been absolutely fantastic. They're hometown heroes, Chunks. They've got an incredible backing here. I'm sure you've met many, many fans here. You've been to the country, of course.
I'm a fan myself.
Before. You're a Falcons fan,
Yeah, I told you today I changed. I'm a Falcon fan now.
He's a glory hunter, basically.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I am.
But one of the big things is it may well make a difference in that arena that you have that support, that backing, that noise behind you.
100%. I think home advantage always helps, and the fact that they've won it last year and they're known maybe to be one of the best teams, hopefully that can actually push them to get another dub this year. That's the aim for them.
They're aiming, as you mentioned, to win once again. OC, how do you build a dynasty? I'm sure it's something you at the Giants at least attempted to do.
Never actually built a dynasty, but what we did was we were able to build a consistent team over a long period of time. You have to have the teammates, you have to have the people who believe in the vision, who believe in the mission, who believe in what the coach is trying to preach. And if you do that, you have the ability to win consistently. You don't want any little fracturing. You don't want people gathering in little groups, talking amongst themselves, trying to destroy the chemistry of the team. That chemistry is absolutely critical.
One of the things they did last year was get out in front early. A bit like the NFL season, you want to get those wins on the board nice and early. It made a big difference, but also, of course, the pressure is then on your opponents in the later stages of the competition.
Exactly. Everything moves to the opponent now. In the beginning, you want to win. In the NFL, we like to break it down into 4 quarters. So the first 4 games, you want to get out to a 3-1 start, second 4-1, and keep on going that way. And then at the end of the season, you're actually in the driver's seat.
Tyler, it was an incredible showing, as we can see from Team Falcons last year on the podium in no less than 10 competitions. How do they set the standard even higher?
I mean, I'm going to tell you this. First of all, there is absolutely home field advantage here. These Falcon fans are screaming every single game. It doesn't matter if you're playing Fatal Fury to League of Legends or anything like that. They are out there supporting them. So I think as long as they keep that up and the fans keep showing out for these guys, I think they're probably going to be the favorites.
How do they, though? How do they build on it? Because everyone else is trying to chase. They'll be making recruitment during the interim 12 months of trying to get better players onto their team. Obviously, Falcons look like they got the pick of the players out there, but everyone's trying to incrementally close that gap. How do the others do it?
So they're going to have to find a way to find better players than the Falcons. I guess that's just what it boils down to.
Truly, it's
that simple, right? You got to find players in every single game that are better than the opposites of the Falcons. Because the Falcons do have weak points. It's not like they're strong in every single game. Some people, like, I don't believe they have a league team. The league, so that's a free points for T1 or Team Liquid's. Team Liquid has an extremely strong chess team. So maybe you got to give the Falcons Call of Duty, give them all these games that they're really good at, and focus on other esports.
The other thing, of course, is that they want to win a competition. You know, the more of those first place finishes you get, it puts you higher up that leaderboard as well. You get out nice and early, you get those victories. Maybe you can manage your way to the top of the leaderboard in the closing stages. It's going to be really interesting to see how the players deal with individual pressure.
Yeah, you know what my favorite part is? When they're breaking each other's trophies. When they're smashing them down, and you look at your opponent that you've beat, and you take their trophy, and you absolutely smash it.
But I think that will actually add a new dynamic. We'll come on to it in more detail a little bit later on, but essentially, you get to send a message to one of the other teams by crushing their player piece.
That's crazy.
If you can do that, actually, a little bit later on in the competition, maybe people are out for revenge, and maybe that changes how they play.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what do you think?
Well, if my piece was broken last year, I'd be coming back here with vengeance. Generally, I'd be looking at the exact guy who broke my piece, and I'd be trying to do it to him.
Okay, all right, we'll see if it does happen. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us. You're going to go off to the red carpet very, very shortly. Like I said, you're one of the celebrities. You putting on a tux to do so, or are you going?
I'm just going to go straight like this. I'm a bit underdressed, but I apologise. I apologise.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been really entertaining to have you with us, and hopefully you enjoy the Esports World Cup. Thank you very much indeed. Now, each week on our Spotlight show, we're going to bring you the best of all of the action from around the Esports World Cup. One of the returning games this year is Apex Legends Global Series. Here's a little explainer on how the game works.
Apex Legends is a first-person shooter, or FPS for short, and is a team-based battle royale. This game is all about fast movement, teamwork, and gunplay. What sets this game apart? It's all about the legends. Unique characters with their own special abilities. There are 4 distinctive abilities. Attackers, who are built for aggressive play.
You all talk, no backbone.
Defenders, who set traps or block enemy movement. Healers, who can revive teammates and restore health. And finally, scouts, who gather intel to help the team outsmart their opponents. Each team comprises 3 players, and all players are dropped into a massive map to begin the match. The aim? Scavenge for weapons, gear up, and survive. Keeping to the Battle Royale theme, there's a ring that slowly closes in, squeezing everyone together. So no hiding and no waiting out. It's all about timing, tactics, and smart positioning. It's fast and it's chaotic. The goal is to be the last team standing. The game is on.
You are the Apex champion.
So the gentleman beside me just getting reacquainted. Ian's come back in to join us. Apex Legends, absolutely huge game in the esports community. Tyler, how would you describe the game itself?
Okay, Apex Legends is like a youngin' game, in my opinion. The movement you need on that game is crazy. These kids are hyped up on caffeine and like just going crazy on there. That's what I say. It's not your average slow shooter, not at all.
It's a game of strategy a little bit as well. Team performance very much important too. OC, of course, you've been on 2 very successful teams. Communication, decision making, relationships. How important is it?
The most important thing. A lot of people don't understand that about football. The communication between the players, the communication between the teammates is what actually allows teams to excel. If you can't do that, if you can't talk amongst yourselves, the defensive line is giving calls to the linebackers are giving calls to the DBs. The quarterback, which has to communicate everything with his receivers. Everybody has to be on the same page.
I just need to take a moment here because we are relating esports to a Super Bowl champions experience.
Yeah.
This is a big moment for me. This feels good. You two, you were just literally chatting just off camera a second ago. Are you a big fan, or did he break your heart a couple of times?
Okay, I'm a huge Dallas Cowboys fan, a huge Tony Romo fan.
Yeah,
he's my favorite player of all time. Dallas Cowboys quarterback. He played a lot of D-line against Tony Romo, chased him a lot, beat the Cowboys a lot, and won 2 Super Bowls in the same division as the Cowboys. So it's kind of like, you know, a little bit of beef between us. But I didn't fight for the team. But if the Cowboys were to win, I'd be like, well, we won. Yeah. So, you know what I mean? So
they haven't won in a long time. It's been a long time.
You don't got to tell me. I already know this, man. Okay, 30 years.
Tyler's brought the guns as well to this as well. So a little bit intimidating right now.
Yeah, I need to go to the gym. I need to go to the gym.
But I will say this though, Ian. Since I've been here, I have noticed those similarities.
Yeah,
it's not really as different as most people think. The things that are necessary to win in the E-games are the exact same things that are necessary to win on the football field.
Amazing.
Absolutely fantastic. And you know, just very quickly on Apex, about that communication, you know, that OC had encountered during his sporting career, but on this game in particular.
Yeah, there's like the shot callers on Apex Legends, I think, are the absolute premium. And so yes, there's a team, but whoever's calling the shots, they have to be precise. And I think that is whichever team has the better shot caller is the better team that is going to win.
It's split decisions as well, isn't
exactly.
it? Vital.
Exactly. And the shot caller is the one that is saying that out loud.
Yep.
We're going here right now. And if they're not there right then, I mean, they're going home. So
communication's key, Hugh.
Yep.
All right, we'll have our eyes closely on it. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll be back to the red carpet very shortly as well. We're going to tell you why the winner's trophy would be like a dagger to the heart for the losers. That's next. welcome back to EWC Spotlight here in Riyadh. We are rapidly approaching the opening ceremony for this year's Esports World Cup. Now, following that, the crowd here in Saudi will be treated to a special live performance from Post Malone, a man with no less than 18 Grammy Award nominations. But how's his gaming? Well, he took to the stage and we stuck him in a driving rig. Take a look at this. Ian, what do you make of it? Is he any good?
You know what? We're all gamers at heart, right? I think everybody at some point has got stuck into a video game. It looks like he's playing Apex here, actually.
Yeah.
And I did hear that he's pretty good at this, and you can see with his headphones on, he's locked in, and as Tyler was saying, you can see he looks like a strong communicator there.
We've been here in Riyadh, use gaming and in other careers, exactly, a musical superstar, global star, but using it just to relax, to chill as a hobby. You'll be surprised how many people all over the world use gaming as that release.
Yeah, I mean, footballers and soccer players and you know, everybody all over the world who plays competitively. For some people, it's a way to take that competitive edge off and relax, but here it's the opposite. This is where people are competing in video games at the highest level.
Well, if he was any good, there's going to be a few big figures looking out for some new talent. Let's head back to the red carpet to speak to Betty, who may well have one of them alongside her.
MS Dasari, thank you so much for joining me. How are you feeling? Are you excited?
Yeah, I mean, it's a new EWC. We're really excited. We've been working for the last months, probably. So excited that it finally came, and we're looking forward to have the same success as we did.
Yeah, I bet you are. Look, it is the second edition. It is bigger, it is better this year. What do you think's changed?
I think the arenas is now better, the capacity, everyone knowing how the format is, a lot of tougher teams as well who've done their best. New games, which is people love to see as well, big games, chess, Valorant. So I think everyone here is looking for more and more, and everyone will compete for the title.
Look, you are the chairman of the Falcons as well. We know they are incredibly successful. Of course, you're hoping to win it again, but what makes the Falcons so good?
I think just my team, who have been able to manage, secure players, dealing with players. That what makes us so good, and as well the philosophy and the DNA of Falcons, which is driven to win, and that's the main reason why we are operating and being in different more titles.
In terms of sort of the mentality in esports and gaming, how important is that? Because you're going into these arenas and it's so intense, isn't it?
It's a huge factor, and I think even the model of EWC and how it is, it's new for everyone. So it's a pressure even more for the players, because they've never been into helping their organizations more and more. And that's why we have a team of whole psychologists, which is around 6-7 people who would be around here to help and support the players. And this is obviously what we care about the most, which is our players to be in their best shape, to make sure they look good as themselves, because I'm sure everyone in Falcons as a player wants to win.
How do you get yourself prepared, get yourself ready to go in there and win? What do you do?
Seeing my fans always give me more fuel to enjoy my day, to be honest. Spreading smiles everywhere and seeing people who enjoy, laugh and enjoy the emotions. This is what gets me going, and we're doing this for everyone.
And just finally, very quickly, the other teams have been working very hard to get up to your level. Does that scare you a little bit?
Not scary. I think it raises our intentions more, and it makes us want to win more. And I think that's the beauty of esports, and always it's a healthy competition. But I'm sure they want to win, and we want to win, and let's hope the better teams and players win.
I love it. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, great to see one of the big figures in esports here in Riyadh, the Team Falcons. Psychologist for his players. That's why I love to call these guys athletes, because so much goes into making them successful.
Yeah, it's just amazing to hear about everything that they need to do, the training, the psychology, all the games that they have to play to get themselves prepared for that upper echelon of play. It really is the exact same thing that we had to do, and I think to be able to be operate at the highest level, you have to do those things.
Well, exactly. It's an incredible event, of course. This is the pinnacle of gaming, and that's why so much is going into it. It's where all established and aspiring pros want to end up. The big lights, the big arenas, of course, and the chance to call themselves a champion.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The game trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in golden stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Well, we touched on it a little bit earlier on, didn't we? But it is one of the new changes for 2025, which so many people are hyped up about. Crushing your opponents, not just out there in gameplay, but you take their player piece, you put it possibly in your trophy to take home. That's going to build rivalries. That's what we want.
Well, it was an element last year as well, but there is a difference this time around, and it's more about the crushing itself. So I've been working on the Valorant stage up until today, and I've already seen, I think, 3-4 keys crushed right in front of me, like a couple of feet away, right? And it's such a it's almost a beautiful, brutal element that I'm really enjoying. So the winning team get to take the team's key that they just knocked out of the tournament, destroyed their dreams, they put their key under a hydraulic compression machine that not only contorts it, like last year it was like a bend in the key. This year, it actually shatters it into different pieces. It's like just scatters all over the floor. And it is a real, true like metaphor for destroying the dreams of their opponents. It's brutal, but I think it's a real nice touch. What do you think?
You're a guy that got to do that. You got to the quarterback, you threw them to the ground, you got to basically step over them and celebrate in their faces, right? It's almost the same thing in the world of gaming.
It's exactly what it is, but we never did it to that extent. I would have loved to have like the rings that we have and get like the Philadelphia Eagles or the Dallas Cowboys and show them how we crush them and put them in our ring and step on them and squish them. I mean, how amazing would that have been? We didn't get to do that, but now we're getting to see it here.
You're an evil man.
I am very evil.
It's one of the great dynamics here, isn't it? And like I say, building those rivalries is going to be really, really important moving forward. But I guess it's the element of the team as well. You don't just take that player piece. The team get to go up, add their name to the totem, get to leave their mark on this competition forever. You've witnessed those moments of joy. What is it like?
Oh, it's almost like securing a legacy, isn't it? Or the start of one, because that totem is there for the following year for the participants to see as they make their way into each arena. So you know who you want to knock off that top pedestal. Because if you're going to win this year, trust me, next year you'll have a big target on your back. That's for sure. It's the same in the Super Bowl, right?
And what I find so amazing, honestly, is the fact that on the level that we played at and the level that we are, these guys here are on the exact same level. And so the way some people would look up to athletes, we athletes would look up to them. It's really amazing to see.
You still got those Super Bowl rings? Get them out, show them off?
I don't have them on me, but I do have them.
Yeah?
I'll bring them next time.
You never just go out to the club flexing?
Interesting thing. You know, Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders said you never see Olympic gold medalists walking around with their gold medals on. So don't walk around with your rings on. And I just took that to heart.
Living in the UK, I think you can flex a Super Bowl ring now and again. Not many people have them, so there you go. Gentlemen, we'll be back with you very shortly. Up next, the wait will be over. We're going to bring you the spectacular official opening ceremony and a live performance from US superstar Post Malone. Welcome back to EWC Spotlight, the special opening ceremony of the Esports World Cup coming up shortly here in Riyadh. OC and Ian on the sofa with us, and we've also got OJ Borg out on the red carpet, who's alongside the CEO of the EWC.
Well, here now, down on the red car, the biggest of dogs, that is Ralph Reichart, the CEO of the Esports World Cup Foundation, for the big second year. How are you feeling right now?
I'm very excited to see the opening show and very excited to see you.
Well, I'm excited to see you. I cannot believe you've not seen any of this opening show at all.
Don't tell anyone. I'm supposed to. No, look, I think there's two ways how you go about things like this. Either you go in and look at it and then right-size it, so you, as a CEO, you automatically give your opinion and change it, or you stay away from it and, you know, trust the team and pray for the best. So I picked the second solution.
You're going to be happy, I think. I'm going to make a prediction that you're going to be happy. Let's talk about this as an event. I mean, you've been around esports since the early days, since hotel lobbies. Look at where we are now.
Well, it's incredible, right? This is a real red carpet. This is a huge opening show, something we never had the means to do so. We had a press conference yesterday with more than 200 press attendees. So it's all on the scale. When we started this, we thought this is going to be as big or bigger than traditional sports. I think we're almost there.
And it's turned so many heads, and I know people who come from outside of the world of esports or even gaming, and they went, wow, Post Malone.
Post Malone. I mean, look, it's to have this, the opening ceremony, the opening show is the backdrop of the next 7 weeks, right? So we thought a lot about it. How can we make it as meaningful and relevant as possible? And I think Post Malone is a great part of it. But Dino for 17 as well, and Alesso too. So I think we got a great lineup.
I know, I chatted to Alesso. I mean, he's a man who is steeped in gaming and he's excited to be here. And I think the show, I'm not saying it, I'm not giving any away, the show, I think you're going to like. And I think it's going to really start off the 7 weeks of gaming, because that's what we hear about, all this game. We've added Valorant now to the list of the games. What are you expecting, do you think, from the teams and from the players before we get to that big final moment?
Well, what I'm expecting is in every tournament, right? To see huge competition, nasty losses, big wins. That's what sport is about. Sport is unscripted entertainment. That's what it makes it so special. I'm hoping for, and that's the biggest one, that the Club Championship trophy will only be decided in the last week, which then, obviously very close to my heart, Counter-Strike will close out. So let's see if the tension stays on there, and let's see if that story folds out like we want to. On the other side, I'm super excited for all new games: Fatal Fury, Valorant, Crossfire, and chess. Just had dinner with Magnus, so super interesting.
Have you played him at chess yet?
No. And I'm not intending to.
Do you know, I love the fact that chess is here this year, because it's one of those games that people are going, oh, the Esports World Cup. But during lockdown, it flourished. Everyone played online, and they still are.
Well, here's a true story, right? Tyler One, convinced us to do it. He, as you know, he's been an aspiring chess pro, so he said this is an esports. So we said, okay, we agree.
There you go. Easy as that, easy as that. And just one thing on that trophy, that Club Championship trophy. Do you think it's going to be easy for the Falcons to hang on to it, and do you think they will?
It's an impossible question. So first, it's not going to be easy to everyone, right? So many games, so many things can happen. The variance in their best games, where there's liquids and vitalities, and so best games will be super decisive. Look, I don't mind who's winning. This is not my job, right? We built the platform. I only mind it's decided on the last week.
Let's see if that happens. Ralph, you're a joy as always. Thank you so much. Enjoy the show.
I will try.
Thank you.
He'll try. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Listen, he's one of the big figures, isn't he, Ian, in esports, obviously helping to push it forward. Interesting to hear him say that he wants to compete with those traditional sports out there, grow esports alongside them.
It's getting there, isn't it? I think, well, like I said earlier, we've all at some point picked up a pad and played video games, and I think it's just, despite the size and magnitude of this event, this industry is still in its infancy. You can't compare it to big sporting brands like that we've seen elsewhere that have got to the top, that have got to the cream of the crop. This is an infant, and over the years, it will grow, it will become bigger, and it will get more eyeballs on it.
Absolutely. We're those that have come here to make sure there are more eyeballs on it. Loads of those people down on the red carpet as well. Let's head back to Betty Glover, see who she's got with her.
Tina, welcome to the Esports World Cup. Look at this. What do you make of everything that you've seen so far?
It's been absolutely incredible. I'm so excited for the performance tonight.
Yeah, so you are performing tonight. Now, let's talk about your style of music, because you sort of blend the classical cello with those big cinematic sounds and metal as well. So how does that work?
Yeah, well, I work predominantly in soundtracks, game soundtracks being a big one, including Call of Duty 6, which is being played here, and also in film and TV, and I play heavy metal. So it's kind of a blend of everything together, and I'm performing on the electric cello.
Wow. So that's the sort of performance that we're going to be seeing tonight.
Yes.
And are you excited?
I am excited, very excited.
What has it been like, sort of making this soundtrack?
It's really been an incredible process. We recorded back in Los Angeles. The orchestra was recorded at Abbey Road, of Beatles fame in England. And then to come here now to Saudi and to get to put everything together is really incredible.
And what sort of energy are we expecting to see out on the stage?
Crazy. I know. Yes. Crazy.
So, look, you obviously like esports as well, don't you? What are you looking forward to seeing during this World Cup?
Oh, I mean, we've had a bit of a tour, and to see some of the arenas and the players playing, it's just so exciting to have just this collection of all of the top gamers in the world here, all competing. It's really great.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Great to hear from Tina Guo, who's going to be out on the stage in the opening ceremony a little bit later on, but has played a part in the official anthem as well. There's also an official song for the Esports World Cup.
It's my ringtone.
It's your ringtone? Is it really?
No, I'm going to set it as my alarm. So every day where I'm here, I wake up right ready to go and in the mood.
But it's important to have something like that, right? Formula One's got a theme. The Champions League's football's got a theme. Esports needs to be recognised musically as well.
Absolutely. No question about that.
Yeah, I mean, like you said about the Champions League, I think we'll get to a point over the years where that theme will hit and it's on. It's game time, literally.
Okay, all right, let's settle in, I think, and enjoy the entertainment as Riyadh, Saudi Arabia welcomes you to 7 weeks here. It's looking absolutely sensational right now. We got the opening ceremony coming up. What are you two looking forward to the most?
I'm looking forward to the games, to be honest, not even the opening ceremony. I mean, when I think about everything that's going on, when I think about me, 6'4", 200 and something pounds, only a very few people can play what we play, but everybody can play the games out here. And so to be at the elite level, you have to be fantastic. And I'm excited to see those players.
When you were playing in the Super Bowls, was there a halftime show?
Yes, there was a halftime.
A big hour-long halftime show.
It was about 45 minutes.
Did you watch it?
I didn't watch it. No, I didn't pay attention. As a matter of fact, I don't even know who was playing in our halftime show. I was so focused in on the games. You know what I mean?
You were locked in.
I was locked in.
I'm locked in on the opening ceremony. What are you expecting to see? Have you had any secrets about what we might be able to see?
Now, I am not a betting man, but I am willing to say here and now that this opening ceremony of the Esports World Cup 2025 will be epic.
Okay, let's, like I say, settle in and enjoy it. The opening ceremony coming your way. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, welcoming you to a time where heroes will be made and dreams will come true at the Esports World Cup 2025. Okay, all right. It's coming up very shortly indeed. Post Malone.
Let's go now. Let's go now.
Right now?
Right now.
Let's go to it.
Go.
Now.
comes down to this.
The stakes are so high. This is going to be special.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God!
And forever live as Esports World Cup champions.
Gonna be when they come, empty up the streets, raise them up. It's the enemy. Would you run and hide or stand and fight? To the piper, who don't wanna blame it all on the fire. Stay up through the night, cause if you sleep sound, your mind's too tired. Can't take fight from the fire, can't take war from the warrior, can't take soul from the soldier, but they train all that to beat him. And when it's all done, if they want more, better we settle the score. Hot from the trip, not the state, staring me right in the face. Just ran out of ink, my fingers start to bleed. I'll be the last one standing, beat you out again. Push me to the brink, go ahead and cut me dead, until my fingers bleed. Outlive the enemy, until my fingers bleed.
Okay, Doug work. Check. 5'9", put my heart on 8'3". You know I'm doing well, cause my ops really hate. Looking bad in the stand, he a fraud, she a fan. You ain't gotta drop bands, kick these fists in the man. Checkmate, homie, when the king advances. You was done tryna throw a right hook on catches. I bobbed and I weaved and I jabbed for crack. He gon' fall the fastest, catch his Z's like mattress, he's out.
Can't take fight from the fighter, can't take war from the warrior, can't take soul from the soldier, but they trade all that to beat him. And when it's all done, people go all how can you two gonna escape? Ain't no more hiding from face. Just ran out of ink, my fingers start to bleed. I'll be the last one standing, beat you out again. Just push me to the brink, go ahead and cut me dead, until my fingers bleed. Outlive the enemy, go ahead and cut me until my fingers bleed. We couldn't turn around till we were upside down. I'll be the bad guy now, but no, I ain't too proud. I couldn't beat it, even when I tried. You don't believe it. We do the
was special, special, but it was just a sex doll. And I see the echo. I got a feeling that it's time to let it go. Seasons change and I know when it cold. Feed the flame 'cause we can't let it go. Run away, but we're running in circles. Run away, I tell you to do something. I'm waiting on you, so I don't say the blame. Run away, but we're running in circles. Run away, maybe you don't understand what I'm going through. It's only me. What you got to lose? Make up your mind. Tell me. Seasons change and I love it cold. Feed the flame 'cause you can't let it go. Run away, but we're running in circles. Run away, I tell you. I'm waiting on you again, so I don't say the blame. Run away, but we're running in circles. Run away, run away, run away. Since a child, little money need a big boy. Put up 20-inch blades like I'm Lil Troy. Now it's everybody fucking need a decoy. So they mixing up the vodka with the leak. G-Wagon, 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 G-Wagon on the high spots pulling up. Oh, I got a lot of toy. 720-inch puppy Fallout Boy. You was talking shit in the beginning. Back when I was feeling more forgiving. I know it pisses you off to see me winning. See the igloo in my mouth when I be grinning. Hey, 100 pins in my pocket, it's on. 100 deep when I roll out the yard. Keep more bottles, these bottles alone. It's a moment when I show, I gotta say. 100 pins in my pocket, it's on. Yeah, your grandma will probably know. Keep more bottles, these bottles alone. It's a moment when I show, I gotta say. Everywhere I go, catch you on the block like I'm with Tom Paul. 750 lemon with the Utah snow. Truck in the front like that. Cut the roof all like an intern. Put him to the house with some big bud. Turn the kitchen counter to a strip club. Me and Drake can't put him. When I got quiet, by the y'all disappeared. Before I dropped Stoney, none of y'all really care. Now they always say congratulations to the kid. This is not a 40, but you say I'm a lot, but I got one now. Made another hit, 'cause I got one now. Always gonna fall, never fall down. Last call, Hail Mary, first got touchdown, eh? 100 pins in my pocket, it's on. 100 deep when I roll at the yard. Keep my bottles alone. It's a moment when I show, I got 'em. Yeah, your grandma will probably know. Keep my bottles alone. It's a moment when I show, I gotta say,
This Falcons team do what they were bred to do. Come through and dominate.
This is the Falcons dynasty. We are living in it.
They are incredible. They have made history over and over and over again.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Team Falcons!
We have liftoff at the Esports World Cup 2025. Absolutely sensational. The greatest players from around the world descending on Riyadh. 25 different competitions showcasing their incredible talents after a year of fighting their way to the EWC to give themselves a chance of that $70 million prize pool and a life-changing opportunity. They want to show the rest of the globe that they are the best esports athletes on the planet. Unbelievable scenes here at Boulevard City.
I don't even know what to say. That was, from start to finish, unforgettable, magnificent.
Absolutely incredible.
Thing I've ever seen. The graphics, everything that happened over here. Look at the fireworks going off. Can you imagine? This is for video games. Unbelievable, Hugh.
Absolutely fantastic.
Look at it. I mean, if Post Malone wasn't enough, and by the way, he was outstanding, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And we've still got another Post Malone concert to come tonight. That was just like his hors d'oeuvres. And what we're witnessing now is the culmination of that initial part of the ceremony. And you know what's really cool? You had all of that incredible performance going on, but then the spotlight to close everything out was what it's all about. The players that are competing here for glory.
We've got thousands of fans, by the way, on the ground here in Boulevard City watching these fireworks. We've had that incredible opening ceremony, which is going to continue as well. And it's going to be a special 7 weeks, of course. You get the sense that there's going to be a real community locally and globally tuning in for this.
I have never experienced anything quite like this before. The magnitude, the scale of it all. Speaking of Post Malone, I used to like him when he was a little chubbier, to be honest. Yeah. This is Post Malone, huh?
I got to say, same with you as well, OC.
You know what I mean? You used to like me when I was chubbier?
Well, the food out here is great, so I'm sure he'll be fine at the end of it all. But yeah, you're right about the sheer magnitude. You've never seen anything like this, and it's quite poetic, really, because it's a big celebration to start things off. But not all of the teams that are involved here will get the opportunity to celebrate. Those that win will go on to be legends. Those that lose will have their keys and dreams shattered for the world to see. I can't wait for it.
But it was amazing to see Team Falcons up there, you know, reveling in the moment in front of that incredible sold-out crowd. You mentioned some of the players from the rival teams as well getting to take part, but you get the sense, you know, it's a little carrot if you can win this year, that you'll be involved in something so incredible next year. Yeah.
I guess for you, it's like watching a previous champion in American football and looking at him going, you know what, I was already working hard, I was already determined, I already had the dedication, but I want what you've got.
Exactly. Fortunately for me, I'm 2-0 in Super Bowls. I never lost. So nobody, you know what I mean?
You don't like to talk about it.
I don't know, you know. But did you see the look in their eyes when they were looking up at the team that had won? Like all that, the emotion, the raw passion that you could see. This is incredible.
I loved it. I'm a big Post Malone fan. Two of my favorite songs of his. Love the moment while he was performing, signing an autograph as well for those fans.
Yeah, and even before that, there was the performance, the rap performance, and some of the choreography was awesome. I don't know if you saw that POV of the singer that sort of did the motion, and then a firework went off in the background, and it was just all the nice little tips of the hat that I alluded to earlier to the gaming fans that are watching along at home.
Some great acts as well. We saw Alesso up there, DJing Tina Guo. She mentioned a little bit earlier on her electric cello. We saw a little bit of that as well.
You know what they need? Have you seen the Aura Farmer, the boat kid? Have you seen that?
I've seen it.
That's what they need. They need to have him up here doing that thing,
Next
man.
Next year, I'll just fly out at the end, just doing his thing.
So special to have a moment like this as well. And I wonder, you know, some might say a little distraction for Team Falcon as well. You know, getting up there, the Falcons, and taking part in this and all the build-up and emotional energy that goes into it before some of their players are going to have to be out there tomorrow. Possibly, it could be an advantage to their rivals, a little distraction possibly.
Absolutely, and the thing is that some of their rivals had a bit of a leg up as well, because I told you earlier that I've been hosting the Valorant stage this week, and Falcons don't have a team participating. So the teams that are up against them have an opportunity to get a bit of a head start when it comes to the club championship points, and they are absolutely aware of that, and I know that Falcons will be aware of that too.
Interesting to not field a team, if you like, in one of the competitions. Why?
Well, a lot of it comes down to whether or not you make the cut as well, don't forget. Now, I can't give you the exact reason that Falcons aren't involved, but I'll tell you this, I bet there will be next year.
Yes, they will.
Going to be absolutely brilliant. As I said, the opening ceremony going to continue. We're going to get a little bit more of Post Malone as well.
More Post Malone?
Yeah, more Post Malone.
Is he going to gain a little bit of weight back? I wish he would. I love chubby Post Malone.
I mean, I loved you when you were on that line, you know, chasing down quarterbacks, but you probably won't weighed, what, 100 pounds more?
Yeah, I did weigh a lot more. I did. You're right.
Should we head back then to see the second part of the opening ceremony? What do you think?
Do you know what? I want to know what you think, Hugh. But before we go, just briefly, what do you think of EWC first impression before we go across?
Absolutely incredible. You get the sense, a huge global event. Absolutely delighted to be here and take just a little bit more of this special opening ceremony in. Let's tune in for some more sensational action.
Popping pills, man, I'm fingers like a rock star. All my brothers got their gas and they always be smoking like a rock star. Fucking with me, caught up on the Uzi and show up, man, them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta. Hey, damn. Switch on whip, came back in black, I'm signing, saying rest in peace upon sky. Close that door, we blowing smoke, she light a fire like I'm on song. Act the fool on stage, probably lead the World Cup in a car. She wish that she dead, do a TV out the window at her. Cocaine on the table, liquor pouring, don't leave it there. Do the gummies, the groupies, trying to get it. Say, yeah, now she acting out of pocket, trying to grab up on my honey. Hit my trailer, so they ain't got a man. And they all about afraid. Hey. I've been fucking hoes and popping pillies, man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas and they always be smoking like a rock star. Fucking with me, caught up on the Uzi and show up, man, them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta.
I've been in the hills, fucking superstars, feeling like a pop star.
21.
Drinking Henny, bad bitches jumping in the pool and I ain't got on no bra. Hit her from the back, pulling on the tracks, and now she screaming out no more.
They like Savage, why you got a 12 car garage, but you only got 6
cars.
I ain't with the cake and how you kiss that.
Your wifey say I'm looking like a whole snap.
Green honey's in my safe, I got old racks.
LA bitches always asking where the coke at.
Living like a rock star,
smash out on a cop car, sweeter than a Pop-Tart. You know you are not hard, I done made the hot chart. Remember I used to trap hard, living like a rock star. I'm living like a rock star.
I've been fucking hoes and popping pills, man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas and they always be smoking like a rock star. Flexing with me, call up on the Uzi and show up, and in the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta. How we feeling tonight, ladies and gentlemen? Come on. You got a lot of nerve, don't you, baby? I only hit the curb 'cause you're telling all your friends that I'm crazy, like I'm the only one. Why'd you throw them stones if you had a wild hair of your own too, living in your I had some help. It ain't like I can make this kind of mess all by myself. Don't act like you ain't help me pull that bottle off the shelf. Been sleeping every weekend, if you couldn't tell. They say take my back's a dream work. Hell, I had some help. You thought I'd take the blame for us to come and go around like you ain't guilty. Already lost the game that you've been running. Guess it's catching up to you. You think that you're so innocent after all the shit you did. I ain't an angel, you ain't innocent. Can't wash our hands of this. I had some help. It ain't like I can make this kind of mess all by myself. Don't act like you ain't help me pull that bottle off the shelf. Been sleeping every weekend, if you couldn't tell. They say take my back's a train work. Hell, I had some help. It goes like this. It takes two to break a heart in two. Baby, you blame me, and baby, I blame you. That ain't the truth. I had some help. It ain't like I can make this kind of mess all by myself. Don't act like you ain't help me pull that bottle off the shelf. Been deep in every weekend, if you couldn't tell. They say take what makes a dream work. Hell, I had some help. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I made this song with a very good friend of mine. And I know there's nothing more than he and I would love to do than to dedicate it to each and every single one of y'all tonight, because y'all my sunflowers tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Needless to say, I keep it shit. She was a bad bad, never like this. Calling it quits now, baby, I'm red. Crashing my place, baby, you're red. Needless to say, I'm keeping our jet. She was a bad bad, never like this. Calling it quits now, baby, I'm red. Crashing my place, digging in the bed where you losing your crib. Screaming in my face, baby, don't trip. Someone took a big L, all that felt. Looking at you sideways, party on till like. Ooh, certain things you just get refused. She wanna ride me like a cruise, and I'm not trying to lose. You can let it in dust, unless I stuck by you. You're a sunflower. I think you love me. Can I play y'all one more song tonight, man? Hey, I haven't had much of an opportunity to talk this evening, but I just wanted to say, first off, thank each and every single one of y'all for coming out tonight, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I had some time. I love you too, yes, ma'am. I had some time to speak to the organizers of the event and the athletes involved, and this is gonna be a really badass event. And I just wanted to say thank you for letting me be a part of it, ladies and gentlemen. It means the world to me. And there's a lot of talented people in the building. And I heard this is quite a long stretch, and I love you too, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And you know, there's gonna be a lot of congratulations given out at the end of the night. And there's gonna be a lot of folks really busting their ass and doing the best they can. And let's give it up for these athletes tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And I just wanted to say thank you so very much for having us tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, this next song is called Congratulations, if you know the words. My mama called, see you on TV, said the change ever since we was. I dreamed it all ever since I was. They said I won't be nothing, now they always say congratulations. Boy, so I forgot to vacation. They ain't never had the dedication. People hate and say we changed and look, we made it. They was never friendly, yeah. Now I'm jumping out of Bentley, yeah. And I know it's automatic, yeah. But I know how to add it, yeah. For the money in my city, yeah. I be itching like a addict, yeah. I'm surrounding 20 babies, yeah. But it didn't let me last it, yeah. Everyone wanna act like they important, but I don't mean nothing when I saw my door. Everyone counting on me, trying to party. Everything costs them like I'm in the bar. If you fuck it with it, put your light in. How could I make sense when I got millions on my mind? Coming with that bullshit, I just put it. Ballin' sense so baby, they can see it in my. My mama called, see you on TV. Sunset shit done changed ever since you was on. I dreamed it all ever since I was young. They said I won't be nothing, now they always say congratulations. Boy, so I forgot to vacation. They ain't never had the dedication. People hate and say we changed and look, we made it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much. Have a great night. Stay out of trouble, and I love you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much. Enjoy this World Cup and have a great time. And hopefully I'll get to see y'all very, very soon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The one and only Post Malone, the unmistakable, delivering exactly what the Esports World Cup needs. A world star performance. Absolutely incredible. 5-star performance. That's it. I mean, I'm even disheveled because of it. I don't know what to say. We'll be back straight after this. So the Esports World Cup is officially underway. A brilliant opening ceremony, loads of glitz and glamour for you as well, and a fantastic performance from Post Malone as well. He was absolutely brilliant, wasn't he? We're going to get to the gaming though. We've got to be specific with it. That's why we're all here, and there have been 4 new competitions that have already started: Rennsport, Fatal Fury, Valorant, and our feature game this week, Apex Legends.
Apex Legends is a first-person shooter, or FPS for short, and is a team-based battle royale. This game is all about fast movement, teamwork, and gunplay. What sets this game apart? It's all about the legends. Unique characters with their own special abilities. There are 4 distinctive abilities. Attackers, who are built for aggressive play. Defenders, who set traps or block enemy movement. Healers, who can revive teammates and restore health. And finally, scouts, who gather intel to help the team outsmart their opponents. Each team comprises 3 players, and all players are dropped into a massive map to begin the match. The aim? Scavenge for weapons, gear up, and survive. Keeping to the Battle Royale theme, there's a ring that slowly closes in, squeezing everyone together. So no hiding and no waiting out. It's all about timing, tactics, and smart positioning. It's fast and it's chaotic. The goal is to be the last team standing. The game is on.
You are the Apex champion.
Well, Apex just makes me feel tense. I've got to be perfectly honest with that ring closing in on you. Very quickly, Ian, just tell us about the tournament format.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you are looking to get into esports and test the water, I guess, this is the perfect title to do it. It's exciting, it's explosive, it's unpredictable. We're starting off with 40 teams. They play in pools, right, of every single time they play, they finish at a certain level, right? So you want to finish as high as possible. So we'll start with the pools here before you move into LCQ and then on into the finals. But the key word here really is consistency. If you can consistently perform well as a team and finish high on that leaderboard, you've got a stronger chance of getting those club championship points, but also progressing towards claiming your trophy. But it is that age-old thing in any sport, Osi. Consistency is the hardest thing to crack, isn't it?
So difficult to do because heavy is the head that wears the crown. Everybody is looking to take your head off when you are the champion or when you're on top. So maintaining that consistency, maintaining that discipline. Once you get up there, you won a couple of games. People tend to start to slow down a little bit. People tend to relax a little bit, man. But the people who have the ability to maintain that focus, to maintain that hunger, to maintain that discipline over a long period of time is what keeps you at the top.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like I said earlier, if you are looking to get into this, it's such a fun one to watch because you drop out of the sky, you scavenge, you get your tools, and then you start battling. But while you're doing it, that circle of play area gets smaller and smaller, so you are guaranteed high impact action as the map unfolds. It's a lot of fun to watch.
And the winner is guaranteed a massive pot as well. Although it only would have got you about 1/4 during Osi's playing days, of course. But the winner gets $600,000. The total prize pool is $2 million as well. Osi, you know, it's something for the wider competition, life-changing for some of these players.
A tremendous amount of money, and people never would have expected this 15, 20 years ago, that you would have been able to play these games for these sums of money, and the competition is so intense. This is absolutely amazing.
Imagine being one of the parents who maybe at some point during their children's time playing video games early on, they're saying, why are you doing this? Why are you playing so much video games? And you say, hey, have you seen the prize pool at the Esports World Cup that I'm competing in?
I'll do you one better, Ian. Imagine being a Nigerian parent trying to explain to a Nigerian parent, I'm going to play video games. You're like, what? Get out of here.
The game has changed completely, and let's change the game. Up next, let's get to grips with Rennsport.
Rennsport, German for race sport.
Let's go racing!
It's a hyper-realistic car racing simulator that brings the skills and the thrills of racing into the virtual world. Players can choose from some of the most prestigious high-performance cars around, as well as race on some of the most iconic tracks from around the world, including the Circuit Spa, Monza, Fuji International, Daytona, and the mythical Nürburgring.
precision is vital.
Rennsport players race using a simulator, a cockpit with a steering wheel, racing seat and pedals, which is essential as the game requires players to use almost exactly the same skills and abilities as real-life racing drivers, whether that be the car setup, racing lines or mental focus.
You have to be brave to make it stick down here.
Before every race, players have a shootout qualification to determine the starting grid. After that, it's a sprint to the finish line. The aim is to finish as high as possible in multiple races to rack up the most points for a chance to become the Rennsport champion.
Winning is everything.
And remember, the goal is to be the fastest at the end.
Oh, there's a lot of bumping here. Keep this competition going, it's just tensions boiling over.
The game is on.
Love Rennsport. Makes me feel claustrophobic. Tried out the driving simulator at the F1 exhibition in London. Couldn't get this big behind in the seat, right? It's a proper, it is a proper racing seat, and clearly I'm not built like a racing driver. Oh yeah. I'm
two
thick.
C's.
I'm thick. Yeah, it's okay.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
Do you think like Lewis Hamilton and them? You think they'd be able to win a game like that or no?
I think they would. It's
they would.
It feels so true to life, right? We've got players who've been driving the cars in real life, if you like, and also on Rennsport.
Yeah, and again, you know, as we take a look at the format here, the reason why, again, I would recommend watching this if you do love your racing in real life, in inverted commas. There's so many correlations here, there's so many parallels as to why it's so engaging and watchable, because it's delivered even to the viewer with the commentary teams and the way it's all presented in a very similar fashion to that you would watch on TV. And also the skills are transferable. We've seen so many examples of esports players that have been involved in racing simulator games that go on to actually compete in real life racing.
Oh wow,
it's cool.
What do you like behind the wheel? Because I got to say, if someone was to cut me up in real life, yeah, it's going to come out. I get a little bit of road rage. I wouldn't be able, if someone took me off the course on one of these, I'd be aiming for them the next race.
You know, to be honest with you, I haven't driven a car in about 12 years now.
Yeah? You still got the chauffeur picking you up?
We call it the tube.
I'll tell you what though, right? When it comes to racing games, if either of you want to get involved in some Mario Kart at some point, I'll tell you now, you don't want this smoke.
No?
You don't want it.
I used to be pretty good at it, though, back in the day.
The tournament prize pool in front of us, $500,000 for this one. Not quite as big.
Not quite as big. I mean, still life-changing, right?
Still life-changing money, obviously. Not quite as big. But one of the interesting things, one of the things I love about Rennsport is the involvement from the motorsport community in. That's really important for those people playing this game.
Absolutely. And sorry, just briefly, I just want to touch on that money there for a second. Yeah. Another cool thing about the prizing is there's such a big jump. It's almost like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, right? You get to that next question, there's such a reward for that. If you make it, for like the difference between third and second is such a huge amount of money. So it gives you that extra incentive to perform when it matters, right?
100%, 100%.
Okay, let's jump into our next game. It's a fresh one for you, a classic beat 'em up. It's called Fatal Fury.
Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, is a new game to the Esports game made its debut over 25 years ago. Players can choose from a host of characters, including returning characters from older games in the series, and new characters like Cristiano Ronaldo. It's a 1v1 2D fighting game that looks like many other fighting games from the 90s. Players use just 4 buttons for light or heavy punches and kicks. Like in many other fighting games, it's all about button combinations being used in the right place at the right time to draw your opponent and connect with a devastating combo. What sets this game apart from many other fighting games is the unique rev and guard system. The rev meter starts at 0% and it goes up by using special moves. However, if you hit 100% on the rev meter, you overheat and are left exposed. There's strategic choices to be made on how to use the character attributes while managing your rev meter. It's a fast, tactical, and intense old-school fighting game. The goal is to be the last fighter standing. The game is on.
So clearly it's going to be fast and furious when it comes to Fatal Fury. But one last game to introduce you to this week. Brand new one for 2025, Valorant. Take a look.
Valorant is a fast-paced and intense tactical first-person shooter, or FPS for short. This game is all about gunplay, and if you don't have enough speed, precision, and awareness, then you'll get left behind. 2 teams, each comprising 5 players. In each round, the teams are split between attack and defense.
Here comes the party!
The attacking team's goal is to take an object called the spike and plant it in the opponent's area. The defending team's goal is to stop the attacking team planting the spike or defuse it if it's been planted. If the spike detonates, the attacking team wins. If time runs out before the detonation or the spike is defused, the defending team wins. Either team can win by wiping out all 5 players on the opposing team. At the start of every round, players enter a buy phase, where they get time to plan their strategy for the next round, as well as purchase gear and weapons. Your currency is dependent by your performance in the previous round. What sets Valorant apart from the other tactical shooters is the agents factor. Players choose one of these playable characters. Expect to see a different set of agents depending on if a team is attacking or defending. Finding a well-balanced team for the right game phase is crucial. The goal is to detonate the spike, defuse the spike, or wipe out your enemy. The game is on.
Ian, I know you've been watching Valorant. Of course, it's already taken part. What have you made of it so far?
It's unreal. And if you saw the explainer there, but the way I would say it is, it's like a tactical shooter. If you think of a game like Counter-Strike, but you are superheroes, and you get to pick which superhero you are, and the abilities that you have make such a difference on the way the game plays out, and it's a lot of fun to watch.
Should be fantastic one to watch. Before we go, by the way, let's quickly get back to the red carpet. Betty, who have you got?
Thanks, you. Everything is wrapping up here. You can see people milling about. They're leaving. I found Chunks. He was standing on the red carpet. Looked like you wanted to chat, Chunks.
Yeah, I literally was begging for it. I was standing there thinking, can I get one? So, yeah, I managed to get interviewed.
What have you made of that opening ceremony?
Very cool. Epic. When you have Post Malone here, it's always going to be epic. Just the production in general, how incredible it looks like Boulevard City as well. So, shout out to Riyadh. They've done it very well. So, it's been an incredible experience.
Yeah, it's been ridiculous, isn't it? Some of the dancers out there, insane.
Mental. I couldn't try that in my imagination, so...
Well, I think you should give it a go. I'd back you.
I don't back myself, so yeah, maybe not.
Post Malone as well was also brilliant. How excited are you for everything to get started?
Can't wait. It's going to be an incredible 7 weeks. Let's see if Falcons can do it again. Home territory, home turf. I'm a Falcon fan myself, so let's see what happens.
I feel like they're pretty confident, but also I very much get the sense around here that everyone is starting to level up. I'm not sure they're going to walk it like they did last time. Chunks, thank you very much. Hugh, back to you.
Absolutely brilliant. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Thank you all for watching. We'll be back same time tomorrow, 9 p.m. here in Riyadh for our first Spotlight show of the series. We'll see you then.
What's it gonna be when they come? Empty up the streets, raise them up. It's the enemy. Would you run and hide or stand and fight? Hey, to the piper who don't wanna blame me all under fire. Stay up through the night. Cause if you sleep sound, you might sleep too tighter. Can't take fight from the fighter. Can't take war from the warrior. Can't take soul from the soldier. But they trade all that to beat him. And when it's all done, they want more. When we settle the score, hide from the truth, none escape. Staring you right in the face. Fight battles on the page. Just ran out of ink. My fingers start to bleed. I'll be the last one standing. Beat you at your game. Push me to the brink. Go ahead and cut me dead until my fingers bleed. The enemy until my fingers bleed. Okay. 5'9", but my heart on A3. You know I'm doing well, cause my ops really hate me. Looking mad in the stands, here fraud, she a fan. You ain't gotta drop bands, get these fists in demand. Checkmate, homie, when the king advances. You was dumb tryna throw a right hook on cashes. I bobbed and I weaved and I jab for practice. He gon' fall the fastest, catching Z's like mattress. He's out. Can't take fight from the fighter. Can't take war from the warrior. Can't take soul from the soldier. But they trade all that to beat him. And when it's all done, but they want more. When do we settle the score? Hide from the truth, not escape.